Chapter 51 Competition is fierce. Chapter 51 Competition is fierce. Are you sure the Golden Emperor is up there? I'm not very sure, but the similarity is more than 80%. That guy can also handle golden weapons. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, under the tavern, there are several groups of pirates and many streets and alleys, all staring at the tavern with greed. Many pirates took the newspaper and repeatedly confirmed the photos above. Clearly Chaos's fight with Crocodile was seen. Even if Chaos had disguised himself, his ability to manipulate gold in the end revealed his identity. If it is really the Golden Emperor, as long as you catch him, you can become the richest person in the world, and then the whole world will be at your fingertips. Make sure to catch him and remember to live. Yes. Action. A large number of ferocious pirates or thugs are all cautiously approaching the tavern. As long as they think of the richest, countless gold, etc., their heartbeats will accelerate uncontrollably, and their breathing will continue to increase. Greed and desire have eroded reason, not to mention the Golden Emperor offering a reward of 567 million, even if the reward is 1 billion or 2 billion, they dare to do it. Now there is a saying in the sea, as long as you get the Golden Emperor, you will get everything and the whole world. And many big pirate groups in the New World are returning. Competition is fierce. They also did not expect that the Golden Emperor had not left the Chambord Islands yet. This was simply a feast that was put in their mouths, and they would be sorry for not enjoying it. As time goes by, more people will know that the Golden Emperor is here, and they must fight quickly. Little do they know that all this is in the eyes of Chaos. His sense of sight was released around the clock, and he discovered it when he was fighting Crocodile, but he did not stop it. You're still too weak. Chaos sat on the chair again, crossed Lang's legs and held up the red wine glass, looking at Crocodile with a confused and inexplicable face, and he became more and more disgusted. This guy is also a natural department can do it, and if you put aside the natural department, it is really a waste. If he hadn't known about this guy's future achievements, he wouldn't have been too lazy to accept it. Crocodile dared not speak out, because Chaos's expression was too dazzling. What does it mean to look like trash? Are you saying he's trash? Those little ones, you go and get rid of them, as for these, I'll come. Chaos pointed his index finger to his feet and looked at the distant roof, where there are more than a dozen silhouettes flashing or jumping one after another. Everyone exudes a powerful breath, at least 10 times more powerful than the little ones downstairs. Crocodile followed Chaos's gaze, his face changed slightly and then he regained his composure. He understood. Did you discover it with your knowledge? Crocodile withdrew his gaze and looked at Chaos seriously. Want to learn? I'll teach you after the fact. Chaos took a sip of his cigar, and the Soot Tycoon had a firm temperament. I'll fit all. Crocodile exploded into flying sand and quickly disappeared from the rooftop. Immediately downwind, there were various gunshots or screams. It really is the Golden Emperor. On the surrounding roofs, there were already more than a dozen figures standing. One of them was a bald man smoking a cigarette, holding a newspaper in his hand and constantly looking at Chaos. It was found that except for the wrong hair color and earrings, everything else matched. How could such a clumsy disguise escape his eyes? 16. No pressure. Chaos leaned back on the chair, flicked the small sword and earrings with his index finger, and then leaned on his side face with a cigar in his mouth. He waved his left hand gently, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the sky at a height of 1,000 meters. The goddess of God, who had closed her eyes, suddenly fell. The sun was gradually obscured, and shadows engulfed the area. Half of the Chambord archipelago, regardless of their status, all looked up at the sky, first pale, then horrified, and finally crazy. Golden Emperor. It's the Golden Emperor. He didn't leave the Chambord. To seize the Golden Emperor is to seize the whole world. This direction is Mangrove Area No. 8. Hurry up and don't let others catch the Golden Emperor. Action, action, inform the captain. Haha, I want to be the richest man in the world. As long as I catch the Golden Emperor, Lao Tzu can recruit troops to become the king of the world. If you look up, you will find that countless pirates, slave groups, thugs, and even some civilians are running towards the No. 8 Mangrove Area in all directions. Now everyone has only one idea, and that is to catch the Golden Emperor. All crazy. It's definitely the Golden Emperor. Go on. The appearance of the Goddess of God completely confirmed the 16 people. They are either pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys, or pirate hunters who can catch a bounty of 100 million. Some were sharpshooters, some were swordsmen, and some were devil fruit people. At this moment, they all turned into hungry wolves and rushed towards Chaos, the white and tender lamb. Facing such a situation, Chaos smiled playfully. Still sitting on a chair with Rulang's legs crossed, chin resting, drinking red wine and smoking a cigar, the goddess of the gods was suspended at a height of 50 meters. Me's 16 huge swords, spears, swords, and halberds flew towards the 16 players who were courting death. Be careful. Ding ding. The 16 contestants looked shocked and were forced to stop to resist the flying weapons. The enormous power made everyone's expressions change. Crack. As Chaos snapped his fingers, the 16 weapons sounded the sound of golden horses and iron horses, and then they were divided into small knives, spears, swords and halberds. Everyone was fortunate to share 30 of them, and each 10 formed an encirclement and was divided into 3 layers. A line to the center. Several people couldn't help swallowing, feeling a huge threat. Kill. With a roar, the sword, spear and halberd collided with the 16 players. Ding ding papa. Boom. The deafening sound of metal collisions and explosions fell. The buildings within a radius of 100 meters were riddled with holes, and all kinds of panic and screams resounded through the sky. That golden weapon was like a tracking missile. No matter where the 16 people fled, will follow closely behind. Puff. Blood splattered all over the place. One of them was penetrated by Fang Tianhe halberd, nailed to the tattered ground and sprayed blood continuously, grabbing Fang Tianhe halberd with both hands and twisting his face. It was at this time that despair and fear appeared in his eyes. Followed by one weapon after another, it was finally nailed into a hornet's nest. Downstairs, Crocodile was slaughtering cannon fodder. The desertification of the entire building began to collapse, and a golden tributary fell from the sky, which quickly turned into a precious and delicate golden throne, which floated in midair after replacing the previous wooden chairs. Chaos changed his posture and found a dense crowd in the perception of seeing and hearing, and they were approaching quickly. It seems that most of the pirate thugs in the Chambord Islands are alarmed. Golden Emperor, surrender to me. The excited voice was close at hand. It was one of the 16 pirates. At this moment, he was grabbing Chaos with his left hand and holding the long knife in his right hand. His face was full of hideous expressions. Chaos squinted his eyes, full of contempt. Jingle bell. A skylock was like a poisonous snake catapulting, entangling the pirate's left hand in one fell swoop. Before the latter struggled, the second, third, and fourth skylocks entangled the right hand and feet, forcibly pulled into large characters. The type left Chaos and was suspended in midair. Damn. The pirates struggled constantly, but their limbs were tied and they couldn't break free. Puff. A golden spear pierced through the back of the head, and blood and brains splattered, dripping down the twitching body. One after another, all the swords, spears, swords and halberds were inserted into the back of the pirate, and the tip of his chest was bright red. Starting point, Sengoku, signing in soy sauce when passing by, 300 starting coins, Rhine from nowhere, 233 starting coins, a haul, 200 starting coins. X. Chapter 52_No one in the pirate world is clean. Chapter 52_No one in the pirate world is clean. This smell is really sweet. Chaos closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could smell the hot and fresh blood in his blood. The expression is neurotic. Then it was just a thought, the skylock in the air was unlocked, and the swords, spears, swords and halberds were pulled out from the pirate's body, and they were suspended in the air with blood red. The corpse slammed to the ground, covered in dust in the blink of an eye. Too slow. With his golden hair flying, Chaos opened his eyes and swiped his right hand in front of him. The goddess in the sky stretched out a slender hand, and the huge golden halo behind him all turned and differentiated, covering the entire sky for a while, under the sunlight. The cold colors of the cold light flashed below. Not good. Get out. The remaining few pirates who were still resisting looked up at the dense number of swords, spears, swords and halberds in the air, their faces turned cold with shock. SHHHHHH. The overwhelming golden meteor shower roared and fell indiscriminately across the sky. Damn. A frightening roar sounded, followed by various explosions and screams. The rain of arrows was a missile, and it hit the ground and smashed a hole. It flew away from the rock and cracked, and the entire area was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Forgive your life. When everything dissipated, all kinds of ruins spread, more than a dozen pirates were nailed to the ground, all of them dyed the ground red like hedgehogs, and at a glance, gold weapons were inserted in all directions. These people didn't even touch Chaos. A piece of wind and sand condensed into a body, and Crocodile looked at the ruins filled with golden weapons and the blooming bloodstains, and looked up at the man sitting on the golden throne, feeling inexplicably heart palpitations. Clanking. Countless swords, spears, swords and halberds began to lift into the sky. Some were spotless, some were stained with blood, and finally merged into one to form a halo, which re-rotated on the back of the goddess. The goddess of the gods, who should have been sacred and inviolable, began to look a little evil because of the halo covered with blood. Look, it really is the Golden Emperor. Ha ha, I'm going to order the gold. Catch the Golden Emperor. Wealth and silk move people's hearts, people die for wealth and birds die for food, and greed has not ended. Even though this place has been reduced to ruins, there are still many corpses lying there, but these people still do not wake up. There are more and more pirate thugs coming from other areas. Kill. There is nothing to talk about, and now everyone has only one purpose, and that is to snatch gold and snatch the Golden Emperor. Facing the pirate thugs like thousands of troops, Crocodile was a little panicked. This one can't see the head in the past. All the evil spirits are full of greed, as if the beasts that have been hungry for days and nights meet the lambs. Their madness is no longer afraid of life and death, and most of them have lost their minds. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to pee his pants. Crack. The crisp and loud snap of his fingers sounded, and Chaos's eyes were calm. These people are damned. It should be said that the pirates in the whole world are damned. Including the Pig's Foot King Luffy. He also bears huge sins. No one in this world is clean, only those ignorant children, or civilians in remote areas. Killing these people. Chaos has no psychological pressure. It's like cleaning up the world of pests. Chaos is not arrogant, after all. He is also a pest, a big pest, and he will become a giant pest in the future. Clanking. The sound of the golden horse and iron horse resounded under the sky, and the huge body of the goddess of God exploded, forming a large torrent of weapons. Like a dark cloud completely blocking the sun, all fell in midair and covered the entire no. 8 area. It's dark. Many rushing pirates stopped, looked up at the sky and looked at the almost airless golden cold light, and suddenly woke up with chills all over their bodies. Look, what is that? Arrow rain. The rain of golden arrows covers the entire No. 8 area. It's getting dark in the 8th area. So many golden weapons are the Golden Emperor. Do you want to destroy the entire 8th area? Leave now. Roaring hysteria from all directions, but still couldn't resist those rushing pirates. SHHHHHH. The endless meteor shower fell, looking like a golden rain from a distance, screaming and blood flowing into rivers wherever it went. Artilda. Help. My hand. Run. The purgatory on Earth is constantly being staged. Various stumps, broken arms, and shredded flesh and viscera begin to dye the ground red in piles. In the end, the corpses gather like mountains into a blood-colored river. Area is covered. The golden raindrops are still falling and flying. This is a carnage. In just a few minutes, the entire scene was full of corpses, and the gold that was densely inserted into the corpse was so scarlet at this moment. Thousands of people, including all kinds of pirates, thugs and thieves. They are all buried here now. Some of the pirates who had not rushed up from the periphery all turned pale, looking at the sea of corpses and blood in front of them in horror. SHHHHHH. A pair of blood-red weapons flew into the air, intertwined together, and turned into a goddess again, but now the goddess was covered in blood, and her wet golden hair and palace skirt all turned blood-red and dripped with blood. No longer the sacred nobility of the past. Instead it's a femme fatale from hell. The golden throne passed by, and finally stopped above the mountains of corpses. Chaos supported his chin with one hand and crossed Alang's legs, looking down at the audience without a trace of dirt. It looks extremely cold-blooded and cruel. None of the pirates outside dared to look at him. Even some pirates with a reward of 1 or 200 million. The means that Chaos just showed was too terrifying. It's all scum, it's boring. These pirates were already frightened, and it seemed that they did not intend to shoot. A golden giant sword flew in front of Crocodile, and Crocodile was stunned at first, then stepped on it, then followed behind the golden seat of Chaos and quickly disappeared in the No. 8 area. At the same time, there is the goddess of God who is covered in blood. With so much noise, it's time to leave the Chambord Islands. But before leaving, go to the naval base stationed in the Chambord Islands. The needles could be heard in the audience, and hundreds of pairs of eyes watched Chaos and Crocodile leave. At this moment, the No. 60 mangrove area is the naval base. The top officer is still Oaks, and he is still wrapped in bandages, but most of his injuries have recovered. After all, life will be returned, eat a few good meals, and sleep 2 nights will be alive and kicking. The Golden Emperor is still in the Chambord Islands. In the mangrove area of No. 8. Lieutenant General Oaks, are we going to arrest it? At this moment in the office, the 5 major generals and some colonels are all looking at Oaks behind the desk. Lieutenant General Garp has gone to Fishman Island. I am not the opponent of the Golden Emperor. Oaks frowned and did not hide it. Not an opponent is not an opponent, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Report to Marin Vando, the ability of the Golden Emperor is crucial to any power. Oaks looked solemn. Now not only the pirates, but the Navy also wants to control the Golden Emperor. But the Chambord Archipelago is now a lieutenant general, and it is very difficult to win the Golden Emperor, and it needs the support of the headquarters. Yes. A liaison officer in the office directly dialed the phone bug. Just then, a sailor broke in, looking a little anxious. Lieutenant General Oaks, the Golden Emperor killed a large number of pirate thugs in the No. 8 mangrove area, and is now coming to us. What did you say? Everyone in the office changed their expressions. Starting point, deep deduction. Welcome to African tribes, 1000 starting point coins. X. Chapter 53 _ You are still too kind. Chapter 53 _ You are still too kind. Marin Vando, Headquarters Building. Lieutenant General Crane, the base in the Chambord Islands, just called and said that the Golden Emperor is still in the Chambord Islands, and he may take action against them and ask for support. The door of the office was pushed open, and a communications soldier looked solemnly at the Crane who was working. What? Crane, who was instructing the document, put down his quill, and his serious face was full of sternness. Let the three major generals, Anka, Domir, and Canis get ready, and set off for the Chambord Islands in 5 minutes. Lieutenant General Crane, are you going to catch the Golden Emperor yourself? The communications soldier was a little stunned. After all, Lieutenant General Crane had not been out of malign Fantua for half a year. Go and notify. Crane nodded, then took out the phone bug in the drawer and started dialing. Now that Garp and Zephyr are outside, and even Sengoku has gone to the New World, in order to be safe, she needs to personally arrest the Golden Emperor. They never thought of sending other lieutenants to arrest them, because the value of the Golden Emperor is too great. Blue tilde. Hello. The phone worm was connected, and a deep and majestic voice came from inside. Marshal Kong, the Golden Emperor is still in the Chambord Islands, and there is a possibility of attacking the garrison base. I have to go there myself. Got it. Sora didn't say much, just agreed. Obviously also know the value of the Golden Emperor. In fact, the offices of the two were separated by 2 floors, and the Crane didn't bother to report in person, so he resolved it with a phone call. Don't look at the future Crane's white hair and the appearance of an old and weak woman. In fact, the fighting power is very strong. Now the Crane is only about 50 years old at most, and he is still heroic and valiant. 5 minutes later, an army headed by women, a huge warship with a big Crane written on the flag of the Navy warship, left the port of Marine Fando No. 1, and soon disappeared on the sea level. Crane was wearing a pale pink shirt, a tie with red and white dots, and gloves on both hands. He stood behind the bow of the boat and fluttered in the justice coat. His weather-beaten face could vaguely see the beauty of his youth. Although the aura has been restrained, the domineering, decisive and heroic temperament is still full of oppression. Lieutenant General, what is our mission this time? 3 female major generals came on the deck, all wearing justice coats. One was wearing sunglasses, the green explosive head was extremely dazzling, the body was a little fat, and he was carrying a huge knife. The other wears a navy hat, has short shoulder-length yellow hair, and carries a long knife. The last one has short black family hair, wears a blue shirt, and has 3 pistols and a long sword pinned to his waist. The 3 were named Anka, Domir, and Canis, and they were Crane's capable generals and adjutants. Although the 3 are only major generals, they have the combat power of a lieutenant general. As we all know, almost all of his warships are female soldiers, and every mission is a beautiful sight. However, this scenery line is very difficult to provoke, and it is not a vain warship led by warring states, Zephyr, and Garp. So far, I have underestimated this group of pirates who formed warships with female soldiers. Now they are either sinking to the bottom of the sea or entering the Push City. They are famous on the sea. Catch the Golden Emperor. Crane explained this character simply and clearly. The Golden Emperor who escaped from a Lieutenant General Garp. You haven't left the Chambord Islands yet. The warships are riding the wind and waves here, and the naval station in the Chambord archipelago is now ready to strike at any time. Who did you call? Sitting on the golden throne, Chaos looked at Oaks on the ground with his chin, and the goddess of the sky above his back stared, making the whole atmosphere suppressed to the extreme. Crocodile stood on the golden sword, watching a large number of navies on the ground holding fire guns, as well as various majors, major generals and other generals glaring. As if they only need an order from Oaks, they will rush up and hack the Golden Emperor to death. Oaks was calm, not annoyed by Chaos arrogance. Since everyone is so familiar with it, then I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Give you two choices: hand over the Halo stones in your inventory, and you will come with me. Or I will kill you all, and then go get the Halo stone myself. Chaos stretched out his hand and nodded to the several colonels and major generals beside Oaks, who was like an emperor who had the power to kill and kill. Delusional. Mere pirates. Many admirals scoffed and would not compromise at all. Although I know I'm not your opponent, the Navy will never compromise with the pirates. Oaks took off his back coat, and steam began to emerge from his body, intending to fight to the death. Marin Fando has been informed that as long as he drags the Golden Emperor for a few hours, he will be able to get support, and then the Golden Emperor will not be able to escape. Since you are going to sacrifice their lives, then I will do it for you. Chaos smiled sternly, thinking with his butt that this guy had informed Marin Fando. Maybe it was Zephyr or Sengoku who made the shot himself, and he saw through Oak's battle plan at a glance. Procrastinate. So he must fight quickly. As Chaos snapped his fingers, the blood-soaked goddess of God exploded, turning into a dense array of swords, spears, swords, and halberds, all of which were aimed at the entire base, no matter on the head or around. It is almost a net, airtight. The Navy who wanted to fight to the end all changed their faces. If this falls, few will survive. The entire base will even be reduced to rubble. Wait. Oak's apostrophe face was ugly, and the steam on his body began to subside. Chaos stopped the hand he was about to wave down, and a smile appeared on his face. Hail, she can be given to you, and I can also capture it, but you are not allowed to shoot at them. Oaks is obviously not a hawk, nor a person like Sakaski who can't tolerate a trace of sand. As the top commander of the base, he will be responsible for these hundreds of sailors no matter what. What's more, this is a fresh life that maintains justice. Let him watch these sailors die. He can't do it. Lieutenant General Oaks, it's a big deal to fight him. Lord Lieutenant General, we are not afraid. Many sailors blushed violently, all of them looked at Chaos without fear of death, and there was no fear in their eyes. But most of them are still a little scared and frightened. After all, whoever is surrounded by all kinds of weapons that flash with cold light, the sky and the ground are impenetrable in all directions, if they have intensive phobia, they will fall to the ground and faint. The gap is too big. I'm just making fearless sacrifices, and I will bear the consequences. Oaks is very calm. In his opinion, the adverse effects of compromise are not as important as these hundreds of lives. Lord Lieutenant General. Despicable Golden Emperor. Many sailors yelled angrily. Talking to smart people is easy, give you 3 minutes. Since the goal can be achieved without bloodshed, Chaos doesn't mind saving some time. Still too kind. Go and take out the Seafloor stones in stock. Lord Lieutenant General. Go. Yes. Several sailors glared at Chaos fiercely, and then ran into the base. The whole scene was quiet, and the swords, spears, swords and halberds that fell from the sky, like the scythe of the god of death, were placed on their necks, making many sailors feel no sense of security. At the same time, there are also many pirates watching outside. I believe that it will not be long before the Golden Emperor will become famous again. X. Chapter 54 _ The Golden Emperor can also be regarded as a clear stream in the pirates. Chapter 54 _ The Golden Emperor can also be regarded as a clear stream in the pirates. The sea soldiers moved very quickly, and in just 2 minutes they took out 2 boxes, almost all of which were handcuffs and shackles made of Seafloor Stone. "What you want?" Oaks asked the sailor to open the box, and then looked at Chaos with a gloomy expression. "Don't worry, my Golden Emperor came out to talk about credit." Chaos straightened his hair, then waved to Crocodile. "Old Shah, you go and try that thing." Crocodile, who had nothing to do with him originally, turned black when he heard this. Not to mention that he is extremely disgusted by the name Lao Sha, it is too much to let him try Seafloor Stone. Mixing on the road, who doesn't know that Halashi is a person who restrains the ability of the devil fruit? What kind of heart does this guy have? Humph. After meeting those calm black eyes, Crocodile snorted slightly, reluctantly turned into fine sand and appeared on the ground, and directly reached out to grab the Seafloor Stone handcuffs in the box. There was no accident. As soon as he touched him, he fell to the ground weakly. At the same time, he couldn't sense the ability of the rustling fruit, and he couldn't lift the slightest strength. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, and several golden weapons in the sky collided into a lock of the sky, falling down and rolling towards the 2 snapped fingers and Oaks as if they were alive. The latter did not struggle, and let the lock of the sky bind him. But it wasn't over, because a handful of golden weapons exploded in the air, forming a large piece of golden powder that dyed the entire field golden, and whether it was Oaks or other marines, they were all drenched in soup. "What have you done?" Oaks frowned. Although he didn't know what these gold powders did, his intuition told him that the Golden Emperor had no good intentions. Especially when the other few locks of the sky are going to be rolled up to 5 major generals and 5 major colonels. "You go back on your word." Oaks frowned, as if he would explode in the next moment. "I didn't go back on my word. What I wanted was Halashi, you, and 10 of them. I didn't move the others. Don't doubt my credit." With a wave of Chaos's hand, the dense sky of swords, spears, swords and halberds began to flow back, becoming the goddess of God and standing in the sky behind him. As for the 5 major generals and the colonel who wanted to resist being bound by the chain of heaven, they found that they could not move. "How can you let them go?" Oaks calmed down. The Golden Emperor had indeed pointed to 10 of his subordinates before. "You'll know." The golden throne began to hang in the air, the lock of the sky made a jingling sound, and 10 generals were all hanging in the air. Crocodile stepped on the golden sword, and then disappeared into the sky. The navy of the entire base looked up, and the pirates on the periphery. The Golden Emperor actually captured Vice Admiral Oaks, as well as 5 major admirals and colonels. Big news. The 8th area is now full of corpses, all of which were killed by the Golden Emperor. Preliminary estimates are in the thousands. For a time, the entire Chambord archipelago was discussing the Golden Emperor. The bodies of thousands of people were placed in the No. 8 area, and the blood could be pooled into a river. Many people have come to the fact that the Golden Emperor is a ruthless man, and his strength is terrifying. Not everyone can eat it. Dusk, the sunset is infinitely good. Layers of red clouds hovered over the horizon, and the whole sky seemed to be on fire. I don't know when a black spot appeared, and it gradually enlarged to be a warship, and the crane flag hanging high showed who led the warship. A few hours later, the crane finally arrived at the Chambord Islands. But it was all too late. At the Navy station, the mood of the Navy is not very high. They had notified Marin Vando a few hours ago, and Crane knew about it. "All sit down." At this time, in Oak's office, Crane was sitting on the main seat, Anka, Domia, and Canis were standing beside them, looking at the several colonels and majors standing together. The only 5 major generals had been kidnapped by Chaos. "Lieutenant General Crane, we must rescue Lieutenant General Oaks from the Golden Emperor." A colonel clenched his fists in humiliation. Don't worry, tell me what happened. Crane is very calm. Knocking on the desk has its own majesty. Far more heavy and powerful than the majesty of Oaks. Despite being at the same level as a lieutenant general, the gap is still huge. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the colonel began to repeat the story, very carefully. After listening to the Crane, let a few people go down to rest. Lord Lieutenant General, what exactly does the Golden Emperor want to do? Domir was a little confused. Dong dong dong. Crane leaned back on the office chair and tapped the table with one hand, and the originally frowning brows began to stretch. Remember what happened to Major General Tobit 7 months ago? Remember? The three girls nodded. After all, Tobit was demoted to become a colonel and had been detained for 3 months. It was also because of this incident that the Navy began to notice the Golden Emperor and offered a reward. If the guess is correct, the Golden Emperor should want to know the return of life from Ox's mouth. Crane's face was a little hard to look at. Combined with Tobit's remarks, the Golden Emperor used other Navy lives to force him to reveal the cultivation method of the sea forms. It can be confirmed that the Golden Emperor has now learned the sea forms and possessed 2 colors of domineering. Combine this with the answer. This guy is different from other pirates. Crane's eyes are full of sternness. In her opinion, the Golden Emperor is far smarter and more cunning than other pirates. It may be a serious problem in the future. I thought that it could be solved by killing it, but now it seems that the chances are a little slim. So he also kidnapped the other 5 major generals and the colonel, trying to force Tobit to force Lieutenant General Oaks. Anchor suddenly realized, and then couldn't help scolding, what a despicable and shameless man. Then Lieutenant General Oaks and the others are in danger? Not really. Crane shook his head slightly, then continued unpredictably, judging from Tobit's reaction, the Golden Emperor pays attention to credit, saying that as long as he gets the 6th form, he will let them go, and in the end he really keeps his promise. To be honest, this made the Crane a little surprised. After all, the pirates go back on their word and can do all kinds of despicable and shameless things, and the Golden Emperor can be regarded as a clear stream in the pirates. I just don't know if this is fake or just on a whim. Crane didn't quite believe it. How can pirates be trusted? Domir sneered, and when he mentioned pirates, his first impression was that he would do all kinds of evil, kill and rob, and be full of evil. Whether the Golden Emperor is trustworthy or not, we must catch him. Keep chasing after 10 minutes. Crane didn't talk too much, and she wouldn't easily return to Marinfando if she didn't catch the Golden Emperor. She knew very well the value of the golden fruit. Go back to an hour ago. On the edge of the windless belt of the Great Root, a pristine island welcomes several outsiders. The huge body of the Goddess of God fell to the ground, like a human-shaped golden mountain. 10 locks of the sky hung in the golden slender fingers of the right hand, and the 5 major generals and the colonel were fluttering in the wind. There was humiliation and anger on his face. Chaos stood up from the golden throne, took out a cigar and rubbed it on fire, fluttered his black hair back to its normal color, looked at Oaks who was tied up in front of him, snapped his fingers and said neatly, "Within 3 months, whether I learn or not, I will let you all leave. So you want your life back?" Oaks' face was gloomy, and then he looked at the 5 major generals and the colonel hanging from the hands of the goddess, and everything understood. This is a blatant threat. X. Chapter 55 It's a man's pain forever. Chapter 55 It's a man's pain forever. Captain, there is news about the Golden Emperor. Somewhere on an island in the New World, a pirate ship with a skull flag hanging high is being coated. A group of ferocious pirates on the shore are different from ordinary pirates at first glance. One of the pirates handed a few Baileys to the newsbird, and then exchanged for a stack of newspapers. There are a lot of news mentioned above, and one of the sections has news about the Golden Emperor. Where is it? Lone Wolf Spender wore a one-knee eye patch and pinched his sides with a dazzling gaze. The Admiral only gave him 10 days, so he was in a hurry. The Golden Emperor killed thousands of pirates in the Chambord Islands, and also captured Vice Admiral Oaks and several generals. Spender took over the news. The pattern on the section of the Golden Emperor was the scene of chaos sitting in the sky over the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses. The photo had a strong sense of shock. The other is a photo of the group that took Oaks away. No matter how you look at it, it is extremely arrogant and bloody, especially when sitting over thousands of corpses. Has there been any movement from the Navy? Spender snorted coldly, his side whiskers trembling in disdain. I heard that Vice Admiral he personally led the team to capture the Golden Emperor. What? Spender's pupils shrank subconsciously, and then his face became solemn. That old woman is not simple, and she is not necessarily an opponent. It's not that Spender's ambition is to destroy his own prestige, it's really that old woman's reputation. She's a woman that even the captain of the Three Fleet, the Queen Kahara, is afraid of. The pirates caught by the old woman, not to mention offering a reward of 500 million to 600 million, even 800 million to 900 million are everywhere. Any pirates who underestimate the old woman are now either imprisoned in Pushan City or buried at the bottom of the sea. That is a woman who is so ruthless that even the Admiral dares to be upright. It can be said that she is the benchmark for women all over the world. Now there are many famous or powerful female pirates in the ocean, but the first ones must be Vice Admiral Crane and the great pirate Charlotte Lingerling, also known as Big Mom. These two stinky women are veritable monsters. How long until the coating is finished? Although Spender is afraid, he is not afraid of fear. We'll be off in half an hour. The Golden Emperor is still in the Chambord Islands. No news yet. Let's go to Chambord through Fishman Island first. Yes. At the same time, the news quickly spread to the sea. The Golden Emperor is famous again. But this time it was famous for being ruthless, cruel and cold-blooded. Thousands of corpses, enough to pile up like mountains and rivers of blood, plus the capture of Lieutenant General Oaks and other generals, is simply a blatant slap in the face of the Navy. But this didn't scare anyone. All major forces were still looking for the Golden Emperor. In the mangrove area of No. 34 in the Chambord Archipelago, a gust of wind blew up in an open space on the outskirts, and a tall figure in a cloak appeared, followed by a strange wave centered on the body, quickly spreading out towards the entire Chambord Archipelago. Is it late? There was a hint of pity in his voice, and it disappeared before he could see it clearly. In other areas of the Chambord Archipelago, several powerful figures raised their heads and looked thoughtfully in the direction where the cloaked man had appeared. They were subjected to peeping, which was an extremely powerful sight. In the New World, a pirate ship has left the port of Wangyo Totland. In a certain sea area, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, in the cloud layer of thunder and lightning, you can vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. Somewhere on the top of the mountain on the Great Route, a tall and thin man wearing a plumage shirt, blood-red trousers, and a blood-red cloak, showed an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. The breeze blew, only a newspaper fluttered in the wind. Holy Land Mary Yo, 5 figures standing or sitting in an office, casually threw the newspaper on the tea table. Calm zone, compared to the edge of the island. Chaos was sitting on the ground, cultivating. Oaks had no choice but to give in. After all, Chaos has already put the threat on the surface. Deep in the island, Crocodile is fighting with some beasts, trying to cultivate armed and knowledgeable. Chaos' plan was to first understand the return of life, and then practice through the Seafloor Stone. According to one's own talent, as long as there is a direction, it should be easy to learn, after all. The foundation is already very solid. It seems that since the time of crossing, he has cultivated in addition to cultivation. But there is no way, it's all for the future. At this moment, Chaos is thinking about the return of life, combined with the insights and methods that Oaks said. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the return of life was not easy. If he continued to develop according to his own ideas and succeeded, he might become immortal. As a modern person, the imagination must be very rich. It is well known that after the awakening of life, you can freely control all parts of the body, hair, internal organs, etc. Although Chaos was a student in his previous life, he also knew that human tissue was composed of cells. Does this mean that life returns to control cells? Such as division, regeneration, healing, etc. At that time, will it be possible to be reborn from a severed limb, change its appearance, and become immortal? The more you think about it, the more exciting it becomes. This idea is a bit too bold. Aside from the above fanciful imaginations, Chaos must learn to control his body freely. Just 3 words, staying power. This is a man's eternal pain. If you think about being able to control any part of your body, that decisive battle for 10 days and a half months is not a dream. Even if there are 3,000 beauties, they can lose their armor and remove their armor. Chaos would not admit why he was so obsessed with returning his life. Asking is fighting. Just like that, a month passed by. A lot has happened this month. Especially in the Chambord Islands, there were several big pirates or other powerful figures. They all have the same purpose. But for a whole month, the Golden Emperor had no news at all. But this month is full of excitement in both the sea and the Chambord. For example, on Mermaid Island, Lone Wolf Spender met the Roger Pirates, and there were some small conflicts between the two sides. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the captain of the 15th Fleet of the Shy Pirates, and Roger was too lazy to kill, otherwise Spender will die before he starts his career. But it's not the worst. The Roger Pirates had just left Fishman Island, and Spender was recovering from his injuries on Fishman Island. As a result, his subordinates accidentally provoked the Navy again. The key leader was Garp. You can imagine what happened. In the end, the injury aggravated and almost didn't survive, but fortunately, the animal-type ability person has awakened. Otherwise, you will really fall asleep. But his subordinates suffered heavy losses, leaving only 11 or 2 large and small fish. It should also be fortunate that Garp was in a hurry to pursue the Roger Pirates and did not take him too seriously. Say bad luck. He also saved his life in the hands of the future One Piece and the naval hero Garp. Is this a symbol of strength or a symbol of luck? Or there is a golden lion behind it? Thought this was the end? No. With 12 men, Spender landed on the Chambord Islands. On the 3rd day, there was a conflict with the Big Mom Pirates, but it was not Big Mom who led the team, but the eldest son Charlotte Prospero. Immediately afterwards, there was a conflict with an arrogant pirate named Moonlight Moria. But he still lived a good life with his tenacious desire to survive. Originally, I wanted to take revenge when the injury was healed, but the guy plated the film and went to Fishman Island. The days that followed were not very peaceful. The most important thing was the Golden Emperor. He waited for half a month without even seeing a shadow. This made the Admiral very unhappy. The 9th Fleet Captain Jelly Queen Anne has been dispatched to capture the Golden Emperor, and he has to obey her. This is the worst. Starting point, Deep Buckle Mr. Black Crow, 500 starting point coins. X. Chapter 56 _ The Dead Man Whose Head Hangs on His Trousers Belt. Chapter 56 _ The Dead Man Whose Head Hangs on His Trousers Belt. San Pablo Island. The Great Root is a prosperous island. It is an island in 7 roots. Those who are at sea know that there are 7 routes in the first half of the Great Route, each with a certain number of islands. Santa Pobla is one of them. Thousands of meters in the sky, a huge golden longsword penetrated the clouds, and 11 heavenly locks were hung below, and people were tied at the ends. Chaos stood at the end of the sword, looking at the island of Santa Pobla, which was far and near, quickly falling and floating over the port. 11 locks of the sky made a jingling metal collision sound. Oaks and the 5 major generals and the colonel were thrown to the ground. The locks of the sky were retracted and merged with the golden sword. Chaos looked down proudly with one hand on his back. The faces of the oaks on the ground were uncertain, and there was even surprise and disbelief in their eyes. "You are free." Gold earrings and black hair fluttered, and the golden sword turned around and Chaos was ready to leave. Utilda. Oaks didn't know what to say. My golden emperor came out and talked about credit. Remember to go back and raise my reward a little bit. Chaos turned his nose at several people, his attitude was extremely arrogant and contemptuous. In the end, it turned into a golden streamer and flew into the sky, disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. That guy actually let us go. Notify Marin Vando first. Oaks withdrew his gaze, his face calm. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. He must report this month's affairs. On the other side, Chaos returned to the island at the edge of the windless belt at the fastest speed, and took Shanghai and Crocodile to another island. Boss, why did you let them go? The new island is bigger than the previous one, and the weather is more severe. Crocodile was more haggard than a month ago. Especially the dark circles under the eyes, like wearing sunglasses. He was very puzzled that Chaos let others go, if he would definitely kill them. That's why I'm the boss and you can only be the little brother. Chaos withdrew his gaze from Hailshi, turned around and watched Crocodile rubbing a cigar, and continued righteously and awe-inspiringly, you must have a bottom line when you come out, this is called personality charm. If you want to become bigger and stronger, and create greater glories, credit is the most basic. Forget it, tell you don't understand, you're still too young. Seeing Crocodile's disdainful look, Chaos didn't bother to educate. It's not without reason that this guy became disabled in the original book. No wonder you can only mess with the Mere King and go down to the Q High. You have to bring it to practice from now on. Chaos kicked the bow with his foot. During this time, he has been cultivating the return of life, while Crocodile has been cultivating armed sea and seeing sex, but unfortunately there has been no progress in the past month. Compared with his own talent, he is simply scum. Halo Stone? How can Halo Stone be used for cultivation? Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chaos like a fool. Devil fruit ability is too late to avoid, how can it be used for cultivation? Do people who don't know ability feel weak when they touch Shanghai Tower Stone? No common sense at all. He has been guessing what Chaos is doing with these sea towers, and now the truth is out. So much nonsense. Put it on. Chaos spit out a smoke ring. His sword eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his tone became a little dangerous. Crocodile gritted his teeth and put a hand on him. At the moment of contact, he fell to the ground, although only one wrist was chained, but his body still could not lift the slightest strength. Chaos didn't talk too much, and also held his left hand. Sure enough, the Jinjin Fruit's ability could not be sensed, and the original surging strength also disappeared. Just like being seriously ill, the limbs were weak, and it was a little difficult to even move a finger. However, Chaos was much better than Crocodile, and he staggered and did not collapse to the ground. The gap between the two sides is obvious. Also holding the sea tower stone, Crocodile collapsed to the ground like mud, but Chaos was still able to stand. Just a little trembling in my legs. And his face looked exhausted. That weakness is like losing touch with the body and being powerless. There's a sense of emptiness, uninteresting in everything. Start practicing like this from now on, starting from learning to walk. Chaos took a step, and took a step with some difficulty. After a while, he took one step after another. The feeling of weakness is really uncomfortable. No sense of security. Wu tilde. With a slight sigh of relief, Chaos' body suddenly swelled, his body temperature began to rise a little, and finally wisps of white steam emerged. Then the pace became much easier. Try arrogance again. It is really useful to use Halo Stone to exercise. Crocodile slumped to the ground behind him, looking at Chaos who was walking, gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, and also started to act. Just crawling on the ground. It looked embarrassed, even a little pitiful. As everyone knows, after waiting, Crocodile more than once thanked that he persevered at this time, and followed in the footsteps of that man, embarking on the arrogant and high-profile road that was the enemy of the world and never stopped. It was a life of madness, testing on the brink of death, with his head hanging on the belt of his pants. Fully experience the meaning of life. All I can say is that it's good to be alive. Here, Chaos and Crocodile entered a new round of cultivation, and on the island of St. Pablo, Oaks and the others also waited for a date to come to the rescue. It was none other than the Crane. In the warship's office, Crane was sitting behind the desk, and the group of Oaks below was sitting on chairs, reporting on what happened in the windless belt this month. After listening to the Crane, he tapped the desk with one hand, and his face changed quickly. Lieutenant General Crane, I am willing to be punished when I return to Marinfando. Oaks is well aware of his mistakes, even if they are excusable. You all go down to rest first. Crane didn't blame anything, only the Marshal had the power to punish generals at the level of Major and Lieutenant Generals. As the Oaks and a few people withdrew, the office suddenly became quiet. Crane had expected this result before, so it wasn't too surprising. However, the fact that the Golden Emperor is trustworthy is really surprising. But what shocked the Crane the most was that the Golden Emperor had awakened and returned his life within 25 days. This was the most terrifying thing. Don't think that if you learn all forms, you will be able to awaken and return your life. That is wrong. There is no shortage of Marine Fando who can master one type of two types or even all types of Navy. But there are only a handful of people who have mastered the return of life. It can be said that the difficulty of awakening life and returning it is the same as domineering, or even higher. The Golden Emperor only took 25 days, which is different. Now that chaos is in Crane's heart, the level of emphasis has been raised by another level. Continue to grow, it must be another Kaido and Big Mom. The next day, Chaos raised the reward from 567 million to 783 million. The rate of increase is a little too fast. And the news that the Golden Emperor appeared on the island of San Pablo also spread. San Pablo Island is naturally lively. A large number of pirate ships dock every day, and various killings, robberies, and fights occur frequently. It's a pity that these pirates and forces are destined to be empty, and no one thought that the Golden Emperor would practice in the Windless Belt. The Crane followed the route given by Oaks and found the island before, but there was nothing on it. X. Chapter 57 Let him seen bridge many times. Chapter 57 Let him seen bridge many times. In the New World, a certain sea area was cloudless a moment ago, but the next moment, thunder and lightning flashed and the waves rolled. A pirate ship was advancing on the turbulent sea. Although it was extremely dangerous, the party was brightly lit inside the ship. All kinds of laughter and noise came out, making this dark and dangerous sea area not so scary. Clap. The white smudged thunder slashed, and the pirate flag hung high was painted with a skull with a curly beard. The pirate ship was called the Al Jackson, Boom. The hatch was violently pushed open, and a fat Murloc with a harpoon opened his thick lips a little eagerly. "Captain Roger, Monkey D. Garp has caught up again." The originally lively banquet suddenly quieted down. A pair of eyes looked at the fat Murloc, and then he slapped his wineglass and laughed. The atmosphere was not affected at all. "Samble, take a sip of spirits first." The first man in a normal shirt with a black beard picked up the pirate hat and red coat next to him, walked to the hatch and pointed to his position. Very easygoing personality. Okay. Samble didn't refuse either. He put down the harpoon and sat down in the first place, no longer in a hurry. It's just how it should be. "You drink first, I'll go out and see." Roger put on his coat, picked up the long knife placed at the door, and walked out of the hatch. "I'll go out and see." The host started, and a man with short blonde hair, white light glasses, and a black trench coat stood up. This is none other than the deputy captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, nicknamed Pluto, the legendary man who will be known as the right arm of the Pirate King in the future. Silbats Riley, the king of the underworld. That guy Garp is really haunted. On the opposite seat, a tall man with black hair wearing sunglasses, poured a bowl of wine and scolded. "You guys keep drinking and jabber and I just go out and have a look. It probably won't start a fight." Rayleigh signaled that everyone should continue to drink, and this scene is not once or twice. At this moment, the wind was whistling outside, and the whole sky was dark with heavy rain, and from time to time there were thunders shining in it, and a huge warship could be vaguely seen behind the pirate ship. Roger was standing in the stern, greeting Garp on the warship. "Cap, we're having a party, would you like to come up for a drink?" Roger grinned, and even after a few hundred meters, the voice was clearly transmitted. "Bastard Roger, you can't run away this time, I'll be drinking with you in the advance city." Garp folded his hands on his shoulders, the justice coat swayed in the wind behind him, and the admirals behind him looked serious, all letting the rain wet his whole body, and his eyes were very sharp. This conversation is somewhat familiar. Isn't that Navy hero Cap? Smell and catch up again. At this point Rayleigh and Jabber walked up to Roger, waving as if they were seeing an old friend. "Just greeting something special." It feels like cursing. It's Silbats Riley and Spark Jab. The generals on the warship became more serious. "You two bastards aren't dead yet." Garp stuck out his little finger and picked his nostrils, fighting back with a look of disgust. "Ha ha. Garp, you should stop being a navy, and turn the whole world upside down with me." Roger laughed heartily, even though he knew the outcome would not change in the slightest. He said so. "Stop talking nonsense." Garp didn't bother to talk nonsense, jumped up from the warship, clenched his fists and dyed the color of boiling arm directly. Roger grinned and kept a smile, and when he appeared, he was already in the air, holding a long knife in his right hand and slamming into Garp's fist. In an instant, the entire sky with lightning flashes and black clouds was washed away, and the golden sunlight shone down at once. With just one collision, the weather in the surrounding waters was changed. "Ha ha, your fists are still so hard." Landing on the pirate ship again, Roger looked at Garp on the bow of the warship and put away the weapon directly. "Little ones, run away. Bastard Roger, don't try to escape." Ha ha. As the pirate ships and warships disappeared one after another in this sea area, the clouds that had been swept away by the collision returned to the previous scene of thunder and lightning. It didn't take long for the news of the collision between Garp and Roger to be placed on the desk of Marshal Malinfan. In fact, it wasn't just Garp who acted. People like Zephyr and Sengoku are actually in the New World, and even Sarkaski and Borsalino are on the great route to capture pirates or suppress a sea base. In addition, characters such as Kaido, Big Mom, World Destroyer, Green Pepper of the Cone, Moria, etc. or the Kingdom forces are all in trouble. These are the famous characters in the original book, but there are even bigger pirates who are even more powerful than these, all chasing freedom, power and wealth. Among them, the Golden Emperor is undoubtedly the sweet pastry. The whole world is looking for it. But the Golden Emperor has disappeared for a month, and even though he appeared on St. Pablo Island, it was only a flash in the pan. But this is just the beginning. If nothing else, Chaos will have to disappear for a while. Then I feel that I can do it again, and then it will be windy and rainy. Early in the morning, the red sun rises from the horizon. It's not warmth, it's cold. Clouds and clusters of snowflakes fell from the blue sky at some point, like countless torn cotton balls, and half the island was covered in snow. On a cliff, Chaos was naked, looking at the distance. A lot of steam was floating all over his body, and the snowflakes were melted by the rising body temperature before they fell on his body. The left hand is still wearing a compass, while the right wrist is wearing Halenshi handcuffs. Compared to the weakness of 3 months ago, it is obviously much improved now. That's right, it took another 3 months to cultivate with Halo Stone this time. The results achieved are of course enormous. Lao Sha, it's done. Chaos stretched his back, turned to face the cave behind him, and kicked in the air. In an instant, a crescent-shaped black slash swooped, and the entire cave seemed to collapse with the huge explosion. It can be seen that there are various other gaps in the hole, and it is obvious that Chaos has done this a lot. After the dust dissipated, Crocodile walked out with a dark face. He also had 8 packups naked on his upper body, and the dark-armed color on his hands quickly disappeared. More mature and tougher than 3 months ago. The right wrist is also wearing Halo Stone handcuffs. Looking at the man who turned round, Crocodile had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know whether to thank this man, hate this man, or admire this man. He's been living in hell for the past 3 months. But it is undeniable that he has become stronger, not a single star. Armament and knowledge have already been initially grasped, and now even if he is chained by Halenshi, he will not lose all his strength, at least he will not be paralyzed on the ground like mud like 3 months ago. Thanks, because this man made him stronger. I hate it because this man let him see a bridge many times, and he almost swallowed his life in one breath. I admire him because this man is even crazier than him, and the pressure of cultivation is several times his. Now both sides are wearing Halenshi handcuffs. If they fight, he can't last for 10 seconds. This is such a monster. Work harder than him. Are you angry? X. Chapter 58 _ He is not allowed to keep a low profile. Chapter 58 _ He is not allowed to keep a low profile. Boss, what are you practicing today? Crocodile took a deep breath and stood beside Chaos and looked at the snow-capped mountains. You untie the sea tower stone to catch a sea king, and it's time to leave after eating. Chaos had black vertical hair without wind, and the steam fluttering on his body began to disappear and return to normal. Are we leaving? Crocodile was a beat slower. It's almost 3 months, and then I need to go out and apply for the certificate. Just do something by the way. Chaos has always practiced for a period of time, and then went out for a while, and after all, the combat experience is more practical. What's more, I didn't go out to make trouble for 3 months, and I always felt a little uncomfortable. He was not allowed to keep a low profile in his bones. Now that the capital is getting more and more abundant, and it is not more arrogant and high profile, it is sorry for so many days and nights of desperate cultivation. He is going to be the most arrogant man in the world. No problem. Crocodile untied the handcuffs on his wrist, and felt that his body was more than half relieved for a while, and finally he was about to leave. But still a little sad. Because the feeling of strength growth is really cool. Now he can beat him 50 or 4 months ago. As Crocodile disappeared, Chaos also untied Halish's handcuffs. Both the body and the spirit are more than half relaxed, and the feeling of the golden fruit has also returned. Not far away, the goddess of God, who was closed, also abruptly opened her eyes and stood up. Because of the battle with Garp in the Chambord archipelago, a lot of gold was lost, so the goddess of God couldn't maintain a height of 50 meters and looked much thinner. In the past 3 months, Chaos not only took Halishi to practice physique, domineering, etc., but also took time to develop the golden fruit at night. The 50-meter high goddess of God, Chaos, is not satisfied. In the absence of awakening, the more gold controlled by Chaos, the stronger the combat power. Now that he is stronger again, he can naturally withstand and control more gold. A gust of wind spread out with Chaos as the center, and the sight and smell soon covered the entire island. In some mountains or underground, as long as there is gold chaos, it can be sensed. The island has gold, but it is very little. Chaos was too lazy to dig. There is still a lot of gold on the empty island, but Chaos does not plan to go back. It seems that we have to fight other forces' ideas. By the way, I just advertised my re-emergence, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who's going to shoot? Chaos pinched his chin, his mind suddenly flashed. The world government, with more than 170 member countries, is the largest international organization in the pirate world. It stands to reason that these countries are all equal. But the reality is a bit cruel. Because all the allied countries must provide heavenly gold to the Tianlong people, the most intuitive thing is that the heavenly gold is all kinds of treasures, or important resources of some countries. Such as spices, gold and silver treasures, various rare minerals and more. All are precious resources. But the most valuable is gold. And the gold here is pure gold, the kind that cannot have the slightest impurities. This is also the reason why the civilians of the participating countries in the pirate world live so poor, because the country has to hand over the heavenly gold to the world government, dragon people, every year. In the end the gold fell on them these days. If this encounters those faint-hearted kings, the days will be even poorer. The kingdom of Gilgamesh, located in the first half of the Great Route, is one of the countries that join the world government. The king is a wise king, so the people of this kingdom live fairly happily. The kingdom is also considered rich. For this reason, the gold offered in the sky this year is almost all gold and silver jewelry. At this moment in the port of Gilgame Kingdom, a merchant ship is carrying supplies, and there is a warship next to it. Now what these people carry is the gold in the sky, which contains gold and various gold and silver jewelry, or spices and so on. The escort was not the navy, but a man in a strange costume and a strange mask. CPO, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Since it was personally escorted by a CPO, it means that this ship is extremely precious in the sky, otherwise it will be escorted by a naval colonel or a major future. If it is some special heavenly gold, there will also be a vice admiral escort. Or it may be escorted by the allied nations' own armies. In the end, the reason depends on the value of the heavenly gold. Now it is not only the Gilgamum kingdom that is preparing for the gold in the sky, but the other 170 member countries are also starting to prepare. All months in advance. Most of the other kingdoms were escorted by their own troops, or the navy sent generals to escort them. Any ship with a CPO following it shows that the gold in the sky is very precious. And these merchant ships that transport gold in the sky all need to pass through the Chambord Islands. It can be found that in the past month, a large number of navies have begun to land on the islands at the naval station and government entrances and exits from No. 60 to 69 of the Chambord Islands. Major generals abound, such as Borsalino, Flying Squirrel and others, as well as several lieutenant generals. Even the Crane came back temporarily. The Warring States period of the New World also returned to Marinvando. On the other side, on the calm sea, the merchant ship of the Kingdom of Gilgamesh and a warship sailed side by side, and were constantly approaching the Chambord Islands. This warship was led by a major general, but only obeyed the orders of Wichkpo on the merchant ship. The cloudless sky suddenly turned dark. Whether it was a merchant ship or a warship, the guards and navy above raised their heads, and when they saw what was blocking the sun, they were all stunned with their mouths open. The Yellow Gold Emperor. It's the Golden Emperor. Everyone on the deck lost control of their expressions. Looking at the goddess who covered the sky, they felt their insignificance. This kind of visual extravagance is the only one in the world. Damn, how can the Golden Emperor appear here after disappearing for 3 months? The Kpo and the Major General in the cabin came out and looked at the goddess with a peerless appearance and inviolability, especially the golden throne held by a pair of slender hands. Looking at them with a playful look, who is not the Golden Emperor? As for Crocodile standing next to him, he was directly ignored. Because Crocodile has not released the arrogant, second temperament. Not bad luck. Chaos looked down at the merchant ship with his eyes, especially when the Kpo and the Major General in the coat of justice came out. Chaos probably knew what this ship and warship were for. To be able to escort Kpos and warships, the 80% rate is what he is looking for. Heavenly gold. That's right, Chaos had the idea of heavenly gold since he left the Windless Belt. He originally planned to go to the Chambord Islands and wait for the rabbit, but he did not expect to meet him on the road. The index finger of the left hand pressed lightly, and the golden ribbon on the elbow of the goddess of God was gentle, just like him, or whoever he was. It was like a golden stream rushing out. The sound made everyone's scalp tingle. Hey! It exploded very quickly, and the masked Kpo suddenly appeared in the air. The entire right arm was inflated in a circle and then wrapped in armed color. It slammed vigorously on the front of the golden ribbon. With a huge roar, a shock wave spread, and both the merchant ship and the giant sword shook violently. Sir. Kpo landed on the deck, cracks were torn open, looked up at the golden ribbon fluttering in the air, unable to see the expression under the mask. The lieutenant next to him was startled. X. Chapter 59 Kpo, Unequal Battle. Chapter 59 Kpo, Unequal Battle. Notify Marinfando and send someone to support. Kpo felt great pressure when he looked at chaos held by the goddess of God. Yes. As soon as a major finished answering, the golden ribbon rushed down again with a piercing sound, like a python being nimble and fast, and a group of marines fired one after another, but the bullets only splashed sparks on it, leaving no traces. Kpo shot again, and the finger gun collided with the ribbon, leaving fingerprints on it. Chaos was not in a hurry, watching the Kpo collide with the ribbon with great interest. For a while, the Kpo successively used finger guns, shaving, moon steps, languid feet, and armed colors, and perhaps also seen and heard colors, paper paintings, iron blocks, and so on. It can be determined that it is not a devil fruit person. This combat power is a little worse than that of Lieutenant General Oaks, but it still remains at the level of Lieutenant General. From here, you can glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the world's government Kpo institutions. Maybe this Kpo is the weakest Kpo. Crack. Under the successive attacks of the Kpo, the golden ribbon actually began to produce cobweb cracks, and eventually all burst into pieces of gold fragments that fell towards the sea, but with the light lift of chaos, all the fragments merged and recovered. As is. Kpo landed on the deck, his chest heaving violently, panting heavily. The ribbon he had broken so hard was restored with such ease. The look under the mask is extremely ugly. It's a little bit of a skill, it can make me take it seriously. Chaos lifted the gold earrings and made a clear and loud sound. The whole golden ribbon began to be dyed with a layer of black substance in the air when it was visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a black and golden ribbon. This is armed color. One of the achievements of Chaos in 3 months. If you count it 3 months ago, you will find that when Chaos manipulated gold to attack, he did not get armed. It's not that Chaos doesn't want to, but that the armament color has not been cultivated to the extent that it can cover it in space. It's different now. As long as it is gold that Chaos can control, it can cover the armed color from the air. With the blessing of armed color, the long-range attack power of Chaos Golden Fruit will be improved by several levels. For example, now, the eyes under the mask of the Kpo have changed subconsciously. But the real danger has only just begun. Jingle bell. The metal collided with the bright and loud metal, and the huge golden light wheel behind the goddess of God formed 10 heavenly locks, which quickly turned into black gold from head to toe, standing around the golden ribbon, like a python carrying 10 poisonous snakes. In the same way, they all face the Kpo in a cold and frightening manner. SHHHHH. Like sharp arrows flying, the golden ribbon and the lock of the sky blocked the surrounding sky, all strangling or piercing towards the Kpo. Kpo was covered in hair, and disappeared in place for the first time. Land feet. Flashed to midair and kicked several kicks one after another, the huge crescent-shaped slashing dive, but the lock of the sky was very flexible, rubbing Land's feet and strangling out towards the Kpo. Kpo popped out with a punch, and a lock of the sky was knocked into the air, but he shook his body in the air humanely, and then shot at Kpo again. With bursts of gold and iron horses and sparks, the Kpo could hit the lock of the sky, but it couldn't break like before. With the lock of the sky blessed by the armed color, it is very hard. Puff. Suddenly hit by a golden ribbon, a mouthful of blood spurted out from under the Kpo's mask, the whole person fell towards the warship, and was buried in the debris in the huge explosion. Shoot! Shoot! Damn, useless. Many sailors on the deck shot at the golden ribbon or the lock of the sky, but they did nothing but splash a spark. Even the golden ribbon swayed its tail, and many sailors were like being hit by a Mercedes-Benz locomotive. Jingle bell. 10 locks of heaven rushed into the smoke-filled cabin, and under the cover of Chaos's sight, the location of the Kpo was unobstructed. As for the golden ribbon, it left the warship directly and ran through the merchant ship, and quickly attacked the gold storage area in the sky. Chaos sensed a large amount of gold. Damn. The only rear admiral shot, holding a long knife in both hands and slashing on the golden ribbon, also without leaving any traces. The golden ribbon was ignored, just like a boa constrictor that ran through the merchant ship recklessly, and finally broke through the wall and came to the location of the gold. All the gold touched by the golden ribbon is integrated into the ribbon and becomes a part. If Chaos wanted to control the gold, he had to touch it with his hands first, otherwise he would not be able to control it. The current golden ribbon is like an extension of Chaos' body. As long as it is touched by the golden ribbon, it is equivalent to being touched by a hand. It can be seen that Chaos has actually developed the golden fruit to a certain extent. The golden ribbon that became larger, left a merchant ship with thousands of holes, and quickly strangled it towards the warship. Ha! Kpo was so embarrassed that he soared into the sky, stepping on the moon and looking at the locks of the sky that were constantly wandering around. He knew that if the Golden Emperor was not dealt with, the attack would never end. Even if it is broken, it can be healed again. But Kpo looked at the goddess standing behind Chaos, and his heart was cold. Crocodile next to the throne, with a big back and a straight head, was meticulous, looking at the Kpo with a hint of sympathy. This fight is not equal at all. Lao Sha, we have about 20 minutes left. Go and clean him up and apply the 3 months of practice to actual combat as soon as possible. With a single wave of Chaos's hand, The golden ribbon and the lock of the sky turned into various swords and halberds to distance themselves from each other, forming an encirclement in the sky and the ground, aiming at the Kpo, and then looked at Crocodile. Good. Crocodile could not ask for it. In the past 3 months, he was only able to fight against Chaos, and he often ended up with a bruised face, and he had never fought against anyone else. Suffocated already. Elementalization disappeared in the hands of the goddess. Crocodile condensed on the side of the Kpo, and his right foot was wrapped in armed color, which was a sweep of thousands of troops. The Kpo has no choice but to fight with Crocodile. Chaos just sat on the golden throne, knocking on the chair with one hand and making a dull sound. His demeanor was like that of an aloof emperor, and in the sea below his feet, many people were struggling. Go to hell. The coat of justice was flying, and the previous major general held a long knife and appeared on the right side of Chaos in one fell swoop, with a successful expression on his face. Ding. Chaos didn't move, only to see a Fangxinhe halberd separated from the goddess of God, which firmly blocked a large shadow from behind, and the major general's triumphant face suddenly turned pale. Damn. At some point behind the goddess of God, a third hand appeared, grabbing the major general and giving it a light grip like a ham sausage. The screaming stopped abruptly. It's no different than pinching a fly. This little episode did not affect Chaos' mood. He was watching the battle between Crocodile and Kpo. Now it would be cool to have a pack of melon seeds and coke. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Crocodile still didn't win the Kpo, but had a slight upper hand. If this was Crocodile, who wasn't domineering 3 months ago, he might already be on his knees. Many sailors on the sea also watched. Both merchant ships and warships have lost their ability to navigate, but it will take some time for them to sink. And they have already notified Marin Fando. I believe there will be support soon. It only needs Lord Kpo to delay for a while, and then the Golden Emperor will be captured. X. Chapter 60_Let's join hands to become the most arrogant man in the world. Chapter 60_Let's join hands to become the most arrogant man in the world. Well? Chaos, who was watching the play, suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Chambord archipelago. In the perception of seeing and hearing, a golden light was shooting at an extremely fast speed, and it had already crossed 10 kilometers in just over 10 seconds. The bright photons condensed in the midair, and finally formed a figure. Chaos's eyes narrowed slightly. The appearance of this man was unexpected. Wearing a black round hat, a white line suit and blue tie, the justice coat fluttering behind him, a cigarette in his mouth and black gloves, Borsalino was a bit ruffian during this period, and he didn't look like a ruffian. Obscene direction development. It's really scary, isn't this the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos with a reward of 783 million? Borsalino spread his hands and exhaled a smoke ring from his mouth. Some yin and yang. He had been staying well in the Chambord archipelago, but he was notified that the Golden Emperor was robbing the heavenly gold offered by the Kingdom of Gilgamesh and needed support. He was only one step ahead, and Lieutenant General Crane had already caught up with him on a warship. The above order is to capture the Golden Emperor. Oops. Isn't this the Navy's 3 major rookie monsters, Borsalino? It feels so stressful. The Golden Throne was transferred, and Chaos crossed Lang's legs and looked at Borsalino with a half smile, and his eyes were full of contempt. That's really my pleasure. Borsalino stretched out his index finger, which was flashing with a crochet golden light, and lightly tapped it casually. In an instant, a laser penetrates, and it is not virtual at all. Boom. A huge explosion resounded under the sky. Chaos sat on the Golden Throne, slightly tilted his head and dropped a strand of black hair. The Golden Throne behind him and the chest of the Goddess of God were penetrated, and finally a big explosion occurred behind him. It's dangerous, Chaos had his legs crossed, his golden sword and earrings swayed, and he tilted his head to imitate Borsalino's tone. The circle of light behind the goddess of God flew to the head to form various swords, spears, swords and halberds, all aligned. Borsalino. In the face of such an intensive offensive, Borsalino remained calm. But when those swords, spears, swords and halberds all turned black and gold, the lazy face became a little stiff. Shhhhhhhh. The air was torn and swept into the air, and the densely packed swords, spears, swords and halberds charged towards Borsalino in one fell swoop with the sound of breaking through the air. All covered with armed colors. Borsalino disappeared in photonization for the first time, and appeared in the sky in front of Chaos. He held the orchid with his hands and crossed his fingers, shining with a crochet golden light, just like the dazzling golden sun. 8-foot Kyung jade. A large number of golden light bullets formed a meteor shower, overwhelming the sky and smashing towards the sword and halberd. Suddenly, the whole sky exploded again and again, forming a thin line of smoke billowing in the sky. Crocodile was forced to stop, and all the survivors on the sea below were holding on to the rubble to prevent them from being blown away. The billowing smoke shockwave hit, and Chaos still maintained the contempt of the king, not moving. However, the goddess of God reached out and stopped in front of Chaos, and those storms could not get close at all. When everything dissipated, Borsalino photonized appeared in the distance, and when he looked at Chaos who was safe and sound, he squinted and glanced at the goddess. Borsalino, being a navy has no future, come and follow me. Wealth, power, women, whatever you want. Let's join hands to become the most arrogant man in the world. Chaos's brain circuit was novel, and he even opened his mouth to solicit Borsalino. He remembered that many forums speculated that Borsalino was actually an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, but it is hard to say that Munchie D. Longian has not established Revolutionary Army now. In addition, this solicitation announcement is a little embarrassing. The wealth, power, and women in the front are okay to say, but they can join hands to become the most arrogant man in the world. If you taste it carefully, it seems to be quite tall. Also very fresh and refined. Anyway, Borsalino's expression was a little bit surprised. It's tempting. Borsalino was holding a cigarette, and the photonization appeared in vain in front of Chaos. His right foot was raised high, shining with dazzling golden light, and the coat of justice flew in the wind behind him. Very casual and lazy to the point of, but have you ever been kicked by the light? Boom. A small mushroom cloud lifted into the sky, filled with billowing smoke and fire, and a whirlpool pothole was formed on the sea surface underfoot. In the distance, Crocodile stared at the smoke. After a gust of wind swept through, everything inside was exposed. It's been kicked now. Kaust's body is golden and his head is tilted. The slender hand of the goddess in front of him is broken from the wrist, and the back of the golden seat is also missing a large piece, but the black gold arm is firmly in front of him. Borsalino's eyes turned cold, and the photonization appeared 10 meters away, and his face was a little gloomy. And Chaos stood up straight, and the hand of the goddess and the golden seat also returned to their original state. There is about a minute, so let's take a good look at the speed of the fastest man in the future. Chaos looked back from the direction of the Chambord Islands, and could sense a very dangerous aura. Standing up from the gold seat for the first time, Chaos began to dye black and gold from head to toe, and a lot of steam was floating at the same time. It's on fire as soon as it comes up. Call out. The atmosphere under his feet exploded, and Chaos disappeared in vain. The next second, there was wind in Borsalino's ears, and Chaos swept across with his icy eyes, as if he had emptied the air. Borsalino disappeared in the first photonization, and a large fan-shaped shockwave roared in an instant. At this time the sky was dark. Borsalino, who had reunited his body, looked up, and all the hairs on his body exploded. The ribbons and halo of the goddess of God all turned into swords, spears, swords, and halberds, falling down like a rain of swords. Borsalino held the orchid fingers in both hands and crossed them again, wanting to use the 8-foot Kyanga jade. But at this moment, a huge crisis hit, and Chaos appeared with a dangerous face, and the black and golden feet swept across like a mountain range. Borsalino resisted for the first time, but his face turned green at the moment of the collision. The huge force made the hands slammed against the face in reverse, and with a mouthful of blood, it turned into a golden beam and flew out at the first time. But before he could control his body, a huge storm came from behind. The goddess of God just appeared in that direction, as if specifically waiting for him. But the most terrifying thing was the changed form of the goddess of God. Although the body size was reduced to 20 meters, the dense arms stretched out from behind, as if the thousand-handed Guanyin pushed everything horizontally, and slapped him like a broken bamboo. And all palms are wrapped in armed color. Damn. There is the Golden Emperor in front, the goddess in the back, and the treasure of the king on his head, so he can only hide down. It has to be said that Borsalino's speed is very fast, and the attack of the goddess of the gods is empty. However, I'm specifically waiting for you. Not good. Borsalino didn't even have time to photonize, and Chaos was just waiting for him. Moreover, Chaos is also insidious. He is no longer bare-handed, but holds a black and gold longsword in his right hand, and slashes straight at Borsalino's neck. A cold air rushed straight to the Borsalino Tianling guy, and he smelled the danger of death. But Borsalino is not an ordinary person. He forcibly leaned back between the electric light and flint, and narrowly escaped the blow, but a cut was made on his left face, and hot and bright red blood was scattered. Starting point, Sengoku, Xiaoleng Zanqing, Wuzheng, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 61 comes with hot search. Chapter 61 comes with hot search. Click. The crisp and harsh sound of bone cracks sounded, and Borsalino's face was twisted. He avoided the long sword, but the hatch opened. After a blow, Chaos kicked and slammed into his chest. Borsalino spurted blood on the spot and turned into golden light and flew out, splattering blood along the way. Chaos's attack was not over. All kinds of treasures of the King of Swords, spears, swords and halberds flew in the air, all strangling out towards Borsalino. Especially the locks of the sky. As long as one is tied, then there will be countless ones, and then Borsalino will be the crab in the pot. Whether it is flat or round depends on Chaos. And the goddess of God didn't even watch it. She transformed into a Solomon majestic thousand-handed Avalokitesvara, and the overwhelming palm was murderous. Whether it was a horizontal push or a grasp, it was an extremely lethal attack. This battle is not 1v1, but Chaos besieging Borsalino. Jingle bell. The sound of metal collision resounded in the whole sky, and a lightsaber appeared in Borsalino's hand. And he quickly fled away from the sword, halberd or the lock of the sky that rushed up from time to time. He could see that the attacks were shrinking his range. Careless. Heaven and earth. Chaos's mind moved. The goddess who originally held the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara, exploded and turned into a chain of skylocks, connected with other skylocks that changed with swords, and halberds, and quickly blocked the sky. Complete siege of Borsalino. Not good. Looking at the shrinking cage, Borsalino's expression changed in shock. The most tragic and inhumane thing is that cold light spikes began to emerge from the inside of the lock of the sky, and it was especially covered with armed colors. Borsalino glowed like a crocheted sun, ready to give it a shot. But at this moment, the net of heaven and earth exploded and turned into a 50-meter-high giant sword. Losher, withdraw. With a dignified expression, Chaos gave up the attack and appeared on the great sword. At the same time, a lock of the sky wrapped around Crocodile and quickly disappeared into the sky. It wasn't that Chaos was unwilling to deal with Borsalino, but that it would be too late if he didn't leave. Just before Chaos took a few breaths, there was a huge roar from the other direction, and a powerful and ferocious breath cut through the sea, and finally stopped on the sea and caused a huge explosion. Did you escape? Crane stepped on the moon step, the sea formed a pothole under his feet, a lot of steam rose from his body, and his eyes were sharp and stern looking towards the direction of Chaos' escape. The dancing ponytail long hair fell down, and the breath was strong and pressing. The presence of the crane made Borsalino sigh in relief. This time he was careless. Almost at a loss. Boss, what are we doing in such a hurry? I can handle that kpa right away. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Crocodile stood on the golden giant sword, and some did not understand Chaos. You haven't cultivated your knowledge yet, but a powerful figure has come from the Navy. Although Chaos didn't know who the other party was, the aura was really powerful. There's a lot of pressure on him. Moreover, Borsalino is not so easy to kill. If you continue to delay, the Navy may have other support, and you will not be able to leave if you want to. Boss, are you too cowardly? Crocodile folded his hands on his shoulders and snorted slightly. He felt that this kind of running away without even seeing the opponent was very lackluster. It was an insult to his pride. You bastard, you deserve to be disabled in the future, and you were the first to be used for surgery. If you can't solve the enemy for 10 minutes, what's the use of you? Chaos scolded mercilessly. His eyes were full of contempt, like a sharp sword piercing through Crocodile's heart. I didn't do my best, or that guy would have died long ago. Crocodile blushed and quibbled. Keep blowing. Chaos sneered again and again, turning his head too lazy to look at Crocodile. Crocodile clenched his fists tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. In the past 3 months, he had experienced this man's vicious tongue, thinking that he was used to it and calmed down. But every time I can't hold it. After all, he is still an 18 or 19-year-old young man, and his social beatings and life experience have not yet settled down. It is easier to be impulsive. Holy place. Mary yo. What did you say? The golden gold offered by the kingdom of Gilgamesh was taken away by the golden emperor Gaia Chaos. In the office of the highest authority in the world government, the 5 old people were standing or sitting, or looking at the people who came to report. Yes. Tell me about the specific situation. One of the 5 old stars wearing a flat hat had a gloomy face, obviously suppressing his anger. If this news is known to those Tianlong people, it will be quiet again. But he is most angry with the Golden Emperor, which is simply a blatant provocation of the world government. After listening to the report, the 5 old stars all sat on the sofa with a stack of news materials on the table in front of them. About chaos. I believe you all know the value of the golden fruit. Now that you are openly looting the gold in the sky, you can't let it go. Wu Loxing, who had a birthmark on his forehead, snorted coldly. Let the warring states come back and arrest them in person. The Golden Emperor must be in our hands. Also raise the bounty. This time, the 5 old stars were obviously ruthless. Directly ordered the Admiral to go and arrest them personally. In the past, this situation was faced with such powerful men as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, Wang Yi, and John. And Chaos successfully stood on the same level with these legends by virtue of golden fruit and death-defying behavior. Chaos didn't know anything about all of this, and he continued to loot the heavenly gold offered by other allied countries. In just one day, 10 escort merchant ships were seized. It's just that the value is not as much as that offered by the Gilgame Kingdom, and it is mainly gold. Except for a small amount of gold and silver jewelry, most of the gold in the sky of one of the merchant ships is all kinds of spices, medicinal materials and so on. Even so, the goddess of the gods added to the height of 50 meters. Chaos is happy. But the world government is extremely angry, especially the dragon people. 10 ships were robbed in succession. How could the news be kept hidden? Moreover, Chaos now has his own hot search, and the news of robbing the gold in the sky has spread all over the sea. In addition to wanting to catch Chaos, many pirate forces have a trace of admiration. After all, there are only a handful of pirates in the ocean who dare to plunder the gold in the sky and despise the world government. But living is what matters. A new world, a naval fortress somewhere. Blue blue. A phone worm sounded. In the office, Warring States was discussing matters with several lieutenant generals and major generals. The phone worm ringing on the table interrupted the meeting. This is the Warring States period. Warring States answered the phone and already guessed who it was. Warring States, leave now and come back. A majestic voice came from the phone bug, very deep. I'll go back after I explain things. Warring States is so helpless. This is not the first call I made to him. Now the situation in the New World is a bit chaotic, especially after the Roger Pirates entered the New World. Don't worry, come back, the New World has enough Garp and Zephyr. Sora hung up the phone. And Warring States rubbed his forehead, that's all. Zephyr guarded the fortress, and Garp went out to bite, which was a perfect match. Next, the Warring States explained some things, and then led the adjutant to leave the New World. X. Chapter 62 Very sloppy Whitebeard. Chapter 62 Very sloppy Whitebeard. Outside the number? Outside the number? Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos openly robbed the alliance countries of the heavenly gold supplied to the world government. The Golden Emperor appeared on the Great Route to snatch the gold in the sky. As long as you get the Golden Emperor, you get everything. Golden Emperor's latest reward has risen from 783 million to 1,098 million. It is said that the Golden Emperor controls gold worth more than 50 billion Baileys. The latest news, Admiral Sengoku will personally capture the Golden Emperor. The king of the desert under the Golden Emperor, Crocodile, the bounty has risen to 560 million, and he is still the one with the ability of the natural shasha fruit. It is reported that the Golden Emperor and the king of the desert have looted 30 merchant ships with gold in the sky. For 2 or 3 days in a row, all the news headlines were related to the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos, and even Crocodile became famous. The bounty once ran up to 560 million Bailey. He is still only an 18 or 19-year-old child, but he has received a reward that he should not bear at this age. In the New World, a pirate ship in the shape of a whale is sailing on the wind and waves in a certain sea area. Kalala, the latest news seems to have something to do with this pirate. On the huge deck, there is a white beard with a crescent-shaped upward bending, and a man with long wavy golden hair. The height of more than 6 meters is like a giant. At this moment, he is holding a newspaper in one hand and a huge jug in the other. Drinking wine. This man will be called the strongest in the world in the future, and he is Edward Newgate with the white beard. Dad. The outside world is saying that as long as you get the Golden Emperor, you can get the world. Under the white beard, is a tall, thin man with a pineapple-like haircut and long double eyelids. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fanny Marco. Devil fruit is a rare beast species that is even rarer than the natural type. Golden fruit, do you control gold? There are many other pirates on the deck, all of whom will be famous in the future. For example, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joe's, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, etc. The above said that the Golden Emperor is a superhuman type with the ability of gold and gold fruit. He can sense gold and manipulate gold. Controlling him is equivalent to controlling wealth. In some respects, he has indeed gained the whole world. The captain of the 5th Division, Beaster, wore a high hat, and it seemed that his beard was just beginning to grow. To openly snatch the gold in the sky, there is something. Dad, our finances seem to be a little difficult, or let him be your son. Marco knew his father's stinginess and often sent treasures back to his hometown. Regardless of their reputation, the Whitebeard Pirates actually have a lot of expenses. In addition, the old man is addicted to alcohol and often throws banquets, causing the Whitebeard Pirates to have a deficit. Why? That's a good idea. As the head chef, Sachi's eyes lit up for the first time. Whoever knows the financial difficulties of the Whitebeard Pirates best is him and Marco. Kalala. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and pinched his chin subconsciously. He was thinking. Children, set off on the great route. After just thinking for 3 seconds, Whitebeard waved his hand. Oh. A group of pirates raised their hands and cheered. As long as the Golden Emperor became their brother, then they could drink and eat meat in a big mouth. It was not a dream to have 50 banquets a day. In this way, the most powerful pirate group in the future Great Pirate era went to the Great Route. No matter how you look at it, it's ridiculous and sloppy. Even a little childish. But this is the Whitebeard of youth. Feel free to sail on the sea with your family. It's hard to imagine that 20 years later, it was such a sloppy man who almost destroyed Marin Fando for the sake of running into the Navy headquarters alone. The dream he pursued was just a home and family. Except for the Whitebeard Pirates operation. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates, which returned without success 3 months ago, are almost dispatched again. The New World, several thousand meters in the sky. All kinds of fairyland-like islands are suspended, mountains and waters, and waterfalls fall. There is a large island in the center, and a series of huge palaces are located. Although a banquet is being held, the atmosphere is a bit depressing. Admiral, this time I will definitely bring back the Golden Emperor. The lone wolf spender who fluttered in the air last time, his sides trembled. He stood up from his seat with a serious look, and his words were sharp and firm. He is also unlucky. The last time I went to the Chambord Islands, it can be said that I was covered in bruises. I won't talk about the process. The key is that he waited for half a month in the Chambord Archipelago, but he didn't see the shadow of the Golden Emperor. Even if the Jelly Queen Anne came later, it would be useless. As soon as the Golden Emperor disappears, it is the kind that evaporates from the world, and there is no news at all. Last time I made a trip for nothing, Admiral. I'm very interested in this man. A sweet smell floated in the hall, and a woman stood up in the 9th position. The blue waist-length hair hanging down, with the green eyes, high nose bridge and hot red lips, as well as the sexy cool clothes and shorts printed with patterned lace, all show the maturity of this woman. Pretty. Stepping away her long legs in crystal high-heeled sandals, Annie lifted the blue hair and maple leaf earrings on her shoulders, and stood in the middle of the hall looking at the Golden Lion smoking a cigar on top. Jai ha ha. The Golden Lion bit the cigar and laughed, and waved his hand. Since that's the case, then this task is left to the two of you. Admiral, wait for my good news. With a charming smile, Annie turned and walked the catwalk to Spender's Indefinger with red nail polish. Admiral, I request that this operation be dominated by me. Spender blushed, not wanting to obey a woman. After all, he is also the lone wolf spender with a reward of 710 million, and he is also the captain of the 15th Fleet. And he is also famous outside. It's also about face. Oh? I don't mind if you're going to challenge my position. Annie stopped abruptly, and the ground of the entire hall suddenly became softer, and at the same time, a stronger sweetness filled the air, causing many people in the hall to change their expressions. Go out and fight. Annie, put away your abilities. Spendy, even Lao Tzu can't beat this woman. You should be the captain of your 15th fleet. 14 Fleet Captain, Wheelman Tricker, looked at Spandy like an idiot. Counting the women in the Flying Sky Pirates, which one is the most annoying? What's more, Spandy is no match for him, and above him there are 4 fleet captains 13, 12, 11 and 10. Jelly Queen Anne is the captain of Fleet No. 9, and this ranking alone can tell the difference. The 20 fleet captains of the entire Flying Sky Pirates are ranked by strength. The captain of the fleet behind can challenge the captain of the fleet in front, win and replace it, lose and let it be done. Their current ranking has been maintained for 3 or 4 years. If nothing else, it may last for several years. Humph. I'll be captain of the first fleet someday. Spender snorted coldly, holding his chest out proudly. The others shrugged, not surprised. What a lovely and stupid man. Annie habitually fluttered her blue hair, and the whole soft ground returned to normal. Then she walked the sexy catwalk, wishing to get rid of her buttocks, and finally disappeared at the door of the main hall. Starting point, Shenku menu, fleeting, 5,800 starting point coins, Big Brother come to hold one. Deep deduction Mr. Black Crow, 500 starting coins, Zinsen Moyen month, 300 starting coins, Mr. Dissatisfied, 88 yuan, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 63 This man's vanity is strong. Chapter 63 This man's vanity is strong. Chambord Islands, Naval Station. In Oak's office, now Sengoku sits in the first place, with Crane, Borsalino, Flying Squirrel and others sitting on the sofa below. Warring States came here as soon as he left the New World, and even Marin Fanda did not go back. As for Oaks, he has been slapped to the Colonel from the Middle and transferred to the New World. No matter what the circumstances, it is a fact that the Golden Emperor has learned to return his life because of him. Not being beaten to the end, or even being detained, is considered a lenient punishment. It can be said that both Tobit and Oaks were pitted by chaos. Have you found the trace of the Golden Emperor? Warring States held the newspaper in his hand, which contained information about chaos. Almost every navy that knows about it has investigated it. The gold in the sky that was offered to Kakaya Kingdom after looting an hour ago disappeared. He took a sip of coffee without lifting his head, and looked at the information in his hand. Borsalino, you have played against the Golden Emperor. How is the opponent's strength? Sengoku looked at Borsalino on the sofa. It's a loss. Borsalino spread his hands, calmly. Didn't feel ashamed at all. Warring States frowned, obviously a lot dignified. Even you suffered a loss? Sengoku seemed to be talking to himself, and once again turned his attention to the information, which contained various attacking moves spoken by Borsalino, as well as what Tobit and Oaks had learned about. All of them were moves that Chaos had used. Even if some moves have no names, they are carefully described. This survey can be said to be very detailed. What kind of move will cause what effect, what harm, and how to break it have all been analyzed in detail. Very professional. The Golden Emperor's character is very arrogant and arrogant. Trust me. Warring States knocked on the table with one hand, and other information was fine. Whether it is arrogant or arrogant, this kind of person is easier to deal with. But this is a bit of a credit. Although the Golden Emperor looks arrogant, if you look closely, you will find that this guy is actually a smart person, threatening Tobit to practice the C forms, and threatening oaks to practice the return of his life. The key is that this guy only spent 2 or 3 months to cultivate successfully. That's the most terrifying thing. This guy has a lot of talent and I don't think it's that easy to deal with. As a for credit, it's just a reference. He spoke, and the more she read the information, the more she felt that the Golden Emperor was a guy with an online ick, who knew how to advance and retreat, who had a bottom line, and who knew the rules of the law of the jungle. After all, an arrogant guy can't take cultivation so seriously. It also specifically threatened the Navy to get the 6th type. It is estimated that in the few months that he disappeared, he was cultivating. She was looking forward to meeting this guy, but unfortunately the guy ran a little faster last time. Post Island, one of the 7 routes in the first half of the Great Route, as long as you pass Post Island, you can reach the Chambord Islands, which did not appear in the original book. The towns on this island are bustling. Of course there is some confusion. Slave markets, red light districts, pub-ailing centers, killings and looting also occur frequently. In other words, the islands all over the world, except for those islands in remote areas that are not on the route, are basically like this. After all, this is a world dominated by pirates. Boss, is it really okay for us to be so swaggering? On the busy street, Crocodile looked around, and he always felt that many people's eyes were on them. That's not an illusion. With a cigar in his mouth in front of Chaos, his face was cold and contemptuous with a look of contempt for the king who looked down on this and that, as well as the fancy gold goose feather coat behind him, which fluttered in the wind as he walked around, giving him the temperament of a big guy, getting rich. It is the same style as Doflamingo, but the material is gold. Lao Sha, you are my person, and you will be arrogant in your actions in the future. Look at you walking like a woman, can you be more arrogant? Show your arrogance, I believe you have that potential. Chaos stretched out his hand and squeezed the cigar. After spitting out a puff of smoke, he frowned and looked at Crocodile with a trace of dissatisfaction. I wouldn't be surprised if someone came out and yelled at us now. Crocodile twitched, and he understood the man's publicity better. This is simply killing. A walk, or an expression, can be troublesome. Nothing will happen. Crocodile was even more confused about the future. He always felt that his head was only temporarily hanging on his shoulders, and he might fall to the ground one day. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, he was stopped by more than a dozen pirates on his way. All of them looked at Chaos with cruel and sinister smiles. To be precise, it was the golden goose feather coat. Each one of them is ferocious or shows the centipede scars on the body. Coupled with the tall and sturdy body, it has a strong deterrent effect, and it is easy to know at a glance. Captain, I'm pretty sure it's gold and free of impurities. A pirate held a telescope similar to a magnifying glass and carefully observed the golden goose feather coat. His wretched face was full of greed. BFFT, I'm a big pirate with a reward of 44 million. I can spare your life by handing over your cloak. The bucktooth pirate headed by, with a big face like a wash basin, threatened Chaos gloomily. These 2 people are finished, and they were targeted by the bucktooth pirates. Is that really gold? How do I feel like I've seen that person somewhere? Deserved. That guy doesn't know why he is angry when he looks at it. Does it feel very arrogant? It looks like a king of heaven. The more I look at it, the more it's wrong. I must have seen that man somewhere, and I can't remember it. I wish I had met the 2. There were many pirates or thugs watching the play around, all pointing and discussing. But Chaos in the field was very angry, and his face was pulling his hips down at a speed visible to the naked eye, even a little blue. There was already a cold light in the black eyes. You don't know Lao Tzu. There was a piece of ice stuck in his throat, so that his voice was as cold and sharp as a knife, with disbelief and anger in it. Who are you? Throw the cloak over so I won't let Lao Tzu chop you to death. Captain Bucktooth pulled out the gear sword. His eyes widened impatiently. Don't even know me? Don't know me? How dare you not know me? Chaos almost gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. The news report that he offered a reward of 1,098,000,000 Baileys has just been released. In addition, it is rumored that he will get the whole world if he gets the Golden Emperor, and the Golden Emperor will snatch the gold in the sky. The Golden Emperor owns gold worth more than 50 billion Baileys. The Navy dispatched the General Sengoku to capture the Golden Emperor in person. Just take out one of the above news, and it will be a big hit. But now there are people who don't know him. Occupation is still a pirate. Is this a slap in the face? Chaos is so arrogant and domineering, isn't it just for the whole world to know his reputation? This island is so prosperous, and there is a piece of news about him on the wall in the distance, but this pirate in front of him is actually talking nonsense and doesn't know him? Crocodile around him trembled, subconsciously took a step away, and then looked at the Bucktooth pirates with some pity. He knew how strong this man's vanity was. X. Chapter 64 _ This man is a wonderful, transparent fruit. Chapter 64 _ This man is a wonderful, transparent fruit. Too deceiving. Chaos' face became ruthless. His right hand was raised and pressed down, and a storm suddenly lifted the golden goose feather coat behind him, and the black vertical hair, sword eyebrows, and black eyes quickly turned golden. It was followed by a huge roar from the sky, and then it was dark. Everyone on the streets of the town looked up at the sky subconsciously, then opened their mouths slightly, stunned, and then turned pale. The huge shadow was revealed, so vast and sacred, a head of 3,000 gold silk fluttered along the wrist ribbon, and the huge halo and palace skirt swayed and turned behind it. The peerless appearance of the country and the city was so sacred and inviolable. The golden phoenix looked down, and the pirate thugs on the entire street were all stiff, their lips trembling subconsciously. The yellow gold emperor. He is the Golden Emperor. A reward of 1,089,000,000, the Golden Emperor who robbed the gold in the sky. The richest man in the world. If you grab him, you grab the whole world. Thousands of pirates were slaughtered in the Chambord archipelago, their bodies piled up in mountains and rivers of blood. Damn. Panic, greed, shock, and fear play out all over the island. The Bucktooth pirates, who were stared at by the goddess of God, now all fell to the ground, swallowing their saliva, and the cold sweat on their foreheads kept flowing. Why did he look so familiar? It turned out to be the Golden Emperor, a ruthless man who once slaughtered thousands of pirates in the Chambord Islands. Chaos opened his hands and closed his eyes, listening to all the chaotic and terrifying sounds around him, enjoying himself very much. The whole town was in chaos because of his arrival. That kind of spiritual enjoyment is difficult for ordinary people to experience. The originally angry vanity was suddenly filled. But Crocodile behind him wanted to hide his face and leave. Shame, really shame. He felt that this man was a weirdo. It looks like this now, just like showing what, middle two, is in the public. Just because a little pirate didn't know him, he even summoned the goddess with such a big fanfare. Please, now the whole world wants to catch you. Can we be quieter? However, other people's feelings are completely different from that of Crocodile. The goddess of God Crocodile is tired of seeing it, but these people have never seen it, and they are still so close. Thinking about the height of 60 meters, whether it is appearance, body, or dress is unique in the Arabian Nights, and the whole body is gold, who can keep calm. Just like her sister is a big star, in the eyes of outsiders, she is unattainable, goddess, and difficult to desecrate. But in the eyes of the people closest to him, it was just like that. On the contrary, it was very disgusting. In the eyes of outsiders, it is visual and shocking, and the Golden Emperor spreads the arrogance of a bastard throughout his body. But in Crocodile's eyes, they are words such as shame, middle school, and strange. This is the difference. Ha! Just when Chaos closed his eyes and enjoyed it, there was a gust of wind in his ears, as if some invisible weapon was attacking, causing Chaos to open his eyes suddenly and feel a sense of danger. The upper body quickly turned golden and wrapped in armed color. The next second, sparks scattered around the neck. As the gold earrings and a strand of blonde hair fell, a white stain was left on Chaos's neck. Chaos' face changed slightly, and he swept his whip leg sideways. The huge storm spread out, and cracks appeared in the stone ground under his feet. Chaos only felt that someone was swept away, but there was nothing in front of him. However, 2 footprints were left on the ground. Thanks to the knowledge and color being released around the clock, otherwise this sneak attack is not as simple as leaving a trace. Who? Crocodile was tensed, and 2 mini sandstorms appeared in his hands. He didn't notice anything just now. Chaos's face was terrifyingly black, and his golden eyes swept to the left 10 meters. Although there was nothing anywhere, he noticed something. Others on the street were also taken aback. The Golden Emperor seems to have been attacked. Captain, let's go. The Bucktooth Pirates, who had collapsed on the ground, found an opportunity and prepared to withdraw. Chaos didn't want to. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen swords, spears, swords and halberds fell, pinning everyone to the ground in one fell swoop. The screams and begging for mercy gradually disappeared, only the pungent blood stained the ground. From Chaos's point of view, robbing him without knowing him is a crime. What's more, these people are dead. From the beginning to the end, Chaos's eyes did not leave, and his eyes were always 10 meters to the left. Dare to sneak attack and dare not show up? Chaos sipped his cigar, his nostrils exhaled smoke rings, the gold earrings and goose feather coat fluttered without wind, and the huge halo behind the goddess of God was suspended in midair, all transformed into 18 weapons and fell down covering the entire street. Come on. Get out of here. The shadow on the head made the other people's faces turn pale, and they all fled in embarrassment. If those weapons fell, they would all be dead. At the scene, Chaos's line of sight suddenly moved 30 meters to the right, and at the same time, the swords and halberds that fell from the sky were all flying like bullets. Boom. Boom. The indiscriminate attack flew down, and most of the streets exploded again and again, and the surrounding buildings collapsed like a piece of paper to form ruins. The dust that covered the cloud cover enveloped the surroundings, and Chaos snorted coldly. You want to leave after the sneak attack? Looking for death? Standing in the sky, the goddess of the gods burst with a bang, turning into gold powder and scattering towards the entire town, and the world turned into a golden ocean in the blink of an eye. Some pirates or civilians were ecstatic and desperately put the gold dust in their arms. Some even hold pockets to refill. These are all gold dust. Compared with these ignorant guys, some pirates with online recall entered the house to hide. They don't believe that the Golden Emperor is so generous. There must be something wrong with those gold powders. As the gold powder covered the sky and the ground, a figure of gold powder appeared in the place that was originally empty. As expected of the Golden Emperor with a reward of 1,098,000,000, it really isn't that easy to kill. The figure was revealed to be a tall and thin man wearing a mask, dressed like a knight clothes, and a black scarf around his neck, dressed like an assassin. Holding a dagger in his hand, he flicked away the gold dust on his body with a flick of his body, and his whole body was actually covered with armed colors. I don't kill nameless people. Chaos looked at Goiterans indifferently, and the ability of the other party made him interested. Transparent Goiterans. A pirate hunter. Goya Terence flipped the dagger and stood in front of him in an attacking stance. Lao Sha, do you know me? Chaos has roughly determined the opponent's ability. Unsurprisingly, it should be a superhuman type with transparent fruit ability, but I didn't expect to meet it here. I heard that it seems that the pirates who offered a reward of 400 million Baileys have been caught. The mini sandstorm in Crocodile's hands disappeared, and he happens to have heard of the name of the transparent man, Goya Terence. It is still very famous in the sea, especially as a pirate hunter. The ability of the devil fruit is not bad, and it is barely qualified to be my subordinate. Now you have two choices, either surrender or die. A small piece of gold powder flew and turned into a nail clipper, which was held by Chaos and manicured. Somewhat casually. Starting point, Shenkumumeng Yui 3000 starting coins, old vegetable fan, welcome to the African tribe, 500 starting coins, glory comes to me, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 65 _ What if those ideas on the forum post bar succeed? Chapter 65 _ What if those ideas on the forum post bar succeed? Sure enough. Despite wearing a mask, Goya Terence could vaguely hear sarcasm and disdain in his voice. Obviously, he did not take Chaos seriously. With his ability, if he wants to go, no one can stop him. This is confidence. Although the pirates who died in his hands did not have 1 billion Baileys, there were still 4 or 5 billion Baileys. In his opinion, the reward offered by the Golden Emperor is simply not worthy of virtue. It is nothing more than the high value of the fruit ability, and the fact that the robbery of the heavenly gold annoys the Tianlong people, which increases the reward to 1,098,000,000. The strength is estimated to be the same. Since the first sneak attack has failed, let's retreat. Golden Emperor, I'll take your head next time, but don't let anyone else take it. Goya Terence finished his words, and his whole body became transparent again. Where did it go? Crocodile released his knowledge, but did not perceive the existence of the other party. Obviously, the other party's knowledge was stronger than his. A pirate who can kill a bounty of 4 or 5 billion Baileys is definitely not a weakling. Want to go? Chaos smiled contemptuously, but the other party was arrogant in front of him, which was simply giving him eye drops. If this allowed him to escape, Chaos's thoughts would never be understood. The tornado of God. He raised his right hand and squeezed it hard, rendering it into a golden town. All the gold powder turned into a tornado that connected the sky and the earth, and finally turned into black gold and swept the entire town, destroying everything. Damn. Run. The Golden Emperor is crazy. The pirates, who were already far away, looked at the black gold tornado that kept sweeping and even began to turn the clouds in the sky, and they continued to run as far as they went with aghast. The whole town is shaking. This trick is still learned by Chaos from Crocodile, converting all gold into golden sand, and then turning it into a golden salon tornado. If you let it go, it will get bigger and bigger. Eventually a natural tornado forms. That's the real power of nature. It can be said that Chaos has now developed the golden fruit to be like a natural system. At least the power is so in some respects, such as the tornado of the gods. The only flaw is that the name is very low. Damn. Goya Terence, who was already transparent, felt the dragon hurricane behind him with increasing suction, and his speed suddenly slowed down. The most important thing is that the tornado has been following him, which shows that the Golden Emperor is aware of his position. The other party's sense of seeing and hearing is very strong. Call out. But the biggest trouble is just beginning. Chaos disappeared, and when he appeared, he was half a meter above the ground. The golden color, armed color, and iron blocks form the black gold color. His eyes were cold and swept across the thousands of troops. In the originally empty place, Goya Terence held the dagger in one hand, and his face was full of astonishment. Ding's easy. The huge force of the landslide and the ground cracked, and the dagger covered with armed color collided with the black and golden whip leg, bursting sparks out of thin air, and it could be seen that the whip leg was advancing forward, and the dagger was drawn on Terence's chest in one fell swoop. The sound of bone cracks sounded for the first time, and Terence spewed blood from his mouth with a painful expression on his face. His transparent body was revealed, and he turned into a cannonball and smashed to the ground. After leaving a broken gully, he didn't even have time to breathe. Disappeared again transparently and disappeared in place, because the tornado that connected the sky and the earth had already hit him. Ha! Chaos sneered to the ground and flicked the gold earrings on his left ear. In an instant, it turned into a dart like a golden lightning, and shot at the empty ruins in one fell swoop. With a groan of pain, Terence revealed his body. As soon as the ground rolled, a wound appeared on the arm, dripping with blood. Ding ding! There were several metal collision sounds, and the earring on Chaos' right ear and the gold ring on his 10 fingers were suspended in the air and turned into mini darts. They were wrapped in arms to form black gold, and they shot at Terence with a whistling sound. Damn! Terence's hair exploded, and the transparency disappeared in place and quickly fled. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to develop the golden fruit to such a degree. The main thing is that the other party can perceive his position. In the past, relying on the color of sight and transparent fruit, he had no advantage in sneak attacks. But today was sloppy. You dare to be arrogant in front of me even with this little strength? Who gave you the courage? The cold and deep contempt sounded, and Chaos turned into a human-shaped black metal, but the vertical hair was very soft and still fluttering. At this moment, he swept his hands in his pockets again. Some action is very elegant. The big face under Terence's mask was twisted, and he held a dagger in his right hand to stop it in front of him, but the force was too strong, and it flew out and shot through the houses again, and finally lay at the end and coughed blood continuously. I don't even want to roll on the spot, and in the next second, several potholes appear on the ground, which are darts. Before he could lift it up in one breath, Terence's scalp exploded, Chaos fell from the sky and pressed down with one foot. Terence rolled around again, but Chaos moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, his right foot was thrown back, and then he kicked out like a broken bamboo. Terence crossed his hands on his abdomen, and his eyes almost burst from the middle of his foot. The whole figure was pushed across the ground like boiled shrimp, and finally he couldn't hold back and shot into the tornado. Infinite force began to pull. Terence was covered in armed color, and even closed his breath, but the friction caused by the rotation of those golden sands was too strong, and his armed color was rapidly depleting. As long as the armed color is consumed, he will be ground into powder by these golden sands. I can be your subordinate and spare my life. Terence was really panicked. In the face of death, few people can be calm. Chaos was standing in mid-air at the moment, watching the tornado that stirred the wind and clouds in front of him, and was gradually escaping his control. He also heard Terence begging for mercy. With both hands open to use the ability, the constantly rotating tornado began to be resisted, but it would take a while to stop completely. About 10 seconds later, the tornado stopped spinning, and with a huge explosion, it turned into a goddess again. At the same time, a large amount of dirt and broken walls fell from the sky. The entire sky cloud formed a vortex, and gradually moved out in all directions. Chaos frowned, looking at Terence with only the upper body left on the ground, and he almost swallowed his last breath. It seems that he is not qualified to be his subordinate. If he persisted in these 10 seconds, he might still consider it. For now, forget it. Lao Sha, go find some fruits, apples, bananas, pineapples, grapes, Hurry up. Chaos fell from the sky and pinched his chin to test his thoughts. After all, the value of transparent fruit is quite large. In case those ideas and guesses on the forum post-it succeeded, then he will be able to build up a powerful force, and it will be up to his Golden Emperor to decide whether the sea will be chaotic or not. It doesn't matter if it fails, it's waste anyway. Fruit? Crocodile was a little stunned, but this man sometimes couldn't figure it out, and it was difficult to understand all kinds of strange movements and behaviors. He was not surprised. He turned into sand and flew out of the ruins after a little astonishment. Why don't you leave a message, whether it's well written or not? You just keep silent, even if it's scolding. Say whatever you have, otherwise how can I copy book reviews and write them in an open and honest way? If you don't speak up, isn't this adding to my workload? Too much, huh? Starting point, deep deduction, Suxi Y. 1,500 starting coins, welcome to the African tribe, 500 starting coins, glory comes to me, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 66 Depriving Devil Fruits failed. Chapter 66 Depriving Devil Fruits failed. Ding clang. With a wave of Chaos's hand, the goddess of the gods turned around in turn, and finally turned into a tight spherical room next to Goiterans. That's right, Chaos intends to try to deprive the devil fruit. There are a lot of related speculations in the previous life forum and post-bar. Among them, Blackbeard deprived the devil fruit, and most of them speculated that it was because of the dark fruit. There are also several kinds of people who lock the ability person with some fruits in an airtight environment, and then kill the ability person. Maybe the devil fruit will re-enter the new fruit and then transform into a devil fruit. But this airtight environment is a little tricky. Some say black cloth, some say Seafloor Stone, and Chaos is going to try it with gold first. In fact, Chaos is also a whim. Even if it is unsuccessful, there is no loss. And if he fails this time, he plans to try it with black cloth and halo stone in the future. From the point of view of Chaos, the airtight environment made of Seafloor Stone has the highest probability. After all, Seafloor Stone restrains the devil fruit. The other is the dark fruit, only these two methods are the most likely. Boss. Crocodile's movements were fairly fast, and Goiterans really took a breath. Throw it in. There was a crack in the spherical room, and Crocodile hurriedly threw in the fruit he found. There were apples and bananas, and almost all the fruit stalls had brought. Chaos waved his hand, a golden branch stretched out from the spherical room, and it rolled up Goiterans and disappeared to the ground. The entire spherical room was integrated without the slightest gap. Goiterans can suffocate and die inside without the need for Chaos to do it. However, Chaos still helped Goiterans, and a golden thorn stretched out from the sphere, piercing Goiterans' head in one fell swoop. Boss, what are you doing? Crocodile still didn't understand why Chaos was doing this. It's so troublesome to kill someone, and I even go to buy fruit. Is it to pay homage to Goiterans? It's so nice too. It was clear that he made people so miserable. You don't understand. Chaos carried his back with one hand, and felt the inside of the gold carefully. Goiterans was already dead and could no longer die. Crocodile twitched. How can I understand if you don't tell me? He hated Chaos the most. He pretended to be unpredictable at every turn. As everyone knows, to outsiders, it looks like a neurotic. 5 minutes later. 10 minutes later. Crocodile grew impatient. On the surrounding ruins, there were many pirates peeping in and out, all of them looking at Chaos and Crocodile inexplicably. Does the Golden Emperor want to suffocate the transparent man Goiterans? No way. The means are so cruel. Some pirates looked at Chaos in horror, knowing that Goiterans was already on the verge of death, Even if it didn't take long, he would die, but the Golden Emperor did not let it go, but wanted to suffocate Terence. This is brutal. To be tortured before dying. It's just utterly disgraceful. Boss, that guy is already dead. Crocodile was getting blurry. 10 minutes. Chaos ignored it, just frowning and feeling the inside of the gold. In his perception, Terence was indeed dead, and the body was cold. But the fruit inside has not changed. Did it fail? To be on the safe side, Chaos planned to wait another 20 minutes. A golden tributary fell from the sky, and eventually turned into a golden sofa suspended on the ground for a foot. Chaos sat on it and took out a cigar to light it, waiting slowly. Crocodile scratched his head and had no choice but to sit on the sofa. Rewind time to a few minutes ago. Chambord Islands. Naval Station. General of the Warring States period, the Golden Emperor has appeared on Post Island. A signal soldier took the information and entered the office a little breathless. Let's go now. Sengoku, who was processing documents, raised his head with sharp eyes, grabbed the coat and cloak on the chair and walked out of the office. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the warship left the port. At the same time, other forces with information channels also knew about Chaos' whereabouts. What is the Golden Emperor doing? It's been half an hour. Transparent people are already dead. When the screen returned to the scene, many pirates waited with Chaos for half an hour. All are like fools. I have absolutely no idea what the Golden Emperor is doing. But most of the eyes were on the goddess, which was the golden mountain that was close at hand. But even if they were greedy enough to drool, these pirates would not dare to do it. Looks like a failure. Chaos had already smoked 3 cigars, and although he was prepared to fail, he still had a bit of luck. Feeling a little sad inside. After all, half an hour has passed. Gently waved the golden ball to form a tributary and returned to the arms of the goddess. Terence was really cool, and the fruits were scattered everywhere and remained the same. Let's have a drink first, I'm guessing it won't be long before you're in trouble. The golden sofa hangs in the air, flying towards other streets. For such a long time, I believe that some forces have already known his whereabouts. First look at those bulls, ghosts and snakes. If they are too strong, they will withdraw directly. If they are sure, they will fight. Chaos knows his situation very well. He is walking on a tightrope, so he has to be cautious and do what he can. In the same sentence, arrogance must be arrogant with certainty. Life, first. In the sight of many pirates, the goddess of God flew into the sky and disappeared in the sky, while the Golden Emperor and the King of the Desert came to the streets of the eastern area and entered a tavern directly. The golden sofa also disappeared in a flash. Entering the tavern with a swagger, the hall that was a little noisy suddenly quieted down. Welcome to come. What do you need? The boss personally received it, and I didn't know whether it was excitement or fear. Clearly recognized Chaos. Newspapers are on the counter. Moreover, the news of the Golden Emperor's appearance had already spread all over the island. Whether it's food or drink, as long as it's the most expensive. Everyone's consumption, Lotzi pays. Chaos snapped his fingers, and the crisp sound of jingle bells sounded outside the tavern, forming a golden tributary into the hall, and began to crackle and fall on the table. All are gold coins. However, the gold coins are a bit fancy, and both the front and the back are printed with the head of Chaos, which is lifelike and indifferent and handsome. Gudong. Whether it was drinking in the hall or the pirates peeping outside, watching the gold coins that kept falling on the table, they all swallowed their saliva. The sound of every gold coin falling on the table is the most beautiful sound in the world. The tavern owner and the waiter were all blushing and excited. Is it enough? The gold coins piled up on the table, and Chaos took a cigar and spit out a smoke ring. Grandpa is not bad for money. Arrogant. Enough is enough, hurry up and take out the oldest red wine in the cellar, and at the same time make the most expensive ingredients in the store, hurry up. The boss yelled at several waiters, the customer is God. And this is the father of God. Is there any other orders from the Golden Emperor? The boss is like a dog's leg, with a face full of joy. Chaos waved his hand, seeing and hearing covering most of the island and looking at it. X. Chapter 67 That's a Thunderbolt Gossip. Chapter 67 That's a Thunderbolt Gossip. The waiteress' actions were fast, and all kinds of delicious wine and food were served, which was like taking Chaos as a new parent. After all, Chaos is very generous. Each waiter has a tip of 10 gold coins, which is pure gold with high density and no impurities at all. Just as Chaos and Crocodile were enjoying their delicious food, a pirate ship full of patches docked at the port. The flying skull flag was a bull's head of unknown breed. Boss, we have made a fortune. A group of pirates disembarked, headed by a 6-meter tall guy with a patch mace on his waist and a simple and honest-looking guy with a nose ring on his nostrils. Buffalo Arquette, a reward of 220 million. The captain of the Buffalo Pirates is also famous on the surrounding islands. It's just that this famous name is not full of evil, but synonymous with honesty and even stupidity. Because this guy never kills, hurts, robs civilians or merchant ships, but only shoots at some pirates who kill, hurt, and rob. He is a very principled pirate. Civilians on the surrounding islands are not afraid. Because of this, the Buffalo Pirates are often so poor that they can see from the clothes worn by the pirates, and the tattoos are full of patches. The pirate ship is also tinkering, just like sticking all kinds of big band-aids. The reason why Buffalo Arquette's bounty is so high is because he hammered to death some Marines who bullied civilians, including several major generals. Even an ordinary lieutenant general who captured him was almost hammered to death. Despite his naive appearance, his combat effectiveness was very strong. How to get rich? Arquette blinked his big eyes, and his head didn't turn around. Boss, I just heard the news that the Golden Emperor is on the island. As long as we catch him, we can eat and drink spicy food and become the richest person in the world. One of Arquette's subordinates was very excited. Recently, he often heard the reputation of the Golden Emperor. Unexpectedly, stepping through the iron shoes and finding nowhere will take no effort, and I actually met them on Post Island. There are discussions on the street now, and it's hard to wonder if you don't know. Is he a bad guy? Arquette stared at the bull's eye. He only killed those bad people who killed, robbed, and bullied others. This was his last stubbornness. It should be. The little guy scratched his head, not very clear. The other little ones also had stupid expressions on their faces, and it was a miracle that this boat was not wiped out. As everyone knows, there are actually only 9 people in the whole ship, plus the Buffalo Arquette himself. Let's go and ask, won't we find out? A pirate wearing a hat full of stitches, his mind flashed. Yes. Just ask and you will know. Then let's go. 10 minutes later, outside the pub. Isn't that the idiot of Buffalo Arquette? I haven't been at Post Island for several days, and it's a rare visitor today. Is this the famous Bull Arquette? It's him. Don't look at him so tall, he's actually very stupid. There are many pirates or civilians around, and it is not surprising to see a few Buffalo Arquette. What is this stupid cow doing? In the sight of everyone, Arquette entered the tavern with 8 younger brothers, looking around for something. Boss, he is the Golden Emperor. As the icon board, Liu pointed at Chaos, who was elegantly tasting steak and drinking red wine. Arquette turned his head immediately, and the ground seemed to be shaking as he walked. The 6-meter high body was stuck there. blocking the sunlight coming in from the window. The 8 younger brothers followed, all gulping at the delicious food on the table. Arquette's reaction was even greater, and the swallowing could be heard even outside the tavern. Chaos put down his knife and fork slowly, and swayed the red wine glass with his right hand and glanced up and down at the big man. The clothes worn from head to toe are all patches, and even the mace attached to the waist is especially patched. It is not so much a mace as it is a stick. There are 2 or 3 sparse ones left. Poverty. Silly. This is Arquette's first impression of Chaos. Looking at the little guy behind the big man, he was also wearing ragged clothes that were patched and patched everywhere, and was staring at the food on the table while swallowing. Individual saliva has been unable to control the flow on the chest. Too bad. It's a skill for such a big man to get mixed up to this point. Crocodile looked a little stunned. Are you the Golden Emperor? Arquette struggled to look away from the food, looking at the urn of chaos and asking. Goo goo. There was a sound from the fat belly, and Arquette blushed, feeling very ashamed. Is there a problem? Chaos's face was a little weird. This guy has no deterrent effect at all. Even if he grows up to a height of 6 meters, it is 3 times his size. Did you kill a lot of people? Zhao wiped his saliva and questioned Chaos with a straight face. Like a partner of justice. Then, what? Chaos looked at these people like a fool. Boss, he admitted it. Surely an evil guy. Several pirates immediately pointed to what Chaos had pointed out, and they were all on guard with smashed weapons. The more Chaos looked, the more he felt that these guys were mentally retarded. Simply inexplicable. If that's the case, then die. Arquette widened his eyes angrily, took out the mace that had been patched around his waist, and quickly dyed it jet black and swept out towards Chaos. Good guy. The first second he was silly, and the next second he turned into a wild beast. Compared with the previous one, his aura was like a shattering heaven and earth. This stick has not yet arrived, and it will be powerful. If it is entangled with thunder and lightning, it will be a thunderous gossip. Boom. A violent storm swept through the entire hall. The tables, chairs and benches were instantly crushed, and many pirates were thrown out and vomited blood, and even Crocodile's expression changed. It's a bit of a skill. The surface of the entire restaurant has been broken, and when the dust storm dissipated, the indifferent voice of Chaos came. How is it possible? The little Saiho had already retreated, stunned, and watched Chaos's entire right arm turned black and gold, grabbing the mace, and sitting on the stool without taking a step back, with black hair and golden earrings dancing wildly. When the golden goose feather coat fluttered down behind him, Chaos held the mace with 5 fingers and moved it away, watching the blushing Arquette gently push. The latter backed out uncontrollably, and the simple and honest face was a little stunned. Boom. The tattered roof was penetrated, and a giant object smashed to the ground. Everyone only felt the ground shake. Then when the dust cleared, a golden warrior kneeling on the ground stood up, holding a mace in his hand. 6 meters high. A pair of golden eyes turned, and he walked towards Arquette. Defeat him, and forgive your offense. Chaos waved his right hand casually, and the golden warrior blasted and shot. His left foot sank deep into the soil, holding a golden mace in both hands, tearing his eardrums and blasting towards Arquette. Watch me beat him. Arquette glared at the bull's eye, and the tattered mace in his hand was once again wrapped in the color of the armed force, directly facing hard. He is confident in his brute force. Bang! The 2 mace collided abruptly, and the air pressure spread again, lifting Chaos's goose feather coat and earrings, and further shattering the crumbling tavern. X. Chapter 68 _ Whoever is afraid of anyone, don't hide. Chapter 68 _ Whoever is afraid of anyone, don't hide. Boss, change the table again. A golden tributary hangs down from the hole in the roof, which turns into a golden dining table and two golden chairs one after another. Yes. The boss and a group of waiters who were hiding in the rubble swallowed their saliva in fear. I don't know if it's luck or not, the kitchen is still well preserved. Boss, do you want me to do it myself? Crocodile sat on the golden chair and looked at the golden warriors and Arquette fighting on the street of the tavern, feeling a little ready to move. Don't be in a hurry. Chaos has Lang's legs crossed. The golden warrior has not been really used since it was developed. This pirate who looks like a fool can just give it a try. Boom. The slate streets were cracked and cracks spread, and the two mace collided together, forming a mighty shockwave of brute force. Many pirates scolded and retreated, but they did not leave. This time, the golden warrior fell into a disadvantage, retreated more than 10 steps and left footprints, and the golden mace was also covered with cracks. It's a bit of a skill. In the dilapidated tavern, Chaos lifted the gold earrings, and the opponent's brute force and armed color were very powerful. However, visible to the naked eye, the golden warrior's majestic golden body turned into black gold from head to toe. Chaos also used the armed color. The ground under his feet exploded, and the golden warriors who turned black and gold went forward without a hitch. When they came to Arquette, the mace attacked brazenly. Arquette did not flinch, and swept out with a roar. In an instant, the dull explosion spread, and Arquette's simple and honest face flushed red. After only a stalemate for a moment, the black gold mace slammed into his chest with his own mace, and blood spurted out of his throat uncontrollably. The huge 6-meter-high body flew out and exploded through the houses, and a large piece of dust directly enveloped half of the street. The golden warrior walked like a tiger, dragging his black and golden mace into the ruins of the ruins. His expressionless face was like a battle machine without emotion. I won't lose. Pushing away the broken wood shavings on his body, Arquette wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, held the mace and looked at the golden warriors approaching, and rushed out angrily, taking the lead in launching the attack. The two mace rammed again, and Arquette's face was in pain, and his entire arm was shaking. PFFT. Before Arquette could back down, the golden warrior slammed a left hook into his face, causing Arquette to bend down and vomit blood, including a tooth. Without giving Arquette a chance, the golden warrior put another knee on Arquette's chin, and the ground exploded in a radius of 30 meters. Arquette couldn't control his body and started to leave the ground. Just at this moment, the golden warrior spun around quickly and hit Arquette in the middle of the chest with a roundabout kick. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced through the air. Arquette turned into a cheong and rammed all the way, and most of the street disappeared. Bah! Climbing up from the ruins, Arquette shook his head, spit out the dirt and dust in his mouth, and looked at the golden warrior who strode forward. His eyes began to turn red. The whole majestic body began to swell, and the simple and honest face began to wriggle, especially the forehead grew a pair of horns, the upper body grew thick hair, and the mouth roared with sound waves. Appeared, fauna, buffalo fruit, buffalo form. The transformed buffalo Arquette is not easy to mess with, both in terms of attack power and defense power. It's extremely perverted, even if bullets are shot on it, it's useless. So powerful? Otherwise, how do you think Buffalo Arquette's 220 million bounty came from? The transformed Arquette can hit even the Vice Admiral. The pirates watching the play in the distance whispered, although Buffalo Arquette is very stupid, but the brute force and combat effectiveness are not bragging, ordinary people can't hold two sticks. It's interesting. The food has been served again in the restaurant, and Chaos used his knowledge to check while eating. But still not enough. The golden warrior walked faster and faster, and finally ran up and shot out, and it was a stick in front of Arquette. Arquette still did not evade. After the transformation, his body reached 7 meters, which was 1 meter taller than the Golden Warrior. The huge body was full of oppression, and he held the mace in his right hand and blasted it out in one fell swoop. The strength has at least doubled compared to before. The powerful shockwave spread, and the two sides each took a step back. The Golden Warrior turned back and it was a stick. Arquette's nose spurted to air currents. He didn't know how to avoid it at all. The mace stood in front of him to resist, and then he clenched his left fist and wrapped it in armed color. His aggressiveness fully explained the infinite power. The Golden Warriors didn't hide either, but also clenched their fists and blasted out. Boom! The ground beneath the two of them exploded, all kinds of gravel and soil flew, and the dense spider web cracks spread to hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Arquette roared angrily, holding the mace aloft, and the Golden Warrior swung it out in one fell swoop, never thinking of dodging. The burning sky exploded into the sky, and the hundreds of meters of bits continued to spread. However, Arquette tilted his head and bulged his eyes. Even if his head was covered with armed colors, he did not resist. He pushed the ground horizontally with a cracking sound, leaving a huge ravine, lying on the end with blood on his face. The whole head was buzzing and could not reach the world or the ground, and the 7 orifices continued to bleed. Climbed several times in a row without getting up. The Golden Warrior no longer had this obstacle, his feet were pulled out of the soil, his sunken head returned to normal, and he still walked towards Arquette coldly. Cough cough. Arquette kept coughing blood with his hands on the ground, shook his head and stood up, swaying like he was drunk, and finally managed to stand still. I won't lose. I have to say that the animal system is terrifying. Arquette looked at the Golden Warrior walking towards him, and the dizziness in his head quickly passed. Although the mace didn't know where it flew, there was still a fist. When the Golden Warrior approached, Arquette threw a punch. This punch made the Golden Warrior's cheek sag to form a fist mark, and even the upper body bent down, but the Golden Warrior quickly got up and gave Arquette a right uppercut. With the blood and teeth spurting, Arquette walked a few steps sideways like a crab, and when he turned his head, blue veins throbbed on his forehead, and he was very dissatisfied. The Golden Warrior's cheeks returned to normal, the mace in his hand blended into his arm to raise his body a little bit, and he walked towards Arquette with his bare hands. The two stared at each other like that. Arquette spurted 2 air currents from his nostrils, clenched his fists and raised his arms high, and he was indestructible with a right uppercut. The Golden Warrior still did not evade, and let his fist fall on his face. As the ground around his feet turned up, the Golden Warrior bent down and half of his face was sunken. But soon he straightened up and clenched his fist and gave Arquette a right uppercut. And Arquette is also tough and doesn't hide. Blood and teeth spurted out, half of Arquette's face was deformed, and he was dizzy after walking a few steps. There is no doubt that the Arquette has a bad temper. Shaking his head to restore clarity, he looked at the Golden Warrior standing in front of him, punched his abdomen, and all fell into it. Then the Golden Warrior also punched Arquette in the abdomen. This time Arquette lifted his body off the ground, bent his body, and seemed to spit out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and a chi energy formed behind him and rushed into the sky. In the end, it flew out uncontrollably, smashed to the ground, hugged his body and kept stretching. His face turned green. X. Chapter 69 _ is really domineering. Chapter 69 _ is really domineering. Dong dong dong. The Golden Warrior's black old face is full of streamlined texture, and it is full of icy coldness to push aside the broken walls blocking the road, standing in front of Arquette with heavy steps, condescendingly and indifferently. And Arquette stood up holding his stomach, his face flushed red, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was still dissatisfied. Clenching his fists, Arquette threw a right uppercut with all his strength, and the Golden Warrior just stood there and let Arquette fight. For a while, The powerful force impacted, and the golden warrior was deeply immersed in the soil, and the surrounding surface was all burst and lifted, and a shock wave was formed, causing a large fan-shaped goby. The big black and gold hand protruded from the pit, and the entire head of the golden warrior was deformed, but it returned to normal when he stood up. Come on. Arquette's face was covered in blood, and his chest was raised, and his whole body was armed to form the thickest defense. You punch me, it's fair. Depends on who can't stand it. The golden warrior didn't show mercy either. He stepped out with his left foot and plunged into the mud, and clenched his right fist and slammed into Arquette's face in one fell swoop. Puff. At the moment when the fist kissed the cheek, Arquette's whole face became distorted, and another tooth spurted out with blood, and the whole head was buzzing. Faces were all red and swollen. The golden warrior blocked the sun and stood in front of Arquette without attacking. After resting for 20 or 30 seconds, Arquette got up again. With a roar, he hit a left hook. Immediately afterwards, the golden warrior also gave Arquette a left uppercut. Many pirates in the distance twitched when they saw it. These two are just like you punching me punching each other. Who can't stand it first? This is better. As expected of Buffalo Arquette, his ick is really domineering. What do you know? This is a man's fight. It's really exciting, and although Buffalo Arquette will lose, I admire him. That's the real man. Just too silly. The Golden Warrior was obviously just a puppet controlled by the Golden Emperor, and it could heal even if it was smashed, but this Han was in conflict with the Golden Warrior. Must beat it fairly. Then go to the Golden Emperor. Quack quack, stupid. In a house in the distance, a man in a black trench coat and a small beard stood at some point, with a fencing weapon slung around his waist, watching the childish battle of you punching me punching at the scene. It was cold. With a snort, it seems that 220 million heads can be easily removed, but the Golden Emperor. A pair of narrow eyes looked at the dilapidated tavern, full of greed and laughter. But at this moment, Chaos turned his head suddenly, shook the red wine glass with his right hand, and looked at him with a half-smile. There seemed to be sparks in the air, a pair of eyes were greedy and cruel, and a pair of eyes were full of playfulness and contempt. Obviously they didn't put the other party in their eyes. Paperman, Ellen, a superhuman type with the ability of paper fruit. Although he is a pirate hunter, he offers a reward of 360 million. He is a brutal thug. Crocodile was like a repeater, following Chaos's gaze towards the paper man. Lao Sha, you really are useful. Chaos withdrew his gaze. The hostility of the other party was very strong, but it was too weak. On the contrary, Crocodile deserves to be praised. It is simply a mother. Humph. Crocodile pursed his lips and snorted coldly, even a little proud. He doesn't say that he knows all the pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys on the sea, but 6,070% still have them. Of course, all of them were learned through the news, unlike this man who forgot what he saw. As everyone knows, Chaos is too lazy to remember. In his opinion, they are all small and unworthy of his memory. Boss, prepare some fruit and a piece of black cloth. Chaos rubbed his fingers to redden, lit his cigar and snapped his fingers at the boss not far away. Yes. The boss hurriedly greeted the waiter and began to get busy again. Although the tavern was destroyed, the cellar was not. Even if he travels all over the island, he will find what the Golden Emperor needs. And the battle on the street outside, as time passed, Arquette finally couldn't take it anymore. Half an hour later, the Golden Warrior's body was beaten with pits and pits, but in the blink of an eye, he recovered as before, no pain, no fatigue, and no emotions. And Arquette, now with a bruised nose and a swollen face, no longer looks like a human being. Even those with animal abilities have super endurance and resilience, but they can't bear it now. He also received at least 100 punches, and all his teeth were spit out. Boom. The Golden Warrior slammed a punch on the abdomen, then grabbed Arquette's head and put it on the knee, sprayed with tears and snot, and finally kicked in the middle of the chest. Arquette flew out and left a gully, lying on his back. At the end, it returned to normal from the human-beast shape, and it took the last few breaths to swallow. The sunken part of the Golden Warrior's body returned to normal, and he continued to walk towards Arquette. Unhurried and full of elegance and metallic coolness. Arquette turned pale. He rested his hands on the ground and could only see the feet of the Golden Warrior. He tried several times and still did not stand up. He lost. In fairness, you beat me with one punch and one kick. This is his first failure so far. Boss. If you want to kill us. You are not allowed to shoot at the boss. Several figures were blocking the way of the Golden Warriors, and it was Zhao Liu and the others. Although he looked terrified, he opened his arms very firmly in an attempt to stop the Golden Warrior. 220 million heads, I want them. When a sudden accident occurred, the paper man Ellen, who had been watching the play, disappeared on the roof at some point. When he appeared in front of Buffalo Arquette. He pulled out the fencing weapon on his waist and faced Arquette's neck was chopped off. He has been waiting for this opportunity. You can get 220 million pirate heads with no effort. After killing Buffalo Arquette, the next one will be the Golden Emperor. Boss. Damn. Despicable. Zhao Liu turned around full of anger and rushed towards Arquette, but their speed was simply too late. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Facing the fatal crisis, Arquette did not have the slightest fear, but was stubborn with blood on his face. Ding bang. The golden storm ripped apart the ground, and a Golden Warrior appeared between the electric light and flint, and the entire right arm turned into a blade, firmly blocking the paper man's fencing, and a pair of black and golden eyes were full of icy cold. I dare to intervene in the battle, you don't have to leave. The Golden Warrior opened his mouth and spoke for the first time. The sound was like a tractor stuck in his throat, no emotion felt. Some are just dead and metallic. The paper man changed color slightly, and took the initiative to stand 10 meters away, fencing and waving the sword flower in disdain. It's just a puppet, so what if I come out? The paper man squinted at the tavern, not paying attention at all. Boom boom boom. But as soon as the paper man's words fell, the sound of breaking air suddenly came from his head, and then the ground around him continued to bombard. All kinds of soil and gravel pierced through the air, and the billowing smoke and dust suddenly blocked all sight. When everything dissipated, the 10 Golden Warriors knelt on one knee in the pothole, raised their heads, stood up and stepped out of the pothole. As they walked, the flow of gold in their right hands formed various swords, spears, swords and halberds. X. Chapter 70 _ You managed to get my attention. Chapter 70 _ You managed to get my attention. This is this. All Golden Warriors. One can beat Buffalo Arquette, and now there are 10 more. All the pirates in the distance took a deep breath, and couldn't help but look up at the blue sky, and then watched the 10 Golden Warriors marching majestically towards the paper man. Just thinking about it, you can see how terrible the pressure is. Humph. I'm not that stupid. The paper man was still very calm, not only did not flinch, but took the initiative to take action, and took the lead in rushing out to take a shot at the nearest Golden Warrior. The fencing sword, wrapped in armament color, stabbed out like lightning, and even pierced through the Golden Warrior at once. Pity it didn't work. The Golden Warrior's metal face remained unchanged, and he held the golden giant axe in his right hand to cut down the mountain. He wouldn't be an idiot like Buffalo Arquette, who not only didn't hide, but also took the initiative to get up and beat him. But the next moment his face changed, because the Golden Warrior's entire chest formed one body and his fencing was directly stuck. The fencing was thrown away between the electric light and flint, and the paper man fluttered and withdrew. The golden giant axe slammed into the ground, tearing out a ravine of more than 30 meters along the way. Immediately after the sun was blocked, the paper man looked at the 9 golden warriors surrounding him, holding all kinds of golden weapons, condescending like he was going to chop him to death. However, boom! The cold light continued to explode, and under the encircling attack of the 9 golden warriors, the paper man dodged gracefully and erratically in the cracks with his hands in his pockets, and all the attacks were dodged. It's useless, I'm a paper man who ate the superhuman type paper fruit. This kind of attack can't hurt me at all. As long as there is wind, I can drift with the wind. The paper man is very confident in his dodging ability. His body is like a fluffy piece of paper. Before any attack comes, a wind pressure will be formed, and he can dodge at will along the wind pressure, which is a very deep evasion ability. He can dodge any attack unless he is pinned down like a piece of paper and pierced with a sharp weapon. This is just one of the most basic applications of paper fruit. To be offered a reward of 360 million Bailey, is definitely not a weak person. Ding clang. Just as the paper man was holding the victory ticket with a proud face, 10 golden warriors suddenly burst into soft tributaries, forcibly shrouded the surrounding area, and tangled and swept up like several small tornadoes. The two become the same as a tornado that connects the heavens and the earth. The paper man looked shocked, and he was accidentally caught in it, leaving only one head outside. As for the neck down, it was all in the golden pillar. The most fancy thing is that the top of the golden pillar actually bloomed to form a golden snow lotus, and a lot of gold powder was sprayed out, and many pirates in the distance were drenched in soup. It's gold dust, pack it up quickly. Get rich. A group of pirate thugs were ecstatic, and they didn't know where they got the pots, pans or sacks, trying to contain all the scattered gold dust. Damn. The paper man panicked. He didn't expect that the 10 golden warriors would suddenly change, and he would hate him forever if he was careless. He tried to break free, but apart from the ability to move his head, he couldn't move at all below the neck. Dong dong. The golden warrior standing in front of Arquette turned around and walked to the paper man with a cold metal face. A reward of 360 million is offered. How did you survive until now? You have the ability to let me go. The paper man forced himself to remain calm, he was just careless. I don't feel like I've lost. The golden warrior didn't say anything, this guy was probably lost by his previous record. In fact, like this kind of megalomaniac, every strong person has it. Including Chaos. This is not an exception, it is a normal thing. Many strong people are planted on arrogance. After all, there are many strange devil fruits in this world, and they may be blinded by wild geese all day long. Also deserve it. Although the death is very wrong, but who asked himself to do it? B. Not everyone can do it. The key is to pretend to be in front of an enemy stronger than yourself. Isn't this the toilet lighting up to find shit? The current fate of the paper man is a living written teaching material. Ignoring the roar of the paper man, the golden warrior walked into the restaurant and grabbed the various fruits and black cloth found by the boss. Then it landed in front of Arquette with a bang, and Zhao Liu and the others hurriedly grabbed their weapons and swallowed. Your naivety has successfully caught my attention. I hope to see you in the new world in the future. This mace is given to you. The right arm of the golden warrior fell off, forming a golden mace that smashed in front of Arquette with a bang, with the 3 characters of the Golden Emperor engraved on it. Chaos did not intend to kill this Han. Like this simple-minded Han, there are too few in the sea. This kind of character makes him dislike it. Moreover, this guy has a good reputation. Seeing that he spends a lot of time with him, let it go with reluctance. You let me go. Arquette was supported by a few younger brothers, and withdrew his gaze from the mace that Jin Can smashed out of the pothole, and looked at the Golden Warrior very puzzled. It's just that now his nose is blue and his face is swollen, and his speech is a little leaky. Go away. The Golden Warrior turned to look at the golden snow lotus, and the paper man had been engulfed. Boss, let us evacuate first. Zaru sucked in his nose and struggled to lift the mace with the other three. His face could not contain the joy. This mace is 4 meters at least, with a minimum value of 300 million Baileys to start. But it's heavy. But they got rich. If you let me go today, I will definitely repay you in the future. Arquette murmured. Although he was naive, he was also a little stupid. It can be seen that Enchubao still understands. He's not an ungrateful buffalo. The Golden Warrior waved his hand with his back to him, and then the buffalo pirates began to retreat. It's just that many pirates followed, obviously all eyeing the golden mace. Chaos didn't intend to take care of him anymore. Sparing the opponent's life was already a gift from him. This was because Arquette's character was rather silly. It is up to Arquette to survive or not. At this moment, inside the golden snow lotus, the paper man has been riddled with holes and stabbed into hedgehogs, the dark space is covered with fruits, and the surrounding golden walls are covered with black cloth, and there are no gaps. In the restaurant, Chaos was sipping red wine. If he failed this time, he would use Halo Stone or Armed Color to see it next time. Or maybe these methods are actually useful, but the success rate is relatively low. A few more attempts may lead to a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. What is the Golden Emperor doing? Not sure. The Golden Emperor suffocated the transparent Mangoya Terrans alive before. What a great hatred. The Golden Emperor is indeed brutal and ferocious. Many pirates shivered all over. The Golden Emperor actually likes to suffocate the enemy. Isn't that just burying the enemy alive and suffocating him to death? Know that suffocation is painful. The means are so cruel. Of course, some pirates frowned and thought. After all, the Golden Warrior just dropped a lot of things in it, like a piece of black cloth, and a lot of fruit. Could these be buried with the paper man? No need. Are there any rituals for killing people now? X. Chapter 71_Losha, you can roam around tonight. Chapter 71_Losha, you can roam around tonight. Failed again. Half an hour later, the huge golden snow lotus on the street exploded, all lifted off into the sky and disappeared in the sky, leaving only the dead paper man Yilingo and some fruit black cloth. Chaos drank the red wine in his glass. Fortunately, the expectations were not very high, so I was not too disappointed. Boss, what is a failure again? Crocodile's curiosity was raised again. First the transparent Mangoya Terrans, and now the paper man Ilgo, who intuitively told him that Chaos was hiding something from him. Otherwise, why would it be so troublesome to kill someone? It would be completely unnecessary. Although the man was sometimes nasty, these 2 times were clearly different. Want to know? Chaos raised his eyebrows. Don't talk about it. Crocodile wanted to know in his heart, but it was impossible for him to say it face to face because he was arrogant. Chaos didn't he bother to say that he still didn't trust Crocodile very much. This guy has the potential to be an anti-bone boy. There are some things that can't be taken out of the heart. So I directly changed the topic and said, sleep well today, I'm afraid it won't be safe tomorrow. Chaos lit a cigar again, smoking while looking at the dilapidated street outside. Many pirates stared at him in secret. To be precise, he was staring at the golden dining table and the chair under his butt. Crocodile's face darkened, and he snorted slightly to express his dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, Chaos had no eggs. As the sun went down, after eating, Chaos took Crocodile around the island. This time, no pirates with long eyes came out to make trouble. After all, even the transparent Mangoya Terrans and the paper Manelingo are dead. Buffalo Arquette also failed miserably, but he was lucky enough to save his life and also got a golden mace. Not only did he not suffer, he also made a profit. That beating was not in vain. However, with the post island as the center, on the sea in all directions, more and more pirate ships or ships are rapidly approaching, including a warship. It has to be said that Chaos's current worth is also a kind of row in some respects. It is estimated that no matter where it appears in the future, it can bring economic benefits to the local area. Those who came to hunt down Chaos, whether it was a pirate, a navy, or some kingdom forces, etc., should always eat and drink on the island. And that's money. Yoshihara Street, the most prosperous street in Post Island. Not so much a street, but an area. Only when the sun dared to set, this area was already dimly lit with people coming and going. Business in red light districts, pubs, bathing centers, casinos, and more has just begun. It's time to enjoy one's top service. At this time, Chaos was wearing a golden goose feather coat, and finally took a cigar in his mouth and took a deep breath. After blowing out the smoke ring, he looked at the brightly lit plaque in front of him. The pink lights around him were extremely ambiguous. Whether it's at the door or upstairs, there are many staff members dressed in cool clothes, but the atmosphere that used to be very noisy has now become unusually quiet. Because whether it is a staff member or a customer, all eyes are on the handsome young man at the door. There is anticipation and tension. Especially the staff who were shivering in the evening wind couldn't hold back their surprises. The news that the Golden Emperor had made a generous move had already spread throughout the island. It can be seen from the pub during the day. Although the tavern was in ruins because of the Golden Emperor's relationship, the boss made a lot of money, and so did the waiters. A tip from the Golden Emperor can give them a year and a half of luxury. Lao Sha, feel free to wave tonight, I'll treat you. Chaos snapped his fingers and walked into this lavish brothel with the steps of getting rich. Crocodile is fucking inside, this guy said to take him to a good place. It turned out to be this kind of place. This was something he didn't expect. Lord Golden Emperor, welcome. As soon as Chaos walked into the door, there was an old bastard wearing a floral ornament. Except for the murder weapon, the other comprehensive scores could only be regarded as ordinary. But those yin yanyan behind her were different. Even the Wirun who is difficult to kiss fangs appeared. The Golden Emperor is a big customer. If you don't catch it, you will be struck by lightning. Take good care of my little brother, money is not a problem. Chaos' expression was calm, giving people a feeling of familiarity. As soon as the words fell outside, he remembered the sound of jingle bells colliding with metal, and there were a lot of exclamations and noises. Because a lot of gold coins flew in from the gate, floating in the air in the hall made everyone gag. Take these tips. The rain of gold coins began to fall, and all the geishas were wet. What are you still doing? If anyone doesn't serve the Golden Emperor and the Desert King well today, I will rip her skin off. The old bastard blushed, and the tip she gave was her income for several months. Really rich. I heard that the Golden Emperor also has a golden mountain, and then think of the rumors in the sea. As long as you get the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. Thinking of this, the depths of the old bastard's eyes began to become restless. Lord Golden Emperor, please go to the 3rd floor, our Wirun here is. Damn, isn't it just rich? What is arrogance? So arrogant. If only I had so much money. Many customers looked at Chaos and Crocodile who were guarded by Zhongmei on the 3rd floor, and their eyes were full of jealousy and envy. Of course, there are many other people with other ideas. As long as you catch the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. The lethality of this sentence is a dimensionality reduction blow. I don't know how many eyes are staring at the brothel outside. But none of this bothered Chaos. All kinds of hot springs, drinking flower wine, watching opera, have been floating. Unknowingly, the moon disappeared into the clouds, and Chaos was lying on a large bed, with 5 geishas wearing seduction suits beside him, massaging Chaos from head to toe. Chaos seemed to be asleep, breathing evenly and closing his eyes. Master Golden Emperor? The Warren wore waist-length green hair, and 2 slender fingers gently rubbed his temples for Chaos. Her current action is a knee below. He opened his red lips and shouted carefully, but he didn't get an answer from Chaos. Master Golden Emperor? The Warren shouted again and again. The remaining 4 geishas all looked at each other. The original gentle gaze no longer existed, instead they became very greedy and cold. Probably won't be able to wake up. HMPH, there are so many drugs in those wines, even 10 elephants can't handle it. Is this really the Golden Emperor? Just catch him and become the richest man in the world. We got rich. Well done, girls. A secret door was opened, and the old bastard came out with a few vicious thugs, looking at Chaos lying on the bed unconscious, his heavily mud-up face full of excitement. Mom, mission accomplished. No man can resist our charm. Several geishas held their white chins, very arrogant. Dressed in a veil to cover up, it is indeed a tempting landscape to be exposed or not. Well done. The 5 of you have done a great job this time. I believe that Lord Stuthy will definitely reward you greatly. The old bastard smiled very happily. She didn't expect the Golden Emperor to appear on Post Island, and she didn't expect to come to the red light district under her jurisdiction. The most important thing is that now she has captured the Golden Emperor alive without any effort. X. Chapter 72_Golden Rain. Chapter 72_Golden Rain. Mom, now the Golden Emperor is in our hands. As long as we control him, we can become the richest person in the world. Why should we work for that Stutzy? One of the youngest-looking geisha plucked up the courage to speak his mind. No woman wants to be a geisha to accompany those stinky men, and she doesn't want to go on like this. Stella, what nonsense are you talking about? The old lady's expression suddenly became tense. Fortunately, all the people present were her confidants. Otherwise, if this sentence was spread to Lord Stutchy, Stella's body might be exposed on the street the next day. Others don't know the backstage of the adult, doesn't she know? That's the world government's spy agency. Who can compete with the world government in this sea now? Mom, I think Stella is right. As long as the Golden Emperor is in our hands, there will be inexhaustible gold, enough for us to live. Mom, I don't want to accompany those stinky men anymore. The 4 geishas, except the Wirren, all spoke their hearts out. They were captured by slave groups and sold to this island since they were children. If the prostitute hadn't bought them, perhaps their lives would have been even uglier and pitiful. Although they are now geishas, the prostitute will never be harsh on them, nor use them as a tool to make money. He is a very conscientious old man in this industry. It's too late. The old lady took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and sighed. I have informed Lord Stuthy that she has arrived at Post Island. But don't worry, this time it was you who captured the Golden Emperor, and I will definitely plead with Lord Stuthy to let you get out of this cage. The madam looked at the ceiling. This building bound her for most of her life, and she had thought of resisting when she was young, but she failed. After more than 10 years of getting along, she didn't want Stella to be bound by this cage all her life like her. The room suddenly became quiet, and Stella shrugged her head. Outside, they were called and hugged, but in the dead of night, who would understand their suffering? This is the sorrow of the weak. Blame only the world. It's really bad luck. I can't do anything if I want to take a good rest. As expected, she is the Queen of Joy who controls most of the red light districts in the world. It seems that as long as she is in this line of work, she has nothing to do with it. The sudden self-talk was no less than a thunderbolt in this quiet room. Everyone looked at Chaos, who sat up on the bed at some point, and then his face turned pale and pale. The lap pillow continues, the massage continues. Chaos beckoned to Stella and the Wirren, lazily looking harmless to humans and animals. Stella and the Wirren, who originally wanted to escape, did not dare to act rashly and could only continue as Chaos said, because a hole was suddenly broken in the wall, and the swords, spears, swords and halberds were aimed at everyone. The prostitute and a few thugs were also very smart, and a layer of cold sweat spread out on their foreheads as they stood there honestly. You must know that the transparent people and the paper people just died in the daytime. They are thugs with a reward of hundreds of millions. They still have self-knowledge. How is my little brother? Chaos rested on the Warren's fragrant thigh, beckoned to Stella to bring out a cigar, lit it with a pinch of her forefinger and thumb, took a breath and let out a smoke ring, squinting her eyes slightly. And when is Stussy coming? Chaos was very interested in this woman. In the original book, the age of this woman is a mystery. But from the perspective of calling Big Mom Ling-a-ling, it should be about the same age as Big Mom, but after more than 20 years, she is still a flower. Compared with the crane, it is simply two extremes. Unexpectedly, this woman is already running the red light district. Even if she has not yet become the king of the underground world, it is estimated that there is not much difference. There is also a Kpo identity. Chaos really didn't expect to help those girls who were shivering in the cold wind, and he would meet such a female boss. Lord Stussy will arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. The prostitute didn't get too hard, just explained it honestly. Very know how to judge the situation. The main reason is that Stussy is not very far from Post Island, and just performed the mission on this route. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, and the swords, spears, swords, and halberds on everyone's heads merged into one, turning into a three-matted golden warrior. With a big swagger, he broke through the next room and entered another room, where he could vaguely see Crocodile, who had fallen asleep. The golden warrior grabbed the back collar, dragged it to Chaos and threw it on the ground, and then faced the old bastard and his party. Wake him up. Yes. The old bastard hurriedly greeted a thug, and after giving Crocodile the antidote, Crocodile woke up in half a minute. When he first woke up, he was very vigilant, but when he saw Chaos lying on the knees of the beauty, looking at him with contempt while smoking, his face flushed all of a sudden. If this hasn't reacted, it can only be said that he is still innocent. Still too young. Chaos shook his head lightly, then stood up and waved to the Wirren, the old bastard and the thugs. You can go out now. All of them were stunned, obviously not expecting that Chaos would let them go so easily. He left the room anxiously, but just as he walked to the door, Chaos spoke again. Don't send messages outside and don't leave this building, or it would be a pity to die. The old bastard shuddered, hurriedly closed the door and left quickly. For a time, only Chaos and Crocodile were left in the room. Lao Sha, you are lost. Chaos flicked the soot and looked at Crocodile with a playful look. Who would have thought that in the future, the king, Qiu Hai, with a big back, a black fur coat and a domineering sideshow, would be brought down so easily when he was young? Who can believe it? At this time, Crocodile was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face and did not speak. It is estimated that this day will never be forgotten. It is also thanks to the fact that Chaos saw the color is released around the clock, otherwise the result is really hard to say. Have a good rest tonight, it won't be so easy tomorrow. Chaos was lying on the head of the bed, smoking a cigar and looking at the ceiling. He needed to prepare early. Thousands of meters in the sky, the goddess of the gods 3,000 gold silk and the ribbon of the palace skirt fluttered, and the huge golden light wheel behind it also turned, and the height of 60 meters looked so majestic. Without any warning, the goddess of God exploded. It turned into endless gold powder and fell towards Post Island below. This is? It's raining? No, it's gold dust. It's raining gold in the sky. On the island of Post, where the nightlife has just reached its climax, all the people on the streets are looking up at the sky, and a lot of gold powder is falling like a drizzle. Quick grab. No, how can the sky drop gold dust for no reason? It's the Golden Emperor. It's a conspiracy. There are many sober people, hurriedly looking for cover to hide. But who can calm down in the face of such a situation? In just over 10 minutes, both the ground and the roof were covered with golden powder, and a golden halo bloomed under the light, which was a real golden powder. Just smelted together can turn into gold. And these gold powders have no impurities at all, they are all pure gold. Crazy, the whole island is crazy. Whether it was a pirate or a thug, they ran into the streets like crazy and started to sweep. Some people who were originally calm couldn't hold it anymore. After all, those who scavenge for gold dust don't seem to have a problem. X. Chapter 73 _ What does the Golden Emperor want to do? Chapter 73 _ What does the Golden Emperor want to do? Mom, it's really gold dust. On the balcony of the brothel, Stella excitedly stretched out her hand to pick up the gold powder, her face full of surprises. Stella, don't touch it. The old bastard pulled Stella back, looked at the falling golden rain, and glanced behind him subconsciously with a heavy face. Mom, what should we do now? The Warren, who seldom spoke up this time, looking at the delicate face of golden rain, not only did not get excited, but paled a bit. The streets are already chaotic, and there are clashes and fights because of gold dust everywhere. Whether it is pirates or thugs, they are crazy, and only gold dust is in their eyes. There are very few people on the whole island who can stay awake. Golden rain, how beautiful. But there is a hidden murder. Listen to the Golden Emperor, don't contact the outside, and don't leave this building. The old man calmly lit the lady's cigarette, and after a sip, he seemed to spit out the anxiety and worry in his heart. Mom, we can't find out if we quietly inform the Golden Emperor. Stella stared at the golden rain. She really wanted to take something to catch it now, but her mother wouldn't let it. He pouted a little, annoyed at this. Stupid. The old bastard looked at Stella with a headache, and then sighed. I should have known, I just had luck in my heart, and this time I almost got you all involved. After all, the prostitute is also the person in charge of this red light district, and he still has some insights. If she guessed correctly, the Golden Emperor could spot their little movements because of their domineering looks. Their current actions are probably all under the supervision of the Golden Emperor. I just hope I can survive in the end. It's Mom. Go back and rest. Come on, listen to my mother. A geisha pulled Stella, who was reluctantly looking outside, closing the door, and finally her eyes were a little reluctant. That's gold powder. I don't know how many people will make a fortune tonight. The night was silent, and as the sky gradually became brighter, a new day came. But the morning that should have been quiet is now very noisy. Damn it, where's my gold dust? Who stole the gold dust I collected last night? Damn, how could this be? Is the golden rain in the sky last night a dream? Many pirate thugs who woke up were stunned. They worked hard to collect gold dust in the middle of the night and disappeared. Some idiots. Those pirates who stayed awake last night, looking at the chaotic streets, subconsciously looked in the direction of the brothel with fear in their eyes. In the second half of the night, the gold dust collected in pockets and boxes disappeared into the sky without control. Everyone is busy. No matter how tightly it was hidden, and no matter how the pirates grabbed the gold dust, in the end, they all took people to the sky and had to let it go. How crazy last night, how desperate now. What exactly does the Golden Emperor want to do? Many sober pirates don't understand. If the golden rain does not disappear in the end, then they really can't judge that these gold powders are related to the Golden Emperor. But as those gold dust lifted off, they were sure. But why did the Golden Emperor do it? Aren't you afraid of offending the pirate thugs on the whole island? After all, this seems to be deliberately provoking and attracting hatred. At this time, thousands of meters in the sky, countless gold powders reintegrated into one and became the Goddess of God, but the current Goddess of God is not 60 meters, but has shrunk a little. But even so it's huge. The pair of golden phoenix opened and looked at the distant sea horizon. Pirate ships appeared scattered in all directions. I believe there will be more and more as time passes. And their destinations are all post-island. SHHHHHH. In the next instant, the goddess of the gods exploded into hundreds of golden warriors, ranging in size from infants to children. Star Lob Chess stood high in the sky like an army waiting for orders. After a few breaths, with the island of Post as the center, all the golden warriors flew out like a goddess with a piercing sound, and finally waited in the sky. If you measure carefully, you will find that these tiny golden warriors scattered in all directions are only at an altitude of 100 meters above the sea in a radius of Post Island. Obviously this distance is already the limit. Captain, the island of Post is here. The Golden Emperor is still on the island. Haha, it seems that our mouse pirates came first. As long as we catch the Golden Emperor, we can become the most powerful pirate group in the ocean. At this time, a pirate ship with a skull flag hanging high, a group of vicious pirates on the deck, looking at the port of Post Island, where there are not many pirate ships. But just when the pirate ship entered the range of 100 meters, the baby golden warrior who had been waiting high in the sky silently exploded and turned into gold powder, falling towards the pirate ship like life. 60 meters from the port. It's raining? This is? All the pirates raised their heads, and under the sunlight, there was a golden light train in the sky. Captain, this looks like gold dust. Some pirates rubbed the gold powder in their hands, and their trembling eyes grew bigger and bigger. What the hell, I haven't heard that the waters around Post Island will have gold dust. It's literally golden rain. Captain, we are rich. All the pirates' eyes were red, watching the golden rain falling from the sky and starting to continue with various things. No. Why is it raining gold only over us? Some pirates looked puzzled. Because the golden rain was falling on their heads, and the outside of the pirate ship was still sunny and there was nothing. What's so strange about it? The weather on the Great Route is so strange, and it's more changeable in the New World. Get rich, get rich. Everyone is lost in gold dust, and there is no time to think about other things. But what happened next turned all the pirates from ecstatic to furious. My gold. What's the matter? Damn. Don't even think about leaving. The golden rain lasted for almost a minute, but after a minute, all the gold dust collected by the pirates disappeared in the sky. No matter how you cover it, you can't cover it, and there is no sign. He didn't even give the pirates time to react. All the pirates looked up at the blue sky, and they all jumped like thunder. Surprises come too fast and go too fast. That psychological gap, ordinary people really can't bear it. At this time, thousands of meters high in the sky, all the gold powder merged into one and became a golden warrior again, but it was smaller. Because the lost gold powder has all entered the body of the pirate. The situation facing the mouse pirates is not the only one, because all the pirate ships that want to land on the Post Island, or ships of other forces, have all experienced the baptism of the golden rain. However, not all pirates are baptized by the golden rain. There are always some fish that slip through the net. and these fish that slip through the net are all vigilant guys. But even so, most of the surrounding partners did not escape. Of course, in the end it is all joy and sorrow. Many pirates couldn't bear the gap, and almost didn't mention it in one breath. But in the end, he scolded and landed on Post Island. As more and more pirates landed in this way, the first thing to ask is whether the Golden Emperor has left. X. Chapter 74_Experience the true meaning of life every day. Chapter 74_Experience the true meaning of life every day. Something's wrong. In the West Port, a boat entered the range of 100 meters, and the golden rain fell in the air as always. There are two figures standing on the deck. One of them is wearing a white round hat with roses on his head, carrying a small bag, with short golden curly hair, wearing an orange backless dress, wearing a white veil and stepping on black. Woman in high heels. The delicate face, the full weapon, the water snake waist with a full grip, and the exposed slender legs, showed the mature royal sister temperament, which is enough to fascinate a large number of stinky men. The Queen of Joy, Stucci, the world government's undercover agent in the underworld. The real identity is the Kpo. An extremely beautiful and dangerous woman. He is currently rectifying the business in the red light district, and it may not be long before he will become one of the big men in the underground world. Power has not yet spread across the world as it will in the future. Next to Stacy was a tall and strong man in a mask, wearing a black suit and tie, and that arm alone was thicker than Stacy's waist. Two people standing together is the difference between a black bear and a weak girl. Lombard, Stucci's deputy. There is indeed a problem. Stucci's slender hands with red nails retracted, and he could feel that some gold powder was slowly eroding his body. However, this little trick has no effect on her who can freely control her body. From a closer distance, you can see that although the gold powder covered Stu Xiang's shoulders, it couldn't get in. As for Lombard next to him, he was more domineering, covered with armed colors from head to toe, like an airtight egg. As the boat continued to approach the port, the gold dust flew into the sky and disappeared into the sky, which made Stuffy feel even more heartbroken. These gold dusts are unusual and are most likely related to the Golden Emperor. Could it be that something happened? At this moment, in the brothel, Chaos was enjoying breakfast under the service of the Warren and Stella, and Crocodile beside him had a cold face, looking at these geishas with stern eyes. In the room there are also the maid and other people. They were all standing beside them, keeping their heads down and daring not to look at Crocodile. Captain, the Golden Emperor is inside. Outside the brothel, the streets and alleys are full of pirates and thugs. There are many pirate groups watching, but some can't bear it anymore. Golden Emperor, we want it from the eye-breaking pirates. The little ones will come in with me. HMPH, the Golden Emperor can only belong to our mouse pirates. The little ones rush. As long as you get the Golden Emperor, you can get the whole world. More than a dozen pirate groups, all adding up to a few hundred people, all took action. However, BFFT. Puff, puff. When all the excited pirates reached the entrance of the brothel, they all made a unified movement uncontrollably, and knelt down neatly. All at once, the whole noisy street could hear needles falling. What's the matter? What happened? What the hell? Hundreds of people were kneeling on the street neatly, and at a glance they were all human heads. The pirates who hadn't rushed to kill were stunned and couldn't understand what happened. But the hundreds of people who were kneeling on the ground at this time were stunned at first, and then shuddered and feared. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't control their bodies, and they couldn't even open their mouths, let alone speak. There was a strange smell in the air. HMPH, it's still up to our giant knife pirates. It's a great pirate sword with a reward of 123 million. Let us see the situation first. For a time, all eyes focused on the giant knife pirates. But BFFT. Without the slightest violation, all the giant sword pirates that rushed to kill, including the captain, knelt on the ground, facing the brothel. There was fear in those eyes. What happened and why my body couldn't control it? Can't even speak. Sigh tilde. The large group of pirates behind them took a deep breath. It was a pirate with a reward of 123 million, and they knelt down unexpectedly. Kneeling so fast. What the hell happened? I don't believe in evil. There is never a shortage of daring pirates, but the next situation is getting weirder and weirder. If you go to one, you will kneel down. In just a few dozen minutes, all people were kneeling at the entrance of the brothel. Whether it was first come last arrival or latter first arrival, all the pirates watched this strange scene uncertainly. Occasionally, there will be pirates who do not believe in evil, but in the end they become one of them. In fact, many pirates have already guessed the reason, but they are not sure. In the crowd, Stuffy frowned slightly, making him even more sure of the accident. Carrying a small pink handbag, Stussy opened her long white legs and walked towards the brothel. She had already guessed what was going on with the kneeling pirates. Not surprisingly, it should have something to do with the golden rain that fell before going to the island. Who is this woman? Stucci and Lombard drew all the attention, almost schadenfreude. Huh? What's the matter? Why didn't they kneel down? The expressions of many pirates watching the play became stiff. In the brothel, Chaos sipped a cigar, and the corners of his mouth lined up after exhaling a smoke ring. Finally came the person he was looking forward to. Stuffy stood at the door of the brothel, pushed the door open without any hindrance, entered the hall and looked towards the stairs on the second floor covered with red carpet. The other party had no intention of hiding at all. It even seemed to be waiting for her specially. Stepping up the stairs with high heels, Stussy walked up with a graceful catwalk. And many pirates outside saw that Stucci and Lombard were okay, so they followed. But as they knelt down again, all the pirates began to curse. Sit. On the second floor, Chaos and Stussy looked at each other, then rudely glanced up and down at Stussy's mature, bumpy figure, and nodded with a cigar from time to time. It seems to be very satisfied. Chaos's light-hearted look is very disgusting. But Stussy kept a small smile, walked to the sofa that had been prepared with her long legs, and sat down very gracefully. It seems my men have failed. Holding a small bag in his left hand, Stussy stretched out his right hand to tuck the hair from his forehead to his ear. His bright eyes first glanced at the old lady who couldn't suppress his joy, and then he looked at Chaos and smiled lightly. I am a more direct person, and now I see you. Chaos crossed Lang's legs, flicked the golden sword earrings with his fingers, and made a very clear and loud empty sound. Stussy was still smiling, and Chaos' rudeness still didn't make her feel anything else. I'm afraid you still don't know your situation. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Stucci's voice turned a little colder. Is there a conflict with me seeing you? Chaos provocatively spit out a smoke ring at Stussy, and continued somewhat domineeringly, there is no future in working for the world government, and clocking in for many years makes life lose its vitality and expectations, and it is too boring. I have to obey orders from a group of mentally retarded pigs. It's too tiring and boring to live. It will be different if you follow me. I guarantee that your life will be colorful and you will experience the true meaning of life every day. That is the real life. Crocodile, who had a cold face next to him, twitched his mouth subconsciously listening to Chaos's words. The true meaning of life, colorful, and truly alive. I am afraid that I am not being chased and killed every day, and I am dancing frantically on the edge of death all the time. And maybe one day I will go to heaven. X. Chapter 75 _ That woman has no chance. Chapter 75 That woman has no chance. You know who I am? Stuthy's face was completely cold, and his beautiful eyes were full of serenity. Her identity has always been kept secret. How did the Golden Emperor know? Stuthy subconsciously looked at the prostitute, already sentenced to death in her heart. Only the prostitute knew little about her identity in the audience. Facing Stuthy's icy gaze, the old lady was about to cry, shaking her head in panic. You don't have to look at her, isn't she the Kpo? What a surprise. Chaos picked up the red wine next to him, shook his head and looked at Stuthy, then continued, I don't like to use force. As soon as Chaos finished speaking, Lombard, who had been standing beside Stuthy, made a move in awe, which no one thought of. But Crocodile, who has always been vigilant, is not on this list. His right hand was clenched tightly and covered with armed color, his lower body formed fine sand to block Lombard's fist, his head was thrown back. His eyes were squinting wildly. Boss, don't mind me killing him. Whatever. Chaos's straight hair was also dancing wildly with energy, and he waved his hand very calmly. Desert sword. With the approval of Chaos, Crocodile formed a desert broadsword in his left hand and swung towards Lombard in one fell swoop in the color of his arms, leaving no way out. And Lombard was not weak either. The whole arm of his left hand was covered with arms, blocking Crocodile's attack in one fell swoop. Then the two took the opportunity to break through the wall and leave the brothel to the street outside. What's the matter? That seems to be the king of the desert, Crocodile, a subordinate of the Golden Emperor, and a natural person with the ability to rust fruit, with a reward of 560 million. 560 million? Natural ability person? Many pirates were frightened, and taking these two casually out is a shock. It seems that he was fighting against the woman next to him just now. This sudden battle suddenly dazzled the atmosphere of the scene. But just as everyone was watching the two fighting, the brothel was in a state of tension. Stuthy put his legs together, holding a small pink handbag in one hand, and looked at him with cold eyes, leaning against the back of the chair, with his chest open to reveal his 8-pack abs, while smoking and pondering about Chaos, who seemed to be full of flaws. Just as Chaos squinted his eyes and exhaled the smoke ring, Stuthy also attacked with thunder. The right hand stabbed out like lightning, and the air was torn to form a transparent finger. It was also wrapped in a domineering armed color. Even a half-meter thick steel plate could be easily penetrated. But just at the critical moment, Chaos tilted his head, rubbed his face with his fingers and ran through the back of the chair, and continued to run through the walls and the rows of houses behind the brothel, leaving behind fingers the size of his thumb. Disappeared after the hole. SHHHHHH. After the attack, Stutchy quickly disappeared, and the next second the sofa was pierced by swords, spears, swords and halberds, which can be said to be very fast and ferocious. I wanted to be a gentleman, but now it seems that the conditions are not allowed. Chaos tilted his head and sat on the chair, looking helplessly at Stuthy 10 meters away. And the outside world is in vain. Because the sky shoots down a handful of golden weapons, all directions are aimed at the brothel, shining golden light under the sunlight, showing the spirit of Jinru I. Stuthy's pretty face changed color, and in the perception of seeing and hearing, it was almost a net outside. As Chaos waved his hand indifferently, thousands of knives, spears, swords and halberds outside exploded and turned into arrows that pierced through the wall and shot towards Stutchy. Time seems to slow down at this moment. The rubble and sawdust were flying, and Stutchy Yining grabbed her waist and leaned back. A golden square halberd brushed the beating weapon and passed by. Immediately, Stutchy quickly flipped 360 degrees in the air, and a long sword appeared on the upper and lower sides. And spears. More and more 18 weapons went hand in hand, and were blocked in almost all directions. Boom boom boom. Continuous bombing, but those weapons penetrated the after images of Stussy. The real Stussy continued to use shaved flashes, and made various difficult dodges in the entire narrow room, and even avoided a small number of attacks. But the king's treasure's attacks are too dense. A golden wavy short hair flew out completely, the rose round hat was pierced and taken away by a golden spear, and the orange skirt was shredded by swords and halberds one after another to form a cloth strip. There are bound to be wounds on the skin. Finger gun. Land feet. Not all of Stussy was dodging, but also took the opportunity to shoot at Chaos. It's a pity that all the attacks were blocked by the golden weapon before getting close. Jingle bell. In vain, the sound of the golden iron horse came, and several locks of the sky made up for the entire room, constantly compressing the movement range of Stussy, and at the same time, the sword, spear and halberd flew, causing more and more pressure on Stussy. At this moment, a long golden knife came in, and Stussy swirled in the air with one hand on the ground. Compared with Stussy's panic and panic, Chaos was delighted to watch. Boom. Stussy flew into the sky and smashed through the roof, and came outside to try to distance herself, but what was waiting for her were the 18 weapons that were in the air, densely shining with cold light to block the clouds and the sun. Storm. Stussy's face was cold, and a layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He spun 360 degrees, and the flying finger gun and lance feet were wrapped in armed colors to form a dense counter-attack. But at this moment, most of the weapons in the sky merged to form a huge hammer, and the force was sinking like a jackhammer. Stussy only took a few breaths before turning into a meteor and falling from the sky. The whole crumbling brothel exploded completely, billowing dust obscuring the sight. Chaos stood in the air, holding a cigar in one hand and looking down at the ground, the golden goose feather coat dancing wildly behind his back, and rows of gold hanging down above his head. Cough cough. The dense dust dissipated, and Stussy stood up and coughed, and a trace of blood overflowed from the sexy red lips, no longer as mature and elegant as before, and looked pale and pitiful. "Are you going to continue to resist?" Chaos tilted his head slightly, and the golden earrings swayed coldly and arrogantly. He didn't even need to do it himself. He could get rid of Stussy with just the treasure of the king. Stussy did not speak, but told Chaos with actions. Use shave to disappear, trying to get close to Chaos. She thought the same as the people who Chaos defeated before, that is, close combat, subconsciously thought that Chaos's melee ability would be weak. After all, the long-range attack was so strong. Little do they know that this illusion often accelerates failure. Facing Stussy's stubborn resistance, Chaos had a contemptuous expression on his face, and the dense array of swords, spears, swords and halberds above his back was like a missile falling with a cracking sound. Boom boom boom. The entire ground exploded to form potholes, all kinds of soil and gravel splashed, and Stussy kept flashing in it. That woman has no chance. Is this the strength of the Golden Emperor? If you can't even get close, how can you defeat the Golden Emperor? The Golden Emperor's long-range attack is just too powerful. All the pirates who were watching in the distance looked at Chaos with a look of fear. In the scene, Stussy rushed several times in succession, but all of them were forcibly forced back. As time goes by, the pressure is increasing. At the same time, more and more spring light is leaking, and Chaos is always in a hurry, just like he is having fun, and he is not too serious. X. Chapter 76_Birdcage. Chapter 76_Birdcage. Crescent Moon. The entire ground was bombarded wildly, a large amount of dirt and gravel flew out like bullets, and the entire area was covered by dust. In vain, the two crescent-shaped legs that crossed were wrapped in armed colors, and they cut through the dust and rushed towards Chaos in one fell swoop. Along the way, swords, spears, swords and halberds flew violently, but in the end they were offset before they flew in front of Chaos. Stuffy had her hair disheveled and panting heavily, the full weapon swayed, her face was pale and her teeth were clenched, and she was crushed to death from the beginning of the battle to the present. She knew very well that she was no match. It seemed that the only option was to retreat. Stuffy was very decisive, gave Chaos a cold look, and quickly flew towards the distant street. In midair, Chaos flicked off the cigar he had smoked, his golden goose feather coat fluttered behind him, raised his right hand and waved it gently. It was like a meteor shower chasing out with an ethereal sound. Boom! All the locks of the sky were like javelin shots on the way Stuffy was fleeing, and they went in rows to block the way. No matter how Stuffy diverted the direction, they were all one after another, and eventually the space was constantly shrinking. Not good. Stuffy avoided a few stretched sky locks dangerously, and moved to the left to find that they had been blocked. It was only for more than 10 seconds that both the front and the rear were blocked by the stretched skylocks. Only the sky above is not blocked. But just when Stuffy stepped on the moon step and tried to leave the air, the ends of all the locks of the sky began to connect together, and finally formed a birdcage to lock Stuffy in it. Damn it, crescent moon. Stuffy kicked a few kicks in succession, but only a spark was left on the lock of the sky. Because all the locks of the sky changed from golden to black gold. Chaos used the armed color. What made Stuffy most desperate was that even the ground was blocked by the chain of heaven at this moment. Now she is a caged bird bound, with no way to go to heaven and no way to go down. SHHHHHH. The birdcage was beginning to shrink, and at the same time it shot out a chain of skylocks in an attempt to tie Stuffy, and the result was clear. After a few breaths, the birdcage shrank to 10 squares, and Stuffy's hands and feet were bound by 4 heavenly locks, standing in the birdcage in a large shape. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Chaos moved sideways, entered the birdcage and stood in the air, looking at Stuffy, who was looking at him calmly, with his arms folded over his shoulders full of interest. You can choose. The world government is bound to win you, and you cannot escape. Stuffy's eyes were burning. No one on this sea could beat the world government. Don't worry about the world government, I just want you. If I betray the world government, neither you nor I will survive. The energy of the KPO is not something you can resist. Don't tell me this crap, give you 5 seconds to think about it. Chaos interrupted Stuffy, then turned his head to look at the sea level and frowned. I choose to live. Stuffy is also very straightforward, intending to agree first and then look for opportunities. It's the most stupid thing to do in this situation. There is only hope if you live. She wouldn't bet her life on whether this man would kill her. Very wise choice. Chaos turned around and snapped his fingers, and a piece of gold dust fell from the top of his head, which quickly dyed Stussy gold. Don't use your life to return the gold powder that was forced out of your body, or I will immediately make you explode like fireworks. I believe it will be beautiful. The birdcage was retransformed into a sword, spear, sword, and halberd, and at the same time, the lock of the sky also released Stuffy. Chaos left a lot of gold dust in Stuffy's body. As long as Stuffy used his life to force it out, he would control these gold dust as soon as possible to make Stuffy die without a whole corpse. Stussy stepped on the moon and hung in the air, feeling a lot of gold powder in his body, and his face was expressionless. If it is only a small amount, she can solve it, because she can bear the damage caused. After all, there is life to return, but Chaos left not a single star. If so much gold powder erupts, she has only one dead end. On the other side, Crocodile had blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and pinched Lombart's neck with one hand. The latter's body quickly dried up, and in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by the water and turned into a mummified corpse. Elementalization appeared beside Chaos, a little embarrassed. Chaos snapped his fingers, the swords, spears, swords and halberds merged to form a suspended platform, and quickly wriggled into 3 golden seats. Chaos sat in the middle position, while Crocodile and Stussy took a look behind him. Sitting on the left and right sides of Chaos. As soon as Stussy sat on the golden seat, 2 golden tributaries intertwined on his slender, white-stained legs, all the way up through the absolute realm, the slender waist, and the plump weapon, finally forming a golden battle suit engraved with roses to cover up the tempting spring light. This is not a decoration, it is very defensive. What are we waiting for? Stussy didn't quite understand that the man didn't seem to want to leave. The current situation is very critical. As far as she knows, a large number of pirates are coming to Post Island with the aim of capturing the Golden Emperor. Even the big pirate groups in the New World were dispatched. Even the Admiral Buddha of the Warring States was personally dispatched. The longer you wait here, the more dangerous it is. Compared with Stuthy's confusion and doubts, Crocodile was much calmer. Demagintao sat on the golden seat, flipped his head back again, and looked down at the restless pirates on the ground. A little higher, he is like an emperor. The feeling got him up. Wait for some ghosts and monsters. Chaos took out a cigar and threw it to Crocodile, then lit one himself, and sighed with pleasure with Lang's legs crossed. Don't forget to give one to Stussy, but the latter is a lady, and if she wants to smoke, she also smokes a lady's cigarette. How can she not taste cigars? Crocodile took the cigar, and the indefinger and thumb rubbed a ball of fine sand, which created a high temperature and ignited the cigar at once. Inspired by the way Chaos lit his cigarettes. The name will be changed to Boss in the future. Stussy almost choked, but he still knew how to judge the situation, and continued. Do you know what's going on, boss? Stay here and we'll all die. Then what? Chaos shrugged, looking at the horizon. More and more pirate ships appeared. At the same time, the sky was still raining gold. Before Stussy could answer, Crocodile spoke in vain. All contempt, fur off, we're playing with excitement. Chaos subconsciously turned his head to look at Crocodile, his eyes were a little wrong. And Crocodile looked ahead, slightly embarrassed. But he was calm, smacking his cigar for granted. Lao Sha, when did consciousness become so high? Chaos was a little surprised, and he seemed to have succeeded in pulling Crocodile out of the way. At least more arrogant than the original Crocodile. You must know that Crocodile is still a young man. According to this temper, he will inevitably be beaten by society in the future, making a sin. Wait, boss. You said before that life is colorful and experiencing the true meaning of life is not just courting death. Stutsy's expression went out of control, and the two suddenly gave her a neurotic feeling. I really admired it. Right, your talent is higher and more delicate than Lao Sha. Chaos looked at Stussy with more and more satisfaction, and even understood his pursuit with just a few words. After being affirmed, Stutsy's delicate face gradually solidified. X. Chapter 77 should be starting a business. Chapter 77 should be starting a business. Look, that's the Slippery Pirates. Really, you must know that the captain of the Slippery Pirates, Slippery Doris, is a female pirate with a bounty of 232 million, and she is a superhuman type with the ability of the slippery fruit. It is said that suitors can travel from the great root ranked in the New World. The big pirates who once offered a bounty of or 7 billion have pursued it. It is rumored that her skin is beautiful and she is one of the most beautiful pirates recognized by the sea. Come on, get off the boat. At this moment, a port in post is already full compared to the pirate ships that docked here and there. One of the pirate ships caused huge waves, and many pirates were watching. "Captain, the island of Post is here." Under the watchful eyes of many pirates, a pair of people and horses got off the pirate ship. The leader was a very daring one who was only wearing a three-point swimsuit with a red rose pattern embroidered on it, with waist-length orange and curly hair, wearing refreshing sandals, red nail polish, and jewelry earrings. Woman. Under the sun, the skin is smooth and supple like a pearl. As soon as this woman appeared, the eyes of all the men in the port flashed with love, and the corners of their mouths could not help but leave drool. "Are you sure the Golden Emperor is on this island?" Doris fluttered the long orange and wavy hair on her shoulders, and looked at the pirates in the port with light blue eyes with some disdain. Yes. Beside Doris, there were quite a few fierce or tall female pirates, and none of them were men. Go to the island. Doris was walking with long legs, and the catwalk alone made people tickle. Ha ha. I thought who would attract so much attention, it turns out to be Slippery Doris. Just as Doris disembarked, a huge pirate ship stopped next to the pirate ship. The pirate flag was a flag of a black bear holding a skeleton. Hi. It's the Burst Bear Pirates of the New World. Someone exclaimed again, looking at the huge figure who got off the boat. He was 5 meters tall and carried a machete on his shoulders. His muscles were full of evil spirits, especially with the centipede scars from the bridge of the nose to the lips. It was even more ferocious and dangerous. Explosive Bear. Trucia, with a bounty of 290 million, animal type, black bear form. If Buffalo Arquette is synonymous with naivety, then Burst Bear Trucia is synonymous with brutality and violence. Humph. Rude man. Dialysi's beautiful eyes are full of contempt. What she hates most is this kind of big and three rough men. Slippery man, do you want to consider being Lotus's woman? Burst Bear Trucia jumped off the boat with a machete, and stood on the port looking at Doris fiercely. I'm not interested in rude men. Doris greeted her subordinates, flutteringly ignored the exploding Bear Trucia and left. Captain, do you want to do it? The subordinates around Burst Bear all drooled at the swaying pea-shares of Doris and her party, wishing they could fly away as they walked, making it clear that they were seducing people. This woman is not easy to deal with. Let's grab the Golden Emperor first, then I will take the initiative to post it. Bang Zing snorted coldly. As long as he gets the Golden Emperor, he can recruit troops and buy horses. At that time, the life or death of the Slippery Pirates will be in his mind. It's the captain who thinks well. Ha ha. As the Slippery Pirates and the Bomb Bear Pirates landed on the island, it didn't take long for many powerful pirates to come. For example, the Obsidian Pirates. The Captain Obsidian King Mogietta offered a reward of 241 million, superhuman type, Obsidian Fruit ability. There is also the Cruel Pirates, Captain Leopard King T-Shell, Fauna, Cat Fruit, Leopard form, with a reward of 260 million. There is also a reward of 238 million for the maker of Kakart, the superhuman type and the weapon fruit ability. There are even acquaintances who have met in Magic Valley Town, such as Reaper Tessis, Zebra Killer Bunks, Octopus Maniac Rotes, Swordmaster Cruz and so on. But no matter who, as long as they are on a pirate ship or ship, they have encountered the Golden Rain. There is no problem with vigilant pirates. But in general, except for a few pirates, all others have suffered silently. At this moment, thousands of meters in the sky, a gust of wind entwined as if alive, and finally turned into a tall and straight figure with a hood. The baby golden warrior, who originally had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. Because this person did not mean to hide, on the contrary, he took the initiative to come together. At the same time, Chaos on the ground suddenly looked up in this direction, and the arrogant expression became a little surprised, a little playful, and a little expectant. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos, first meeting. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the cloaked man smiled at the baby golden warrior, but because of the hood, he could only see the curvature of the corner of the mouth. Monkey D. Dragon. The baby golden warrior said every word. His hoarse voice did not contain the slightest emotion, and some were just as cold as metal. Looks like you know me, maybe we should meet. The fierce wind lifted the cloak, revealing a ferocious man with no eyebrows and a big back of a hedgehog. Of course, but not now. The baby golden warrior left a sentence, and suddenly it burst into gold powder and began to fall. For a time, only Long was left in the entire sky, and then he looked at Post Island, as if he was looking at a pair of eyes in the air. Interesting. Chaos withdrew his gaze and tapped the golden seat with his fingers subconsciously. He did not expect to meet Monkey D. Dragon here, and he came to him specifically because of the appearance of the dragon. At this time, the dragon should be starting a business. Maybe he was being watched. If you have your own help, then Long Ventures will not be short of funds, and the development speed may be faster than the original. Chaos guessed the dragon's plan with just a little thought. But now what Chaos is thinking is, if the dragon recruits him, should he agree? The answer is already obvious, he can't succumb to others. What he wants is freedom, high profile, arrogance, and lawless waves on the sea. Whatever he wants is what he wants. So in the worst case, the dragon might use tough tactics to control him. But now it is possible to take advantage of each other. Naturally, one more means of retreat needs to be prepared, and the real big man has not yet appeared. Captain, Post Island is coming. On the distant sea horizon, a huge pirate ship with a flying pirate flag hanging on the main trunk and a jelly skull pirate flag hanging on the secondary pole is speeding up towards the Post Island. A female pirate on the watchtower put down her telescope and reported to the deck below. Really? Under the sun umbrella on the deck, Jelly Queen Anne wore pink shorts and took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, and she could vaguely see the outline of Post Island. Two tall women stood beside it. It is the right-hand man of Jelly Queen Anne, and they are cashier with a reward of 410 million and Amans with a reward of 350 million. This ship is not only the team of Jelly Queen, but also the team of Lone Wolf Spender. It's just that he's sleeping soundly in the cabin now. Go wake up that idiot Spender. Jelly Queen Anne stood up from the deck chair and walked to the bow to look at more than a dozen pirate ships, large and small, on the surrounding sea. The more they got closer to the Post Island, it seems that there are still many people who are eyeing the Golden Emperor. I heard that even the Admiral Buddha of the Warring States personally took action. This task does not seem to be so well accomplished. X. Chapter 78_kneeling at the start. Chapter 78_kneeling at the start. Yoshihara Street, now an area, has been reduced to ruins. The bustling pirates all around looked at the three figures sitting on the golden platform above the ruins, especially the arrogant man in the center with his legs crossed and a golden goose feather coat showing his 8-pack abs. And lined up on the ground, tall and short, fat and thin, all kneeling neatly. Among them, there is no shortage of pirates with a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys. Now all the pirates in the periphery dare not cross the non-existent red line, because in a short period of time, they have seen too many pirates rushing out, and they knelt on the ground strangely before they reached the Golden Emperor. This situation is too appalling and horrifying. For this reason, the atmosphere at the scene was very depressing and strange. The Golden Emperor seemed to be waiting for something, and kept looking in the direction of the port. Suddenly the dense crowd pushed away, and a group of people came from each of the 5 directions. The leaders are the 5 forces of Slippery Delis, Burst Bear Trucia, Maker Kakat, Obsidian King Mojta, and Panther King Tissa. At the same time, many people appeared on the roof of the street, all of them looking towards this side. For example, those from Magic Valley Town. Their zebra killer was very angry when he saw Chaos's pretentious appearance. He still hasn't forgotten that humiliating time. There is also the swordsman Cruz, whose eyes are cold and murderous. That time in Mogya Town, he took the initiative to retreat, which has led to rumors in many places that he is not the opponent of the Golden Emperor, and he has been despised and looked down upon. PFFT haha. Which of you will go first? Burst Bear Trucia hung his machete, looking at Chaos with a savage face and was very unhappy. The other party is too arrogant, and the bells and whistles seem to be looked down upon by no one, and they are very dragged. He likes to chop this kind of person into 10 or 8. Those who dare to be arrogant in front of him are covered with grass. If you can't stand it, you can try it. Leopard King Tichel crossed his shoulders with his hands and glanced at the group of people kneeling on the ground, frowning and hesitating. According to the comments of the pirates around, those people seemed to be like that as soon as they rushed away. Since Burst Bear Trucia is going to be the first bird, that's all the better. There are also Slippery Delis and Obsidian King who have the same idea as Leopard King Tichel. Their bounty and combat power were the highest at the scene, and it could be seen from the pirates who kept a distance around them. All of them looked at them with fear and caution. HMPH, a bunch of shrunken turtles. Burst Bear Trucia looked down on the Panther King and others more and more, and then turned to look at the Slippery Deris. When I catch the Golden Emperor, I will definitely turn you into my slave. After speaking, he laughed wildly, ignoring Slippery's cold eyes at all. There are countless pirates in the sea who want to ravage Slippery people. After all, the more beautiful something is, the more pleasant it is to ravage it. Roar. Accompanied by the gigantic beast roar, Burst Bear Trucia's 5-metal body suddenly burst out with thick black hair, which continued to expand, and finally turned into a 7-meted human beast-shaped black bear. The thief pulled away again. It's Burst Bear Trucia. Fauna, black bear form. Many people are afraid, after all, Trucia is too violent now. And this roar also attracted the attention of Chaos. Little ones, rush for me. The pillar-like black-haired big hand was holding the machete, and Trucia shook his finger at Chaos, and he was bound to win. Go. Suddenly, the pirates of the Burst Bear Pirates were all like wild horses that had taken off their reins. Their green eyes were all looking at Chaos greedily. To be precise, it was the golden chair and platform under the buttocks. As long as they catch the Golden Emperor, they can become the most powerful pirate group in the world. When the time comes, they will dominate the New World and the Great Root. Who will dare to accept the order? Wealth, women, and power are at your fingertips. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. BFFT. Puff puff. The pirates who originally descended the mountain like a pack of wolves, kneeled on the ground like cutting wheat, straightened their waists and eyes full of fear. As for the previous madness long ago disappeared. Not only can they not control their bodies, they can't even speak. Needle drop can be heard all over the place. The Leopard King, Slippery Man, Obsidian King, Maker and others all changed their expressions. What's the situation? They did not see the Golden Emperor take action. This scene in front of me is too evil. Looking for death. Burst Bear Trucia was furious, opened up a burst of bloody accents, and rushed out with a machete. The ground seemed to be shaking, and a large amount of soil and gravel was splashed and shot, rising from Trucia's body. The momentum makes people unable to stop trembling with fear. Chaos held his chin with one hand, and when he sensed the gold dust in Burst Bear Trucia's body, the contempt of the king became even more contemptuous. This guy is about the same as Buffalo Arquette, with some deficiencies in it. Or maybe you know everything, but you are just too confident in yourself. Boom. The 10-meter radius of the ground sank, and Burst-Bear Trucia soared into the sky, jumped to Chaos with a machete in both hands, and quickly covered his arms with glaring eyes, as if he had chopped off in one fell swoop. Facing such a terrifying blow, Chaos just stretched out a finger, pressed down gently, and instantly exploded the bear. Trucia slammed into the ground with a sonic boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. After the dust dissipated, Burst-Bear Trucia sank deep into the soil, and the surrounding surface was torn apart to form large pits, with a blank expression on his face. On the golden seat, Chaos rested his right hand on the side of his face and raised his left hand slightly. Burst-Bear Trucia was suspended in the air again uncontrollably, and stood in front of Chaos in a large shape. "What have you done to me?" Explosive Bear Trucia's eyes were torn apart, and his fierceness did not diminish. On the contrary, he became even more brutal. But deep in his eyes, he still showed panic. Chaos chuckled and pressed his index-finger lightly again. The exploding Bear Trucia turned into a cannonball and smashed the ground. The soil and gravel splashed again, and the potholes continued to expand. Before Burst-Bear Trucia could catch his breath, Chaos lifted and pressed down again. Boom boom boom. The roars continued one after another, and the surrounding ground continued to burst and cocked up, and the pirates on the periphery were all dumbfounded. There is no backhand. Burst-Bear Trucia can't even resist, while the Golden Emperor can tease him at will with just one finger. What kind of ability is it? Didn't you say that the devil fruit of the Golden Emperor is a golden fruit? It's so weird. The Leopard King and others were very confident at the beginning, but now they have become indecisive. They also wanted to see how Burst-Bear Trucia would force out some abilities of the Golden Emperor, but they kneeled at the start. And I don't know how to kneel. The unknown is the most terrifying. Cough cough. In midair, Burst-Bear Trucia was hanging in the air in a large font, with a grey face and blood all over his mouth. He looked very embarrassed, but his injuries were not too serious. Chaos never thought about killing this guy from the beginning. It is more valuable to stay than to die. Whether it's Burst-Bear Trucia or the kneeling people on the ground, or the countless pirates with gold dust in their bodies, they are all behind the hands of Chaos. Enough to deal with all the trouble. Especially after the break. X. Chapter 79 _ The soul will leave the sky at any time. Chapter 79 _ The soul will leave the sky at any time. Let go of me. Burst-Bear Trucia is cowardly. There was fear deep in his eyes. Completely live up to the previous brutality and arrogance. He just wants to live now. Chaos didn't pay any attention to Burst-Bear Trucia at all. He just pointed at Burst-Bear Trucia and knelt on the ground, keeping himself in line with the other pirates. This kind of confession, Chaos did not feel anything. In other words, he is not much nobler than Burst-Bear Trucia in the face of life and death. Golden Rain. In the pirate area, the maker, Kakart, lit a cigarette, wore a trench coat with 2 pistols hanging from his waist, and wore mechanical long-legged shoes on his feet. If he added a cowboy hat, he would be a real Western cowboy. He had been thinking about it all the time before, combining with the Golden Emperor's easy control of Burst-Bear Trucia, and the large group of kneeling pirates on the ground, and then thinking of the golden rain falling in the air before going to the island, and the ability of the Golden Emperor. Probably get the result. Kakart was smoking a cigarette calmly, but upon closer inspection, he found that his hands were shaking. And there was a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Because he also got the golden rain before going to the island. Wipe. Damn. Leopard King Teachel also reacted, and his face turned pale on the spot. He and all his subordinates have also been drenched in golden rain. Insidious enough. I've been suspecting those golden showers, and there's something wrong with that. It's been calculated before it even goes to the island. It's no wonder that the Golden Emperor is still calm in the face of so many pirates. Dare we hand over our life and death to him before we even go to the island? Damn. What now? More and more pirates panic. It can be said without hesitation that 99% of the pirates present have been drenched in the golden rain. Didn't you see that even the 290 million bounty bear, Trucia, kneeled down? The Golden Emperor just moved his finger and pressed it to the ground. Now I'm kneeling honestly. I want to be as obedient as I want, and I have no temper at all. Slippery, Obsidian King, I'm afraid it's just the two of you right now. The Maker, Kakart, was embarrassed. He couldn't make a move now. As long as he made a move, he would be the same as Trisha the Bear. The Golden Emperor only needed to move his fingers to kill him. If you want to change this situation, you must defeat the Golden Emperor. Either withdraw. He now feels that the soul will leave the heavenly cover at any time, which is very unsafe. This hidden danger must be resolved. In this situation, Kakart not only did not panic, but also calmed down. The first thing that came to my mind was Slippery Doris and Obsidian King Mojta. Although the two had met several times and had never dealt with each other, the news and bounties brought all the pirates closer together. It is no secret that everyone has what abilities and what devil fruit abilities they are. Slippery Man Doris is a superhuman type with slippery fruit ability, and the golden rain falls on her body and slides away automatically. The Obsidian King Mojta is a superhuman type and obsidian fruit capable person. He is an obsidian. Even if the gold powder invades, it will be restricted. The most important thing is that the Obsidian King has not been exposed to the golden rain. Before going to the island, the golden rain fell in the sky for no reason, making him very vigilant. On the surface, he looks like a strong man with developed limbs and a simple mind, but he is thick and thin. A bunch of trash. Dilly did not hide the disdain in her eyes at all, fluttering her oranged curly long hair, and walked into the arena with her smooth and slender white legs. Even if the Maker didn't tell her to do it, although the golden rain was useless to her, almost all of her subordinates were drenched. What's more, she is determined to win the Golden Emperor. Her goal is to become the most powerful female pirate in the sea and take revenge on the Big Mom in the New World. It's Slippery Doris. Is she going to shoot? It's so beautiful. The skin is so smooth. Damn woman. When Doris entered the arena like this, the man was drooling, wishing to put his eyes on Doris' perfectly proportioned figure in a three-point swimsuit. And some female pirates were jealous and wished that their eyes would disappear from the world. Who is this woman? Chaos was very successful in getting attention. Because this woman is beautiful and sexy and has no gold dust in her body. Slippery Man Doris, the superhuman type with slippery fruit ability, offers a reward of 232 million Baileys. Stuthia held her profile face in one hand, and said with admiration, "Wow, it's so nice to be young, beautiful and bold. Does boss have any heart? Humans have weaknesses, and men's weaknesses are power, wealth, and beauty." Stucci wanted to see what the man's weakness was. If it is beauty, it will be easier to deal with in the future. Slippery fruit, no wonder. For some reason, Chaos thought of the freckled, fat and ugly woman. The future will also become sexy and charming because of the slippery fruit. That was the first female villain Wang Luffy met, called Rita. Impressive. Properly gorgeous makeover. Crack. As Chaos snapped his fingers, the swords, spears, swords and halberds standing behind him all aimed at Doris, and then flew out like bullets. Chaos did not hesitate to act, which surprised Stuthie. This man. SHHHHHH. The air hissed fiercely, and Daris habitually fluffed her long hair and swayed her hips against the attack, as if a fashion model was on the catwalk. Extremely sexy and tempting, it makes people feel a hormonal explosion. Boom. The most unbelievable thing happened. Those swords, spears, swords and halberds that could easily shoot through the ground were all slid away when they were shot on Dalis's skin. Despite the explosions around her, Dalis was not stained with any dust. This scene is very entertaining. Just like a person walking in a missile bombardment, all attacks are actively avoided, as if being hugged by the goddess of luck. Zero friction, interesting. With his left hand, Chaos gently swiped against Dalis in the air, and all the swords and halberds that fell behind him were densely packed like a swarm of bees. It's useless. Dalis met Chaos' playful eyes and let the sword, spear and halberd shoot at her body, but both her head and body were slid away. Her ability to restrain all weapons. Even a great swordsman's slash can slide away. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, and the swords, spears, swords, and halberds shot on the ground all merged into the locks of the sky, and they were shot in rows and turned into birdcages, which did not give Dalis a chance to react at all. What's more, Dalis is like a proud white swan now, but she is confident in her own abilities. Not good. When the birdcage was formed, Doris' confident face finally changed, but it was too late to fight back. Chaos stretched out his right hand and held it, and the entire birdcage began to shrink rapidly, and a thin needle rose from the inside of each lock of the sky, and the distance between the two locks of the sky was only 1 finger wide. What's more excessive is that the entire birdcage covered with armed color has changed into a black gold birdcage. Doris is not afraid of any attack, but if her range of activities is restricted and all attacks cannot be avoided, then she is the fish on the chopping board. The birdcage is getting smaller and smaller, and the internal space is getting smaller and smaller. All the fine needles in all directions are densely stabbed, and at the same time, the zero friction that squeezes her can't slip. X. Chapter 80 The true meaning of life is more addictive than shooting. Chapter 80 The true meaning of life is more addictive than shooting. At this moment, Dalis is no longer arrogant, and some are just panic. The thin needles in front of her eyes are only 2 millimeters away from her eyes, whether it is in front or behind her body, she dare not make any movement. If the birdcage continues to be closed, she will be tied into a hedgehog, which is terrifying to think about. In this case, her abilities are completely useless. Chaos lifted his finger lightly, and the birdcage flew to the golden platform in the air. Doris was like a canary locked in a cage, not even daring to move. It looks prettier up close. Stuffy tilted her head to look at Chaos, and Cherry's mouth curved slightly. She wanted to see what the man would do. 90% of her felt that this man would make this woman her own, as if threatening her. Crocodile put his hands on his shoulders and snorted coldly, looking at the sexy Doris without the slightest interest in his eyes. Obviously, the brothel was brought down that time, which brought him a lot of psychological shadows. Yes, but the lights are the same when they are turned off. Chaos is not very interested. What he is after is not a woman, and there are too many beauties in the pirate world. It is enough to relurk occasionally. A real man should be on par with Wang Tubei. Now I'm walking on a tightrope, and I'm trying to fly, so be serious. In the end, the reason is that Chaos prefers stimulation and heartbeat, and only then does he feel alive. The true meaning of life made him more addicted than gunshots. Crocodile and Stuffy were both stunned, and they didn't understand the meaning of Chaos's words at first. It's the same when the lights are turned off. After savoring it carefully, whether it was Crocodile or Stuffy looking at Chaos, the eyes were different. We are all young people, understand. It's still too weak to meet my requirements. Looking at Doris with a frightened face and a pleading face, Chaos frowned and finally shook his head, giving up the idea of subduing Doris. This is a vase. Completely failed to meet his requirements. With a snap of her fingers, the fine needles on the heavenly lock turned into some gold powder and entered her body through Dalis' ears and nostrils. Jingle bell. The birdcage disintegrated, and the next moment, Daris slammed to the ground, and honestly knelt beside Burst Bear Trucia. Chaos did not have the slightest pity. "Boss, are you not interested in such a beautiful woman?" Stuffy couldn't understand this man. Or the man's sexuality. "Not everyone can be my subordinate, you should be lucky." Chaos looked at Stucci with a half-smile. Stuffy stretched out his hand and brushed the hair from his forehead to the root of his ear, avoiding Chaos's gaze without leaving a trace. It didn't even last 5 minutes. The pirates, the Maker Kakat, the Leopard King Tissa, and the others had grim expressions on their faces. No one thought that Slippery Eyes would kneel so quickly. The appearance of winning at the beginning did give them a kind of reassurance. The illusion of that vanished as soon as he knelt down. Moreover, they may have underestimated the strength of the Golden Emperor. Of course, it is not ruled out that Slippery Doris is too underestimated. The only one who can take action now is the Obsidian King Mojta. We withdraw. But the Obsidian King, Mojayata, who looked big and thick on the outside, but was very thin on the inside, even greeted his men and retreated without saying a word. This is what Leopard King and others did not expect. "King Obsidian, are you actually going to retreat?" Maker Kakat was caught off guard, and his voice trembled. "Humph." The Obsidian King snorted coldly. "These people want him to step on the thunder, thinking they don't know." Although he said that there may be golden rain in his subordinates, he has already thought of a solution. The nemesis of devil fruits has always been the sea. If the Golden Emperor uses those golden rains to control people, then the sea water can definitely be washed away, or the connection between the golden rain and the Golden Emperor will be disconnected. Whether the guess is true or not, it's worth a shot. And he will not leave Post Island, but intends to wait and see for a while, and if he is lucky, he may not be able to pick it up. When he was in his early stage, he wasn't that stupid. He looks like he has no ick, but he is actually smarter than anyone else. And he didn't plan to tell everyone about the possibility he guessed. Damn. There was a flash of violence in Leopard King Tishal's eyes, but there was a golden rain in his body. If he didn't get rid of it, the Golden Emperor would be a sharp blade hanging from his neck in the future. Unless you see the Golden Emperor in the future, you will avoid it. We also withdraw. Maker Kakat looked at the back of Obsidian King Mojta's departure. His gaze remained calm and thoughtful. "Maker, you." The Leopard King couldn't believe it, knowing that this guy was just like him. "Captain, what are we going to do?" All the subordinates looked at Leopard King Tishel, all of them bail. "We also withdraw." Looking at Chaos very reluctantly, Leopard King Tishel's eyes turned red. "Call out." Boom. They want to leave, but some people don't want Leopard King and others to leave. A golden square halberd shot obliquely at the surface, causing a huge explosion of soil to splash, revealing the gloomy expression of the Obsidian King Mojta, who could not suppress his anger. In the entire air, rows of swords, spears, swords and halberds were aligned, making all the pirates of the Obsidian Pirates drool. Golden Emperor. Before the Obsidian King broke out, the Maker Kakat and the Panther King Tishel flew uncontrollably towards the arena, looking shocked and angry. Dong dong. There were 2 consecutive kneeling noises, and the Maker and the Panther King were kneeling beside Slippery Delis and Burst Bear Trucia. Neither the Slippery Man nor the Burst Bear looked sideways, not even blinking, but as the Panther King and the Maker knelt beside them, one could see the gloating in their eyes. "When you come, don't leave." Chaos directly ignored the 2 of them, raised his hand to look at the Obsidian King Mojta, and gently pressed down on all the swords, spears, swords and halberds to start bursting. The momentum of these pirates is good, and the difference between the rabble and the elite is completely different. Boom. One after another, the sound of howls continued to explode, and the Obsidian King Mojet turned into obsidian, and was dyed in the color of armed forces, and he forcibly resisted. Those swords and halberds shot a lot of sparks on the body, but they couldn't break the defense. It can be seen how strong the Obsidian King's defense is. If Slippery Man's defense is clever, then Obsidian King's defense is the kind that is frontal and tough. Golden Emperor, you are courting death. The Obsidian King was furious, and the other party was really deceiving. Trying to keep him. Since you can't hide, you can only do it. The ground under his feet exploded, and the Obsidian King turned around and charged towards Chaos. The surrounding swords and halberds bombarded wildly, which did not affect his speed at all. If the thief is captured first, the king will be captured first, and the plan of the Obsidian King cannot be clearer. Facing the menacing Obsidian King, Chaos slowly lit a cigar, squinted his eyes and exhaled a smoke ring, and wiped his right hand in front of him. He used the armed color domineering. Boom. The flying sand and stones swept the surroundings. The Obsidian King, who was originally rushing like a locomotive, couldn't control his retreat with his feet deep in the ground. A trace of bright red blood is constantly overflowing. Starting point, deep buckle, I want to steal the tower, 600 starting point coins, 7 sea heroes, Mr. Black Crow, 200 book coins. X. Chapter 81 _ I want all her information. Chapter 81 _ I want all her information. Without waiting for the Obsidian King to breathe, sonic booms came in midair. Get out of here. The Obsidian King blushed violently, grabbed Fang Tianhua's halberd, and swept away thousands of troops as a weapon in reverse. The whole scene was full of fury. Just one word. Just. Wutilda. Chaos looked at the Obsidian King who was constantly approaching, and spit out a smoke ring with contempt in his eyes, and there was a slight appreciation in his eyes. He preferred some tough guys, especially those who were positive, passionate, and masculine. Fighting to the flesh. However, with a flick of the finger, all the swords, spears, swords and halberds collided and sparked, forming the lock of the sky as if a group of snakes looked around, which made the Obsidian King's expression congeal. He is not afraid of being tough on the front, after all, the defense is there. But scary, soft. The tactics adopted by Chaos are very simple, and he intends to overcome rigidity with softness. Normally, he would like to see how strong the Obsidian King is and how many attacks he can withstand. After all, a hidden defeat is a sense of achievement. But now is a very moment, and there is not so much time to consume. Damn. The Obsidian King tried to avoid it as much as possible, but there were too many locks in the sky, and he couldn't dodge it at all. As a lock of the sky wrapped around him like a python, then the second and third began to wrap around him, and then a huge force of contraction came, making the face of the Obsidian King begin to turn red. But he's not a vegetarian either. Jingle bell. The chain twisted and made a metal collision sound, and the tip of a skylock was suspended in front of the Obsidian King, as if a poisonous snake was looking at the Obsidian King. But in the next second, the tip bloomed like a stamen, turning into small golden needles and began to enter the Obsidian King's body from the nostrils, ears and other parts. However, the Obsidian King's body is also obsidian, and those fine needles must be rooted in the flesh and the internal organs, otherwise the control of the gods will not be effective. But none of that matters. With the thin needle covering the armed color, the Obsidian King's face began to grieve, feeling like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The pain almost made him faint. The internal defense is indeed much weaker than the external one. Even if the Obsidian King is obsidian. As those thin needles broke the defense, the lock of the sky that was entangled outside began to collapse and turned into swords, spears, swords, and halberds and flew high into the sky behind Chaos. while the Obsidian King stood motionless on the ground, with a pale face full of fear. Chaos waved his hand, and the next moment, the Obsidian King knelt beside Leopard King T-Shell. Neatly is still in the first row, and those who can kneel in this position are considered strong. Which one is not famous at a glance? Hi. The rapid defeat of the Obsidian King once again made the watching pirates take a breath. Slippery Man, Burst Bear, Maker, Obsidian King, and Leopard King just vanished. The rewards for these people are all over 200 million Baileys. This guy is stronger. In the crowd, Zebra Killer Box clenched his fists and looked at Chaos, who was still very arrogant and pulled, his face full of unwillingness. The days when he was threatened to teach sensuality has become his shadow. Since that time, he has tried his best to become stronger, thinking that one day he will be ashamed. But who would have thought that this guy's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and now it is easier to defeat pirates with a bounty of more than 200 million. He probably estimated and found that he could not beat it. Not only Zebra Killer couldn't see it, but also Reaper Tessis, Octopus Maniac Rotes, and Swordmaster Cruz, all of them were angry and fearful. Compared to Moggatown, the bounties of these people have increased a lot, and they have become a lot stronger. Originally, I just came to watch the show, just to see if there was a chance to be ashamed, but now it seems that there is no drama. At the same time, on another house, a cloak figure appeared at an unknown time. Chaos noticed it right away, but withdrew his gaze after just looking at each other. Because a more powerful enemy is coming. The noisy crowd separated, and all the pirates in the audience looked at the pair of people who entered the arena with fear and disbelief. Hey! Hey! I read that right. You read that right, it's Jelly Queen Nan, captain of the 9th Fleet of the Air Pirates, with a reward of 1.26 billion, and the captain of the 15th Fleet, Lone Wolf Spender, with a reward of 710 million. I heard that the Golden Emperor killed the captain of the 20th Fleet of the Air Pirates, the Horned Dragon Jacks, in the Chambord Islands, and also called for the head of the Golden Lion. The Golden Emperor is dead, the Golden Lion is the super overlord of the New World. 1,260 million Bailey, this reward is too scary. SHH, get out of the way now. Countless gazes followed the pair of people with fear and fear. Not to mention Jelly Queen Nan, the 710 million bounty offered by Lone Wolf Spender is already the highest bounty on the entire island. And the 1,260 million of the Jelly Queen is simply an astronomical figure. The rewards offered by Slippery Man, Obsidian King and others are just a small fraction of their own. At this moment, the atmosphere became heavy. Even if the Jelly Queen did not deliberately exude her own momentum, everyone present felt a sense of strength and heart palpitations. 1.26 billion, just that kind of breath is not comparable to 200 million, 300 million, or 500 million. The most important thing is that the Jelly Queen is a very beautiful mature woman, which is simply a woman of beauty and strength. Slippery people can compete with each other except for their beauty and figure, and the rest are scum. The makeup of the Jelly Queen has not changed, she is still wearing blue waist-length hair, long maple leaf earrings, cool lace clothes on the upper body, pink shorts facing the pattern on the lower body, and a pair of crystal high heels. The lethality is 99.9%. Next to him were his right-hand men, Kersia and Demands, and the unfortunate Lone Wolf Spender. Boss, I think big trouble is coming. Stuxy's face darkened. She knew that Chaos had a grudge between Chaos and the Air Pirates, but she didn't expect that the Jelly Queen would be dispatched in person. This is the 9th strongest player in the Flying Sky Pirates. It seems that the purpose of the Golden Lion is not to kill the Golden Emperor, but on the contrary, to capture it alive, or even subdue it. Because the ability of the Golden Emperor is too important to any power. This woman makes my heart beat and I want all her information. Chaos flicked the ash. His black eyes and the green pupils of the Jelly Queen stared at each other. The breath of the other party made him feel a little bit about to move, or he could feel a trace of danger and excitement. Jelly Queen Nan, captain of the 9th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, with a reward of 1.26 billion, superhuman, jelly fruit ability, dwa-color domineering, devil fruit awakening, changeable personality, hates rude people, especially men, who have a record of. Stuffy opened her red lips and quickly revealed the comprehensive information of the Jelly Queen. Crocodile on the side opened his mouth slightly, and Stuffy grabbed his lines again, which made him a little uncomfortable. But as Stuffy spoke more and more carefully, he expressed that he did not want to speak. The amount of knowledge and intelligence of the other party is obviously not that he, a half-hearted person who can only get information from newspapers, is much stronger. Not even a single star. Chaos tapped the golden handle with his fingers rhythmically. From the information Stuffy told, we could tell that this woman was a very dangerous guy. Anyone who was bewildered by her beauty, or looked down upon, was already lining up in hell to be reincarnated. And the record is also brilliant. Whether it is Big Mom or Crane, they have played against each other. X. Chapter 82 Q _. Chapter 82 Q _. Golden Emperor, come with us. Spender couldn't hold back at first. He was unlucky when he went to catch the Golden Emperor last time. Finally caught the Golden Emperor today. Wearing a coat and clasping his shoulders with his hands, his sides trembling are ferocious. Too bad the left eye is blind. Lone Wolf Spender, captain of the 15th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, animal type, dog fruit, dachshund form, dwa-color domineering, awakened, with a reward of 710 million, jealous and cruel. After Stucci introduced the Jelly Queen, he told Spender's information. It's a pity that he was interrupted by Chaos before he finished speaking. In his eyes, only the Jelly Queen can make his heart move. As for the Lone Wolf Spender, it can only be regarded as a small role. Losha, go and solve it. Chaos sipped his cigar, completely ignoring Lone Wolf Spender. Crocodile didn't speak, burst into flying sand, and condensed behind him in front of Spender, contemptuously with his nostrils on his face, and his demeanor was extremely arrogant and disdainful. This is the red Neju, and the black Nearink is completely affected. Arrogant and high profile, this is the purpose that Chaos often talks about, and it will also be the purpose of the entire team from now on. Boom. The arm and the big foot collided, and the huge wind and waves rolled up the soil and gravel. Many people around were pushed out by the storm, and only Queen Jelly and her two subordinates, Keshia and Amans, stood there. Their long hair fluttered. The wind and sand recondensed, and Crocodile fell to the ground and looked at Spender with some danger. No name. Spender's body began to swell, he took off his clothes with one hand, strode towards Crocodile, and finally turned into a human-shaped dachshund. The breath that spreads is fierce and violent. It's hard to imagine a cute dachshund with short legs and a long body. Call out. It flashed very quickly. Spender burst out and tore the eardrum with a punch. Crocodile burst into flying sand, appeared behind him and swept away, but Spender turned around in disdain. His right paw covering the armed color firmly. Grabbed Crocodile's right foot. Apparently, the knowledge color predicted Crocodile's attack in advance. How could it be a mediocre person to be the captain of the 15th Fleet of the Air Pirates? However, Crocodile was not an ordinary person. He attacked at the first time, and his right hand swept the sand to form a large desert hand, which was so close at hand to grab Spender. As long as he is caught, he can quickly absorb the water in Spender's body. Perhaps Spender sensed the danger, grabbed Crocodile's big foot and quickly turned in circles, throwing Crocodile away in one fell swoop. As soon as the ground exploded under his feet, Spender turned into an afterimage and chased after him, his claws cold lightning all grinning. Golden Emperor, you should know that as long as you are targeted by the flying sky pirates, there will be no place for you in the whole sea. Only the flying sky pirates can protect you. The battle between Spender and Crocodile was drawn away, and the Jelly Queen Anne smiled with red lips, looking at Chaos from the air. The sound is very sweet and has a glutinous feeling. On the left, Keshia is wearing armor, a woman without eyebrows holding a big sword in both hands, and a pair of Finai's murderess. Amans on the right was wearing tight pants, with short orange hair fluttering, and holding a dagger in both hands. As long as the Jelly Queen Anne gave an order, she would rush out as soon as possible and kill Chaos. Wootilda. Chaos squeezed the cigar with his fingers, turned his head to the side after blowing out the smoke ring, and fluttered with golden earrings on his ears. He looked away from the sea level in the distance, and said to himself, about 10 minutes. Enough. Standing up from the golden throne, Chaos watched the aura on the Jelly Queen change. The swords, spears, swords, and halberds that fell from the sky behind them were aimed at the Jelly Queen without the slightest pause, like bullets piercing the air. Chaos started directly, causing the delicate face of the Jelly Queen to suddenly freeze. The other party didn't put her in his eyes from the beginning, and he didn't even need to look at her. Insolent. The Jelly Queen didn't make any movement yet. Keshia and Amans on the left and right rushed out angrily, resisting the dense rain of swords, spears, swords, and swords. The fighting strength of the two women is very strong, and they are constantly approaching against the current. It completely matches the bounties of 410 million and 350 million. Chaos looked down at the two women condescendingly, then squinted at Stuffy without speaking. I don't want to fight at all, it's very unladylike. Only 5 minutes at most. Stuffy smiled slightly, and reached out to brush the hair from her forehead to her ears. She knew that she had to make a move. I don't want a vase. Chaos snorted slightly and turned to look at the Jelly Queen. What a ruthless man. If that's the case, then I'll try to delay it for half an hour. Stuxy left a sentence and disappeared, turning into a golden afterimage and appearing in front of Keshia in one fell swoop. The golden feet and the sword slammed together, and the powerful storm peeled off the gravel and soil, instantly forming a 30-meter crater. Finger gun. The slender fingers shot at Amans not far away, and the sonic boom exploded directly. Seeing like this, Stuffy wanted to hold off Keshia and Amans alone. The golden armor on her body not only did not limit her flexibility, but also increased her super defensive power. Catch him. The Jelly Queen's face was cold, and her slender fingers painted with red nail polish pointed, and a large number of men behind her began to enter the arena. Among them, there were many pirates with a reward of 800,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, flicked his cigar, and the whole sky went dark. Everyone looked up, all kinds of greed, shock and horror on their faces. The huge sacred body of the goddess of God fell from the sky, covering the sun behind the light wheel turning, 3,000 golden threads and wrist ribbons flying, a pair of golden eyes without the slightest emotion, overlooking the ant-sized pirate. The right hand raised and pressed violently down. In an instant, the air was oppressed, and the loud sonic boom was deafening. Damn! Get out! The pirates who were rushing to death had their hairs blown up, the slender palms on their heads that could clearly see the lines, and the cloud cover was an alternative meteorite that fell. Call out! The Jelly Queen stopped watching, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared above the pirates. Facing the mighty giant palm, her feet spread out jelly and connected to the ground, causing the surface of more than 50 meters to rapidly assimilate. The fragrant sweetness continued to permeate. As the Jelly Queen launched a hand, the ground quickly wriggled into a giant jelly palm with exquisite Q-bombs, which rose from the ground and slammed together with the slender hand of the goddess of God. Boom. There is no shocking collision as imagined, some are just fantasy and shock. The giant palm of the goddess of God pressed down the giant jelly palm in one fell swoop, but after a stalemate for a moment, the giant jelly palm produced a terrifying rebound. For a while, the goddess of God took a few steps backwards in the air and fell into a disadvantage. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The size of the goddess of God was actually bounced back. Chaos reached out and moved the gold earrings back and forth, making a crisp sound with a slight chuckle. The other party ranked 9th in the Flying Sky Pirates, and it is not unreasonable to offer a reward of 1.26 billion at the same time. According to Stucci, the Jelly Queen Anne is a superhuman-type jelly fruit person who has awakened. X. Chapter 83 Susanna next door. Chapter 83 Susanna next door. Jelly, this thing is the same thing when you hear it. The first impression is that it is delicious, sweet, and Q-bomb. It looks ordinary, but it is such an ordinary fruit, but it was developed by the Jelly Queen to become the 9th leader of the Flying Sky Pirates, and even offered a reward of 1.26 billion. Aside from the fair skin and beauty of the Jelly Queen, she is truly a genius. At the moment of the collision, the Jelly Queen obviously used the power of the jelly's Q-bullet, squeezed like a spring, and finally rebounded more power to the enemy. It seems that it has been well developed by the Jelly Queen, and the rebound force is not inferior to the real spring. Do you think the Jelly Queen only developed resilience? No. She has more genius ideas. That is, like Crocodile, it can absorb the water and sweetness in the flesh and blood body, so as to replenish its own water and sweetness, so as to speed up the recovery of physical strength. It's not very wonderful to absorb water and sweetness. After all, jelly is generally made of water and sugar. The most powerful thing is that it can supplement its own consumption by absorbing other people's water and sweetness. This is the most powerful. Not even Crocodile has developed to this point, or the idea of recycling. What is genius? This is. There are actually a lot of geniuses like this in the ocean, such as Charlotte Category, Cracker, Doflamingo, etc. In all things, who is not a genius with a great reputation? Even if this kind of person just eats an ordinary devil fruit, he can develop powerful tricks and occupy a seat in the sea. Clang. Chaos did not despise the Jelly Queen because of her beautiful and sexy appearance, or pity her. As the celestial goddess stretched out her hand, the golden ribbon coiled around her elbow fluttered, transforming into a huge spear, dyed with armament and turned into black and gold, holding it high to make the sun bail. This scene is too visual. Up close, it looks like an indomitable female giant holding a small hill, and the size of the cloud cover makes people tremble. Even the Jelly Queen frowned slightly. Her jelly ability was actually afraid of sharp weapons, and the black gold spear held by the goddess, the spear tip was covered with armed color, cold light, and full of sharpness. Do you think only you can control giants? Queen form. Facing the overwhelming figure of the goddess of God, Annie snorted coldly, raised her crystal high heels and stomped on the ground, and the ground that was assimilated by the devil fruit quickly wriggled and jelly-wrapped Annie. Her body continued to expand and grow, and finally became the size of the goddess. At the same time, he was holding a huge jelly shield in his left hand and a jelly spear in his right hand. Under the sunlight, it was crystal clear and bright in color, and the beauty was not lost to the goddess. Everyone in the distance was stunned again, and even Chaos was stunned. Interesting. Chaos looked at Annie, who was in the chest of the queen, soaring up and entering the chest of the goddess of God. He would play with this woman. At this point, The two giant female giants looked at each other, and those who didn't know it thought it was Susanna next door. Go back. The town can't hold their battle anymore. This is too scary. The pirates, who were still far away at first, are now quickly pulling away. If this body type fights, the entire town can easily be destroyed. Woman, you managed to get my attention. The palace skirt on the goddess of gods began to transform into golden armor, and the heroic and unremarkable temperament became more and more intense, as if she had turned into a female god of war, and the spear in her hand flew forward with 3,000 golden threads flying. HMPH, rude man. Annie, who was in the queen form, immediately controlled her huge body. The jelly shield in her left hand was covered with armed colors, blocking the spear of the goddess in one fell swoop, and then the spear in her right hand stabbed straight towards the chest of the goddess. Said it was chaos. Before she could fight a few moves, she noticed the weakness of the goddess of God. The main body of chaos must be killed, otherwise it is useless to smash the goddess of God, just like her queen form. A powerhouse of this level is not only powerful in combat, but also possesses eyesight, combat experience, etc. that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Boom. The collision collapsed, and a terrifying storm turned into an air pressure wave, and most of the town was flattened and reduced to ruins in the first place. At this time, the goddess of God's right hand grabbed the spear pierced by the queen, and the huge golden light wheel standing behind it burst in vain and turned into a sturdy lock of the sky. Right arm, and also tried to bind the whole body. Don't try to succeed. Annie's movements were very fast, and the ground assimilated under her feet squirmed again, passing through her right leg to her shoulders, forming a jelly tide that covered the lock of the sky in the opposite direction. This situation is that the lock of the sky binds the right arm of the queen form, and a layer of jelly tide surrounds the lock of the sky again. No one can take advantage of it. Boom. The goddess of God suddenly kicked out, and at the critical moment, Annie moved from her chest to her forehead, and she could appear in any part of the queen form as long as she wanted. Bounce back. Now the goddess of the gods kicked the queen's chest firmly, and even fell into it. But the next moment, a rebound force struck, and the goddess of God couldn't control her body to retreat one after another. Every step of the landslide caused the ground to explode, and all kinds of debris and gravel splashed loudly. But the power is mutual, especially the queen form and the goddess of the gods are so huge. Damn. Come on. Back this way. The pirates who were in the queen form were all green at the moment. Some pirates who had no time to escape looked desperate, but the disaster did not happen the next moment. Because the goddess of the gods grabbed the lock of the sky with one hand, her right foot suddenly sank deep into the soil, and she also grabbed the lock of the sky with the other hand, which was not so gentle no matter how you looked at it. Not good. Annie's face changed slightly. The next moment, a huge force came from the lock of the sky. The queen's form could not control her body. Her entire arm was entangled by the lock of the sky. In addition, she was surrounded in the opposite direction. On. Get up. Chaos controlled the goddess of God to the maximum extent, and clenched the lock of the sky with both hands and slammed it like this. The terrifying force suddenly let the queen form off the ground, sweeping everything to form as an army, peeling off the crust and causing a big collapse to the hill outside the town. At that moment, the land collapsed and the ground cracked, and countless gravel mountains turned into meteor showers scattered in all directions, and the entire mountain was evenly leveled. The goddess of the gods succeeded in one blow and did not give the queen form a chance to breathe. The golden ribbon once again turned into a spear, striding close with murderous aura, and then a spear stabbed out. Annie's delicate face paled, and her body quickly shifted from her queen's forehead to her heart. The entire head was nailed to the collapsed mountain by the black and golden spear. But before Annie could fight back, More than 10 arms appeared behind the goddess of God, respectively pressing her hands and feet, while the rest began to grab Annie's body. For a while, it was rough and dazzling, like a beast that had been hungry for days. The brutality is chilling. X. Chapter 84 _ What did you do to me? Chapter 84 _ What did you do to me? Boom. Landslides and ground fissures continue to explode, all kinds of gravel and soil are flying, and billowing dust covers the entire area. The sound of various sharp weapons piercing the body, the goddess of the gods stubbornly pressed the queen form, and at the same time all the gold on the chest formed spikes, so close to the queen form. This sudden hedgehog attack made Annie feel a huge crisis. Leaving the queen form for the first time, the main body appeared on the gravel gobi in the distance, but before she could take any action, Chaos suddenly appeared on the left, and his right foot was black and golden, and the atmosphere swept out. A huge explosion occurred in the gravel gobi underfoot, and Annie's arms covered her arms in front of her. It was obvious to the naked eye that Chaos's whip legs were deeply sunk into her arms and even her body, causing Annie to bow her body, and a trace of pain appeared on her delicate face. The sonic boom tore the eardrums, and with the violent wind pressure swept through, Annie turned into a cannonball and flew out, piercing the rubble and chaotic forest one after another, leaving a huge ravine and lying at the end. Chaos flipped a few backflips in the air, and finally his feet sank into the ground and slid sideways. With a frown, he looked at Annie who stood up at the end of the gully. Although this kick kicked the opponent away, he also felt a rebound, and he could feel that the opponent was not injured. If it was someone else, he would have vomited blood if he didn't say much. In severe cases, death may occur on the spot. It seems that blunt weapons and pure power attacks cannot cause effective damage to the Jelly Queen. Chaos stretched out his hand and grabbed in the direction of the Goddess of God. The next moment, the Goddess of God exploded and turned into dense golden needles, all of which were more than 10 meters above the sky, and were quickly dyed black and gold in rows. And Annie, who was in the ruins, looked at the dense needles behind Chaos that covered the clouds, and her pretty face became extremely difficult to look at. Go. Chaos stretched out his hand and waved gently, the whole sky resounded with the sound of a bee colony, and the countless golden needles rushed forward, turning into a black gold torrent that covered the sky. Jelly defense. Anne's crystal high-heeled shoes stepped on the ground, and the surrounding surface jelly melted, forming a crystal-clear city wall, trying to resist Chaos's offensive in one fell swoop. It can be seen with the naked eye that the 10-meter-long golden needles have not been bounced off, but instead pierced into the jelly city wall, but the resistance is too strong, and they often stop passively halfway through. And if you want to leave, you can't leave, because jelly can also transform into a strong stickiness. Golden Emperor, I have accepted your gold. Annie's long blue hair was flying, and thick jelly city walls were also raised on the left, right, and above her head, and the golden needles shot from all directions were all bound and difficult to escape. As long as she focuses on defense, then the winner must be her. Her devil fruit has been awakened, and as long as her physical strength is enough, she can keep the surrounding gold jelly melted, which is equivalent to the inexhaustible jelly made. No matter how many attacks came, she could stick to it. Chaos can't do it, because the golden fruit has not awakened. If all the gold is absorbed, the ability of the golden fruit will be weakened by more than half, and the only thing that can be relied on is physical art. Raising his hand, the golden needle that flew high in the sky stopped, and in just a few short breaths, the Goddess of God, who was almost 60 meters tall, only had 50 meters left. The rest were absorbed by Annie's jelly. This situation is the first time that Chaos has encountered, and it is a little tricky. I'm afraid you'll have too much appetite for snacks. Chaos tilted his head back and forth, moved his body to make a clicking sound, exhaled a breath, and walked towards the Jelly Queen. From head to toe, he began to transform into gold, and quickly became black gold when he was armed. It doesn't matter if it's vertical hair or black eyes. The warm-up is over. White mist began to rise from the black gold body, and along with the increase in temperature, an air pressure spread with chaos as the center, and the surrounding ground began to vibrate and peel off, and the powerful breath rose straight up. Clang clang. All the yellow finance above his head were integrated into one, and turned into a giant sword that penetrated the sky and the earth. Chaos held his right hand high in the air, and he was arrogant and arrogant. "You are still hiding your strength." Annie Warong paled, and the arrogance of the other party was completely different from before. This man has yet to show his full strength. Chaos looked arrogant, and his right hand grabbed the sky-reaching giant sword and dropped it in one fell swoop. That unparalleled aura was going to destroy everything. Annie immediately put all the Jelly City walls in all directions on her head. At the moment of the collision, the giant sword continued to cut through the jelly and kept falling, until it stood 1 meter above her head and stopped. This calmed the undulating weapon on Annie's chest, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a cold air rushed to the sky, and I didn't know when chaos appeared in front of him, causing the surrounding temperature to continue to rise, and a large amount of white mist steam rose from his body. It's all contempt for everything. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. As Chaos's icy words fell, his calyx-shaped hands slammed on Annie's chest like lightning. All the strength was compressed to the extreme, and the armed color was unreserved. Puff. Annie's panicked complexion gradually twisted together, her mouth and nose could not control the spout of blood, and at the same time, her entire chest sank and made a bone-cracking sound, and a shock wave rushed out from her back, tearing the surface of the earth in one fell swoop, leaving a terrifying ravine that penetrated the two hills. Leaving the tunnel behind, the landslides and fissures gradually disappeared on the horizon. Chaos's majestic chest rose and fell, and the golden goose feather coat was fluttering behind him. He lowered his head and looked down at Annie, who was kneeling with cold eyes. His hair was disheveled and he was vomiting blood. This blow directly shocked Annie's body temporarily. Any defense power has a degree, as long as it exceeds that degree, no matter how hard the defense is, it will be like a piece of paper. Jingle bell. The lock of the sky fell down and bound Annie from head to toe, and at the same time a small piece of gold powder began to enter the body through Annie's ears. Anne suffered a thumping shock in vain, just 3 breaths. But these 3 breaths are enough to tell the result. The battle of the strong, even just a breath, may instantly subvert the evenly matched battle, or even decide the winner. The steam on Chaos began to dissipate, and the armed color and goldenization also receded like a tide. Annie, who had recovered from the recovery, shot at the first time, but with Chaos's uncontrollable eyes, he flew in midair, showing his perfect body more vividly in a large font. "What have you done to me?" Annie did not panic, but looked at Chaos extremely coldly. He was careless for a while, and he was defeated. More anger and rage. Chaos did not answer, but lifted off the ground and stepped on a golden giant sword. At the same time, all the gold was classified as a goddess and suspended in midair. Seeing that Chaos ignored her, Annie wanted to say something, but the next moment she found that she couldn't open her mouth. At this time, Chaos turned to look at the sea level, where a warship was constantly approaching. With a gentle wave of the hand, the golden ribbon on the wrist of the Goddess of God soared into the sky, and when it reached the height of 3,000 meters, it flew to the sea level, and it burst into a golden rain. And the direction of the fall is the warship. X. Chapter 85 After all, I was contaminated by this man. Chapter 85 After all, I was polluted by this man. Boom. Withdrawing his gaze from the sea, Chaos looked at the other 2 directions again. and then he frowned and snapped his fingers. The golden light wheel behind the goddess of God split into 3 tributaries and fell to the ground, and finally came out of the pit with 3 golden streaks. Warrior. With a very elegant wave of his hand, 3 golden warriors flew out like League's Yuan's arrows, and soon disappeared at the end of the ruins. At the same time, the golden giant sword under his feet became a throne, and Chaos sat down with the golden sword, and then waited. On the other side, almost on the back of Post Island, a sandstorm tornado connected the heavens and the earth, like the force of nature destroying everything recklessly. Crocodile stood in midair, looking very embarrassed with blood on the corner of his mouth. At this time, his eyes were sharp at the figure in the center of the sandstorm, and his chin was slightly raised. A reward of 710 million, but that's all. There is disdain and contempt in the contemptuous words, and the victory is still in hand. Damn nature-capable person. The lone wolf spender maintains a human-beast shape, his whole body is covered with armed colors, and he is gnashing his teeth to support the powerful daring force brought by the sandstorm. Before, he had melee combat power to crush the opponent, but he didn't expect Crocodile to be so despicable and shameless. Seeing that melee combat is not an opponent, I came to engage in long-range attacks. You think you can beat me like this? Wishful thinking. I can spend 10 days and 10 nights with you. Spender hit the sandstorm again and again, trying to rush out. But every time it fails. But he was calm, at least on the surface. Just as Crocodile was about to retaliate, a golden light and shadow smashed to the ground, and the golden warrior walked out of the dust and looked at the sandstorm and Crocodile in the air and spoke coldly. Lao Sha, the real trouble is here, there is no time for you to play. The golden warrior's voice was like a tractor stuck in his throat, with some metallic hoarseness and noise. The corners of Crocodile's eyes jumped, and he knew that the big man who could bring them super excitement and heartbeats was coming. If one is not good, it will all be explained here. You can madly experience the true meaning of life on the edge of death. Death is just the beginning. Got it? Crocodile found that he was not frightened, but a little bit about to move. After all, he was polluted by this man. Don't be afraid of trouble, and take the initiative to cause trouble. The pursuit is the heartbeat. Not to mention, it's very exciting. Very high. The cycle of erosion. Crocodile fell to the ground with a bang, and pressed the ground with both hands to activate the sand fruit ability. Immediately, an invisible storm spread into the sandstorm. Wherever it went, the ground cracked and began to quickly sand. As long as the creature or the object with moisture touched it, will be sucked dry in the first time. Despicable and sinister fellow. Spender's hair exploded, and even if it was covered with armed color, he could feel the loss of water in his body. Although it was very slow, it was silently weakening his strength. In just 5 breaths, the ground in a radius of 300 meters has been completely desertified. Whether it is solid ground or gravel, they burst into sand. With the desertified environment, the power of the sandstorm continued to rise. This is a cycle. It was the idea put forward by Chaos, and the original Crocodile didn't think of it. During the few months of cultivation, Chaos also named this combo as an environment killer and an environment destroyer. It's a pity that Crocodile didn't take it. Because in his opinion, his boss is just a nameless name, his own moves are slag, all kinds of cliques are bad, and he has always been confident that the name of his moves is very high and different. Dead is worthless? The golden warrior opened his mouth. His right arm exploded and turned into gold dust and flew into the sandstorm, and began to approach Spender quietly, or entered his body through the ears. Spender didn't notice at all, because the sandstorms and erosion cycles were enough to drink a pot. It's useless even if you find it. That's it. When the gold dust reaches a certain amount, The Golden Warrior signals to Crocodile that the sandstorm can be lifted. As Crocodile uses his abilities, the sandstorm starts to get smaller and smaller until it disappears. Call out. At the moment when the sandstorm disappeared, Spender walked close to the ground in the rolling sand. After leaving a ravine, he appeared violently and fiercely with his teeth and mouth, and swept towards Crocodile with a sonic boom. As for the Golden Warrior, he ignored it. Idiot. Crocodile stood proudly, facing Spender's attack without blinking, his face full of trash and grimness. Very pull. Damn, how could it be? A gust of wind lifted Crocodile's big back, and Spender's originally brutal face became stiff, and his feet were only 1 centimeter away from Crocodile. At this time, the whole body is frozen in the air. No matter how hard you struggle, it is useless. Boom. The Golden Warrior stretched out his hand and pressed down lightly. The next second, Spender knelt on the ground with a bang. That pair of movements was actually a pleasant feeling. You guys. Spender's eyes were full of rage and ferocity, but before he finished speaking, his mouth seemed to be connected, only a whimper. Whether it was the Golden Warrior or Crocodile, they were directly ignored. The liftoff quickly disappeared into this desert land. At the same time, Stuffy was alone fighting against Jelly Queen Anne's right-hand man Keshia and Demands, and the battle entered a stalemate. The battle is very dangerous, and every move is a fatal blow. Although Keshia and Demands are not devil fruit powers, they are both swordsmen. The only difference between the weapons is the big sword and the double sword. If it keeps dragging on like this, Stuffy will not be able to take advantage of it. Boom. 2 Golden Warriors entered the field, knocking out Keshia and Demands in one fell swoop, greatly reducing the pressure on Stuffy. End the fight as soon as possible. One of the Golden Warriors looked at Stuxy. Now Stuxy's golden armor was damaged, and his short golden curly hair was a little messy. At the same time, there was a layer of hot sweat on his forehead. A new battle begins again. This time it's 3-on-2. When Crocodile and another Golden Warrior arrive, the battle is just over. The captain of the 9th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, the Jelly Queen Anne, who offered a bounty of 1.26 billion, was actually defeated by the Golden Emperor. How is it possible, in such a short period of time? Is the Golden Emperor already so powerful? It's horrible. Among the messy remnants and broken walls, more than half of the previous town had been destroyed. Many pirates looked at Chaos sitting on the throne with binoculars, and the Jelly Queen who was kneeling in humiliation on the ground. After Stussy and Crocodile brought back Lone Wolf Spender, Keshia and Demands, it caused a new noise. You must know that this is the fleet captain ranked 9th and 15th in the air pirates, but now they are all defeated. Go back to a few minutes ago. A warship on the sea was rapidly approaching Post Island, and gold rain fell in the sky in vain. General of the Warring States, Post Island has arrived, but the sky is raining with gold. The cabin office was pushed open, and a Major General in a justice coat reported. At this time, in the office, Sengoku was sitting in the first place, and there were Borsalino and Flying Squirrel in the room. X. Chapter 86 _ Look how calm the Golden Emperor is. Chapter 86 _ Look how calm the Golden Emperor is. Not good. Sengoku's face changed slightly, and he got up from the chair in a little anxiety. Hurry up and inform everyone. Don't let the gold rain, and all enter the cabin. After saying that, Sengoku even left the office and went outside. Borsalino and the Flying Squirrel followed. It's too late. Warring States came outside to watch the golden rain falling from space. Many sailors on the deck had already been drenched. Immediately, they waved a palm in the air, and suddenly a shock wave rose from the ground, directly washing away the falling golden rain. All the seamen who are drenched by the golden rain, jump into the sea and wash it. Hurry up. After Sengoku issued the order, he looked at Post Island, as if he saw Chaos sitting on the throne from a distance. The sights and sounds of the two sides have already begun to collide. As for why the Warring States period let the sailors who were drenched in golden rain jump into the sea in the first place, this is a matter of knowledge and experience. Although there are all kinds of strange devil fruits in the sea, and their abilities are also strange, but they can't escape one law, that is the sea. As long as it's a move based on the ability of a devil fruit, it's okay to take a dip in the sea. Quick! Quick! Although many sailors did not know why, the order of the Warring States period was absolute, so many sailors jumped directly into the sea. And it's not too far from Post Island, so you can swim there. But some people won't let the sailors do what they want. Tilda. What's the matter? I can't control it. Accompanied by exclamations and panic, many sailors who were drenched by the golden rain began to soar into the sky one by one like cannonballs. Sure enough, it was the attack of the Golden Emperor. The situation could not be more obvious now. This golden rain cannot happen for no reason, and it has never been heard of a golden rain in the waters of Post Island. This is an attack. The Golden Emperor knew they were coming. Also took the lead. Swish. The golden photons continued to flood, and Borsalino turned into golden light and disappeared on the board. All in the cabin. Quick! Looking at the golden rain that looked like a mosquito swarm around him, the Warring States period waved a few palms one after another, all forming a golden shock wave. As for the dozen or so sailors who had soared into the sky before, it was too late to save them. On the island of Post, the golden light condensed in the air, and Borsalino showed his body and looked at Chaos sitting on the golden throne. This was the second time the two sides met. Isn't that Borsalino? How? Do you want to become the most arrogant man in the world with me? Chaos sent an invitation again, and he was very optimistic about Borsalino. The heart of digging the corner of the navy will not die. The last battle has not been decided yet. Borsalino stretched out his fingertips with a crochet golden light, and did not intend to fight Chaos. Obviously. The last battle made him very unwilling. No, no, no. You are no longer qualified to be my opponent. I am waiting for the Warring States period. With his legs crossed, Chaos leaned back against the golden throne, and he casually stretched out his fingers and shook it. His contemptuous expression was like a sharp knife stabbing into Borsalino's heart. Stussy, who was sitting next to him, twitched his red lips slightly. She had never seen such an arrogant, wild, and arrogant person. She had nothing to do with her, but with just such a word and expression, it was her father's revenge. Who can bear this? Draw your knives. Only one can live today. Sure enough, Borsalino's face suddenly became gloomy, and there was a faint fire-breathing posture in his eyes. The energy condensed at the fingertips was instantly released, forming a narrow laser that shot at Chaos' forehead, fierce and decisive. Boom! Billows of gunpowder smoke filled, and a sand wall covered with arms appeared, keeping all the explosions out. Boss, don't mind my shot. Crocodile didn't know when to stand up, and the big back was meticulously arranged. Except for his pale face, he squinted at Borsalino with a proud chin. This attitude is exactly the same as that of Chaos. It's not pretending, it's utter disdain. Chaos didn't speak, just waved his hand. The next second, Crocodile flew out. His right hand turned into a diamond sword, and he slashed head and while wrapped in armament. And Borsalino was embarrassed to look at his face. His left hand wiped from the back of his right hand, a lightsaber in his hand collided with Crocodile, and the air pressure exploded in an instant. Immediately, the two elements vanished and appeared to collide with each other 30 meters away. Stussy sat in his seat, watching the battle that was getting farther and farther silent. At this time, there was a sound of breaking in the sky, and more than a dozen sailors were unable to move. These were the backhands that ensured that Chaos could leave. The Golden Emperor seems to be waiting for something. That was Borsalino of the Natural Department of the three major rookies of the Navy just now. What? Is that the Rear Admiral of the Nature-type glitter fruit? Yes, you must know that the Navy has three nature-related abilities, and is the key training general of the Navy. Among them, Sarkaski of the Natural System and Rockberry is hunting pirates on the Great Route. He is the one who hates evil and hates everything. All the pirates encountered were destroyed. No chance of going to jail. It is called a mad dog by many people. As long as it bites it will not let it go. I've also heard about the three major rookie major generals in the Navy. And another one? The only one left is Kuzan from the Nature Department, frozen fruit. I heard that he is in the New World now. Nature, the most powerful devil fruit, if only I could eat it. You are daydreaming? The Nature Department is very rare. At present, only the Navy's Sarkaski, Borsalino, and Kuzan are the Natural System. You missed one. The King of the Desert, Crocodile, the Golden Emperor's subordinate, is fighting Borsalino. Yes, I didn't think of it for a while. Wait, some time ago, I heard that the Golden Emperor robbed the Alliance countries of the heavenly gold. It is said that the world government dispatched the Admiral Buddha to the warring states, and now Borsalino is here, isn't it? Really? Many pirates with binoculars have a team of people in their sight. The man with the toad mirror, the black-haired mushroom head, the suit and the Admiral's cape, isn't he the Admiral Sengoku? Damn, it's really an Admiral. It turned out to be the General Warring States, that is the general who competed head-on with Whitebeard in the New World. Captain, let's evacuate. What are you panicking about? We are not qualified to send the Admiral out yet. Unsurprisingly, the warring states of the Buddha appeared here to capture the Golden Emperor. Look at how calm the Golden Emperor is. How arrogant. Many pirates look to sit on the Golden Throne. Up to now, the Golden Emperor is still that contemptuous expression that no one looks down on every second. Seriously, they all admired it a bit. Such a big scene can still survive, just because of this. The Golden Emperor has rampant capital. Hello. This is the warring states of the Admiral Buddha. In a dilapidated house, Zebra Killer, Octopus Maniac, and Swordmaster Cruz all tense their bodies subconsciously. Even if they just look at it from a distance, they can feel the invisible aura coming towards them, which is like a head. A wild beast that came out of the darkness. Not far from a few people, a figure in the hood is also watching from a distance. Starting point, Sengoku passing by and signing in with soy sauce, 1,200 starting coins, Liang Blanc, El Auspicious, 1,000 starting coins, Book Friends 1608133133303575, 200 starting coins, God of Horror, Destiny, Kihao Kiki, exclusively for Shilikiu in the south of the city, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 87 _ Get Off Work Early. Chapter 87 _ Get Off Work Early. With his back on the Golden Throne, Chaos looked solemnly at the Sengoku group standing 50 meters apart. There are many familiar faces behind it, such as flying squirrels. It will be the mainstay of the Navy in the future, and has begun to emerge in this era, but not as much attention as Sarkaski, Borsalino and Kuzan. Chaos just glanced at it casually, and his primary focus was on Sengoku. Just where he stood gave him a lot of pressure, just like Garp who had met in the Chambord archipelago. But it's more exciting and exciting. In terms of combat power alone, the Warring States period of this period was no worse than Garp. If Garp's old enemy is Roger, then Sengoku's old enemy is Whitebeard. During this period, the Whitebeard was at its peak, and not everyone could withstand a punch, But the warring states not only could resist heads-on, but also fought fiercely with them all year round, from which one can see the combat effectiveness of the warring states. It can only be said that none of these bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods are simple. In order to be able to fight against these powerhouses for a short time, he has done a lot of backhands, and only these people can make him do this. Even though he knew that he would lose, and even his life was in danger, Chaos still did not care about his life. And Chaos wants to confirm one thing: he needs a strong man of Overlord color, and the Warring States period has Overlord color. Getting up from the golden seat, Chaos landed slowly. Finally the wait. Today is not for anything else, just to experience the top strength in this sea. Chaos's hands were vertical, and his black eyes were sharp and full of desire to fight. Stuffy stood beside him, his heart skipped a little. This man is for real. Boom. When the sky turned dark, a huge shadow fell from the sky, smashed behind Chaos and revealed from the dust. She was the goddess of the gods in golden armor. Her heroic appearance was full of metal coldness. The 3,000 gold threads danced wildly, and behind her was a huge golden halo. Turning. At the same time, the temperature around Chaos began to rise, and wisps of white mist steam also began to rise. Facing this level of powerhouse, Chaos will not retain any strength. It's on fire. Get off work early. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos, I'll give you a chance to take it easy. There is room for negotiation if you give up resistance. The coat fluttered on the back of the Warring States period, and the appearance of the Goddess of God did not cause any fluctuations. In the eyes of others, the Goddess of God had strong lethality. But in the eyes of the Warring States period, it was just a hilltop. However, when he saw the steam rising from Chaos, his eyes sank. This guy really has mastered the return of life. No negotiation, I won't do anything for anyone, and I won't surrender to anyone. The meaning of the discussion given by the Warring States was obvious, that he wanted to collect Chaos for his own use. But how could Chaos be the kind of person who is willing to be ordinary and subdued? HMPH, stubborn. Warring States snorted coldly, and the atmosphere in the air was suddenly suppressed. As a gust of wind blew, an explosion shot up into the sky without warning. I don't know when Sengoku and Chaos left the place, and appeared in the center of the two fists colliding. Stuxy danced wildly, only feeling around the shock swept past, almost deflecting her. Looking back, a 3-meter-wide gully passed by, and at the end, Chaos's feet were deep in the ground, and he grabbed the ground with both hands and moved out more than 50 meters, and finally stopped at the end of the gully. At the center of the explosion, the Sengoku Justice coat fluttered, and he didn't take a step back except for the cracks on the ground beneath his feet. The collision of this quick blow, the strength is high and the judgment is made. That's the feeling, exciting. Standing up from the ravine, the corners of Chaos' mouth curved, and more steam rose from his body. At the same time, he began to dye black and gold from head to toe, and the armed color and goldenization began to be used. There was a trot at first, then it ran faster and faster, and finally disappeared to the ground with a bang, leaving no afterimage. And the surface of the Warring States also exploded. When it appeared, it was already 10 meters in the air. The right fist was clenched tightly and covered with armed colors, forming an invisible shockwave and punching the air in front of him. It was at this time that Chaos appeared, and the black and golden fist was also swung out. The earth-shattering explosion spread, and a burst of air pressure collapsed the ground, and the flying squirrel and other Navian Stuffy quickly retreated, looking very heavy. SHHHHH. Not many people at the scene could see the movements of Warring States and Chaos. They only felt that the two of them appeared on the ground 30 meters away in a trance. The enduring shock wave peeled off the crust, and it was overwhelming. There was a trace of pain on Chaos's face. He only felt a tingling sensation in his knees. The opponent's armed color was obviously stronger than his. He quickly turned around and kicked after a blow. He retreated, and Chaos flipped and landed in the air, looking up at the Sengoku disappearing. Flashing at an extremely fast speed, the warring states turned around and launched a palm towards the back. The invisible shock wave was unmatched, like a long rainbow. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them, and a circle of ripples continued to radiate. Chaos movement trajectory was clearly noticed by Sengoku. Every attack can be resisted just fine. It seems that not only is the armed color stronger than Chaos, but also the knowledge color is also the same. At this moment, Chaos's eyelids twitched, and he saw that Sengoku's left hand was also pushed horizontally. The invisible shockwave swept the air and made a roar, which made Chaos feel the crisis tense all over. The first use of shaving disappeared, and the invisible impact rushed into the sky in an instant, piercing the blossoming white clouds. Chaos quickly appeared on the ground, swept his legs and splashed sand and stones, forming a wave of air that kept rolling. Warring states jumped up at the first moment, and at the same time raised his right palm and pressed it down in one fell swoop. Chaos disappeared in place again, and when he appeared, he was already 20 meters away, but before he could breathe, warring states appeared behind him, and then raised it again. The huge palm raised made the hair of Chaos explode. Bang! Chaos kicked after a blow, and once again slammed together with the giant palm of the warring states period. It can be seen that 1 foot and 1 palm did not touch, and there was at least 1 centimeter of vacuum in the middle, which was constantly bursting and colliding. Chaos' left foot sank into the ground uncontrollably, the Earth's crust was tilted up in all directions, and the cracks in the spider webs were spreading and tearing. Golden Emperor, you can't escape today. The warring state's eyes stared slightly, and a terrifying will that was bright as the sun and the right way went straight, overwhelmingly pressed towards the soul and spirit of Chaos. Chaos tilted his head slightly. His pupils shrunk into pinholes. His black blonde hair and the golden goose feather coat on the back danced wildly, and his entire head was blank. The other party is aloof, he is insignificant. The righteous way and the will of his surrender covered his entire soul. He was like being in a turbulent sea, and the oncoming tsunami was an endless cloud cover. That is an irresistible will, overbearing, destroying Chaos's self-esteem. Even judging him. Ask him to kneel, ask him to lose himself, ask him to confess, ask him to surrender. PFFT. Chaos raised his head and spurted blood, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and flew out, and finally smashed to the ground and rolled like a ball. X. Chapter 88 _ He has planned how to use the Overlord color. Chapter 88 _ He has planned how to use the Overlord color. This is unbelievable. Chaos, who has always been daring and frantically testing on the edge of death, pursuing the ultimate heartbeat and excitement, has fear in his eyes. And there are obvious signs of collapse in the mind, and he has not recovered. A horrific crisis came from overhead, and I saw the warring states descend from the sky. The right palm condensed a shockwave and pressed down on Chaos's head. At this moment Chaos is sin. BFFT. Chaos didn't completely lose his resistance. He stood up and put his hands on his head. Blood spattered from his mouth and nose. The ground beneath the feet is cracking, and as the cracks spread out, the large area of the Earth's crust is constantly being lifted and launched. One after another, the will of righteousness and arrogance violently impacted Chaos's mind and will. Slowly, the straightened waist of Chaos began to bend down, and at the same time, his knees kept shaking and making a clicking sound. A large amount of blood was no longer enough to spurt from his nose and mouth, and even his ears began to overflow. Are you going to end up here? Do not. He is going to be the most arrogant person in the world. He's going to be the richest man in the world. He wants to live recklessly. He's going to confuse the whole world. He's going to be the best. He wants to rule the lives of others. One after another, hysterical roars burst in his heart. He should not become a weak man who is slaughtered by others, and he should not become a mediocre person. Just when his knees were only 1 centimeter from the ground, Chaos suddenly raised his head with a grim face. His eyes were blood red, tearing the flesh around his eyes, leaving 2 bloodstains across his cheeks, and violent veins and blood vessels appeared on his neck and forehead. Up, like a scorpion roaring and roaring word by word. No one is more arrogant than me. Warring states, you can't do it. For a moment, the whole mind seemed to have some shackles broken, and then a strong, arrogant and reckless will emerged from Chaos, rising from the ground and running through the entire cloud layer. Warring State's face changed in shock, and he raised his head with a hint of disbelief. Kaka-boom boom. The entire post island was instantly dim, the black clouds covering the sky were condensing, and the black and red thunderbolts fell away, causing the whole world to flicker like the end of the day. The invisible storm radiated from Sengoku and Chaos as the center, and bodies began to fall down wherever it went. This Overlord. Stuffy, who was far away, had short curly hair flying constantly, and her delicate face was full of disbelief. The fiery crocodile who was fighting Borsalino couldn't calm down when he looked here. Hello. Even Borsalino's expression changed. It turned out to be a tyrannical color, it seems. The cloak was lifted by the strong wind, and the dragon, who had been watching the battle, was full of contemplation on the fierce face at this moment. The Golden Emperor has the qualifications of a king, which he did not expect. I'm afraid the plans will change. Boom. The black and red lightning kept falling, and the entire sky and the sky were screeching. Warring State's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he felt the unyielding will from the opponent, which was full of indomitable, domineering, and invincible. Don't let this man stay. The dazzling golden light saves all sentient beings, and the body of the Warring States period swelled up, and finally turned into a golden Buddha with wide eyes, with a biting icy murderous aura inside. His left hand raised his fist high, forming a force that would destroy the sky and destroy the earth in one fell swoop. Chaos opened his mouth and spurted blood, and the sound of bone cracking came from his body. It finally hit a hill and shook half of the island of Post. Dust obscures all vision. The Warring States jumped and crashed to the ground, and the Buddha's figure was full of sacredness and vision. Ha ha ha. An insolent laughter that could not be suppressed came out from the dust, and Sengoku waved his hand with a sullen face, instantly forming an impact that rolled away all the dust. I knew it was the protagonist's script. How could there be no overlord? At this time, Chaos was standing in the gravel and soil, his hair was disheveled and his face covered in blood. Looks like a crazy neurosis. The reason why he stayed on Post Island and waited was for this moment. It should be said that it is for the arrival of the Warring States. As the chosen person, how could there be no overlord? He is destined to become the most arrogant man in the world, and the overlord is only the lowest configuration. He even thought about how to use the overlord color. Aside from the shock and deterrence of the overlord color and other effects, what Chaos values most is the special effects and shock formed by the release of the overlord color. It has just been confirmed that releasing the overlord color will indeed bring out various special effects that will explode the sky. It's gorgeous and bells and whistles. This will determine the force of his appearance every time. The arrogance in the past always feels like something, it feels a bit lousy, like a booming rich without cultural literacy. How does this work? It must be innovative. So Chaos thought of Overlord, the most imposing ability in the pirate world. As the chosen person who got the protagonist's script, how could there be no overlord? So Chaos speculated and decided to use danger and oppression to stimulate stimulation, in case there is really. After all, that's how novels are written. And Chaos is convinced that he is the protagonist. As long as he awakens the overlord color, with the overbearing temperament and gorgeous special effects of the overlord color, the force will directly rise to several levels. What has Chaos been pursuing? Isn't it just to satisfy vanity? Pay attention to the appearance, be a high-profile person, the richest man in the world, the most arrogant man in the world. These are all etched in the bones. In order to achieve these goals, he has been unswervingly working hard, and it can even be said that he is obsessed. No one in this world can stop him from realizing these pursuits, let alone make him surrender. Ha ha ha. No one can stop me. Chaos opened his hands, as if he was embracing the whole world. His hair was dancing wildly, and the golden goose feather coat behind him was constantly being blown. Colors collide. Although he was completely at a disadvantage in the collision, Chaos' mental will was very arrogant and arrogant. If the overlord of the Warring States period is the righteous way, it is the justice that reigns in the world. Then Chaos is arrogant, indomitable and domineering, and he has a taste of fighting for the first place in his bones. You are domineering, I am more domineering than you. You are arrogant, I am more arrogant than you. You are high profile, I am more high profile than you. In short, Lotzi is the first in the world. No one's limelight can overshadow him. This is the characteristic of his overlord. Vanity is stronger than ever. Boom. The whole sky was turbulent, and the dense black and red thunderbolts continued to chop down, rendering the whole world dark and dark, and a tyrannical wind was set off in the center, and the ground was already shaking. Chaos turned black and gold again from head to toe, and at the same time, the high-temperature steam began to rise. The goddess behind the gods smashed to the ground and planned to use the golden fruit. X. Chapter 89_Blood is pouring out. Chapter 89_Blood is pouring out. The Warring States period had a gloomy face, and the Overlord's color formed golden ripples that continued to spread. Even if the opponent's will had been compressed into a corner, it could never be completely suppressed. On the contrary, the opponent's rebound was even stronger. This mighty and arrogant will is very tenacious. He must be left here. Immediately, the dazzling Buddha light was flooded, and the Warring States King Kong glared, and appeared in front of Chaos in the blink of an eye, and the huge Buddha body was full of vision. The huge Buddha palm leaned back, and then slammed down Gulaxiu. Without taking a step back, Chaos covered the golden armor from head to toe, which was also dyed black and gold. Iron block, armed color, goldenization, golden armor, stack the thickest armor, resist the most poisonous attack. Not cowardly. Just. A fist collapsed in awe. There was a distance between the black gold fist and the Buddha's palm. A large number of black and red thunderbolts flickered around the two of them. With the powerful and boundless air pressure radiation, Chaos's feet sank deep into the ground and his mouth and nose continued to splatter blood. With such a thick armor, I still can't stand it. The goddess of God behind her moved. The golden halo that was erected turned into a giant sword that pierced the sky, holding it in both hands and swung it down at the Warring States period. Warring States frowned. His right hand remained unchanged and hit Chaos. His left hand flipped down and then a landslide hit the ground. In an instant, a golden shock wave formed in air pressure and collided with the sky-reaching giant sword. Boom! Thousands of meters of ground exploded, and the goddess of God held the giant sword in both hands and leaned back, then kept retreating and hit a mountain top, and fell into a disadvantage in the collision. This scene is subversive. BFFT. The short-term loss of control of the Goddess of God also directly affected Chaos. The warring states took the opportunity to increase the output, and the Buddha's palm continued to move forward. The huge shock waves swelled, and Chaos turned into a Cheong all the way to rampage. The ground under his feet exploded, and the warring state's jump quickly fell into the dust and was submerged, but the next moment a shock wave pushed horizontally, and all the dust was lifted up and exposed to the very center. Chaos's face was covered with blood and he gritted his teeth to support him. His feet sank into the ground and kept retreating. The fallen goddess stood up again, and the sky-reaching giant sword was raised with a stab. Warring states snorted coldly, and the left palm went out with a flat A. The sword tip collided with the golden shock wave, and the surrounding lightning flashes exploded one after another. This time, Chaos learned his lesson and fought back immediately. With both hands, he pushed aside the right palm of the warring states period, and quickly approached his hands in a kili shape, aiming at the bloated abdomen of the warring states period, with a grim face. The terrifying force erupted in an instant, the bloated belly of the warring states period sank, and a long rainbow rushed out from behind, tearing the surface of the ground with force and leaving the Kangchang Avenue, and finally disappeared at the end. But Chaos didn't have the joy of attacking, but felt the chill. At this moment, warring state's eyes widened in anger. He just took 2 steps back, and he resisted the attack without even vomiting blood. The raised right palm seemed to be covered with a golden air pressure cover, and it was surging like a dike breaking a dike. The mountain torrent was pushed like a broken bamboo. Boom! A golden shield fell from the sky, and Chaos's hands pressed against his forehead, and the blue veins were beating, but the force was too strong, and the shield flew out with people just after a stalemate. The top of the head turned black, and the heavenly maiden of the gods slashed again at the warring states period. Rolling sand and dust splashed everywhere, and a basin has been formed for thousands of meters, but at this moment, hills are constantly standing up, and cracks even spread to the sea. This kind of battle. It's scary. The Golden Emperor is no match at all. Run over. Is this the Overlord's color? The King's qualifications. There is only one person in a million. The pirates, who were watching from a distance, watched the scene of lightning flashing, thunder and landslides in the center. All of them were shocked and their faces continued to change color. Clang. A deafening sound of golden leather resounded throughout the dim sky, and the Goddess of God exploded, turning into a sharp weapon of 18 types, shooting the sky and covering the sky. The warring states period remained in the form of a big Buddha, and the body seemed to be burning with golden arrogance, so he pushed straight and ignored the overhead attack, and quickly approaching Chaos was a slap in the palm of the Buddha. Those swords, spears, swords and halberds were shot at Sengoku, and they were forcibly bounced off before they got close. As with Garp in the Chambord Islands, this is clearly a technique used by the armament. The lock of the sky. Chaos's hair was more and more miserable. He resisted the shockwave of the warring states period, and his internal organs were overloaded. The thickest defense he stacked didn't play a big role. Blood was pouring out. One after another, the locks of the sky circulated in an attempt to tie up the warring states period. But the result Chaos wanted didn't happen. The lock of the sky tied the warring states period and did not touch the real body at all, and the super-armed color was like an invisible barrier, which has always prevented the lock of the sky from forming a real bond. With just one palm, the locks of the sky cracked layer by layer. Cough cough cough. Chaos coughed up blood and watched the warring states stride forward. Those attacks only slowed the opponent a little bit, and it was very difficult to hurt him. The most important thing is that Chaos can't bear it anymore. Now that he is Topheavy, his spirit has collapsed to the extreme, and he has been attacked several times in succession, which is a double blow of his mind and body. He should retreat. while you still have enough energy. Continuing to drag on is bad. What's more, what he wants to get has already been obtained, and now the most important thing is to consolidate. Seeing that the color radiated more than half of the post island, Chaos used the ability of the golden fruit, and all the pirates with golden powder in their bodies in an instant, all began to enter the field like a tide. Damn. It's the Golden Emperor. My body is out of control. Boom. Jelly Queen Nan, Lone Wolf Spender, Gersia, Amans, Panther King Tissa, Obsidian King Mojta, Maker Kakat, Burst Bear Trucia, Slippery the famous pirates, Rendelis, all flew over from a distance and smashed to the ground, standing behind Chaos with ugly faces. On the other side, the sailors brought by the warring states were also attacked by a large number of pirates. Densely looking at the past, all kinds of ruins are full of pirates under control. Even if so many pirates stand to be killed by the Navy, it will take an hour or two. This is your chance to live. Chaos lifted off from the ground, and his eyes were full of pirates, and those sailors were like big men who were cornered, all gulping at the crowd of pirates that kept approaching from the horizon. This number is not unusual. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own abilities. Chaos met the eyes of the Jelly Queen, Slippery Man, etc., and finally glanced at the furious warring states, and the Goddess of God started to lift off with both hands. Want to go? How could Sengoku watch Chaos swagger away? But before he could act, the Jelly Queen and others surrounded him with uncontrolled flying shots, and at the same time, several people found that they could control their bodies. The same is true for the other pirates, and they all returned to normal. X. Chapter 90 _ There is no way out. Chapter 90 _ There is no way out. At the moment when many pirates recover their bodies, they retreat without thinking that they can escape. They didn't want to fight the Navy and make the Golden Emperor retreat. But these people were all frozen to the ground in the end, and one by one they still smashed into the Navy camp like cannonballs. Asshole. Damn Golden Emperor. I'll get my revenge someday. Some pirates are burning with anger, and now there is only one way in front of them, and that is to kill all these navies, otherwise they will be controlled by the Golden Emperor and then captured and killed by the Navy. Or if the Golden Emperor successfully escaped, they could regain control of their bodies. Kill. Since there is no way out, there is only one way to go forward. All the pirates were red-eyed and began to rush towards the Navy like a torrent in all directions. Shrink the camp and shoot. Stabilize the quartet. At this moment, the flying squirrel's face is solemn, and if they are not careful, they may be wiped out today. There are too many pirates. Who would have thought that the Golden Emperor had prepared everything early? It can only be said to be despicable, sinister and vicious. And the way of the warring states was also blocked, and 10 people, including Queen Jelly-Ann, Slippery Delis, Leopard King, Lone Wolf, and Obsidian King, all slaughtered towards warring states. They have no way out. Although Sengoku didn't retreat, he couldn't pursue it either, he could only watch chaos disappear in front of his eyes. You marine garbage, give me to the Push City. The escape of the Golden Emperor made the warring states furious, and the Overlord looked like the sky, leaning toward all directions, and the sky, which had already begun to calm, flashed again with thunder and lightning. Wild pirates like Slippery Delis and the Maker were all thrown out and their faces turned pale, and they were already determined to be strong-willed without being stunned. Only Jelly Queen Anne and Lone Wolf Spender are still capable of fighting, that's the difference. BFFT. BFFT. The Overlord color blinked and radiated the scene. The pirates that were like the tide before also began to fall to the ground like creeping wheat, and a large area was emptied at a glance. Some pirates who were still struggling to support only had their legs trembling with fear on their faces, and their combat power was directly washed away by the overlord color. The huge pressure on the navy was easily resolved. On the other side, Borsalino and Crocodile distanced themselves, and it seemed that Crocodile was still at a disadvantage. Borsalino stood in midair, looking at Chaos, who was held in both hands by the goddess of God, with a gloomy expression on his face. Stuffy followed and flew over on a golden long sword. Previously, she was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to escape. After thinking about it, she planned to continue to follow the Golden Emperor, and planned to test out some more information, and if necessary, she would do it all at once. If the Golden Emperor hadn't awakened the Overlord, she would definitely leave. But it's different now. I believe that the 5 old stars will also agree with her actions. Of course, the biggest reason is that she is still inseparable for the time being. It is estimated that as long as she leaves a certain distance, she will be sensed by the Golden Emperor immediately. Borsalino, how is it? Do you want to become the most arrogant man in the world with me? Chaos's face was covered in blood and dirt. Although he looked miserable, his black eyes were very bright and domineering. This was the 3rd time he had invited Borsalino. This time is quite different from the previous 2. That was the aura that Chaos revealed when he spoke, even more arrogant, domineering, and arrogant. It can be said that the awakening of the Overlord color has contributed to the arrogance of Chaos. It's really scary. You actually have the qualifications of a king. But I don't want to be a pirate. Borsalino spread his hands, casually and calmly. But his tensed body was ready to fight or retreat at any time. Ha ha ha, this is the 3rd time you have rejected me. Next time we meet, let's have a good conversation. I'm going to get off work today. Chaos was not angry, but there was a faint threat in his words. As the words fell, he waved his hand and glanced meaningfully at Borsalino, then Stussy and Crocodile stood beside him, and then the goddess of God flew into the air. Borsalino subconsciously stretched out his finger, and the crochet golden light on his fingertips continued to permeate, but he still did not release it in the end. On the other side, the angry-eyed Buddha of King Kong slammed it down with a palm, forming a shockwave that was as powerful as a bamboo, and slammed into the jelly wall formed by the Jelly Queen's ability. Just a few breaths of stalemate, the jelly wall was forcibly penetrated. Hey! The lone wolf spender turned into a human beast shape and jumped to the left side of Sengoku and scratched his neck with a paw, but with the splash of sparks, the right hand of the Sengoku slapped Spender in one fell swoop like a fly. Hot blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and Spender flew out with a grim face, pierced through a large crowd and fell to the end, and finally stood up covered in blood. Awakeners of the animal system are really not covered. Even with a slap in the face of the Warring States period, he was able to stand up, and it seemed that his injuries were still recovering quickly. Spender, Kessia, Amans, withdraw. The Jelly Queen, who was also knocked out, only felt her body relax, and the feeling of being suspended suddenly disappeared. Unsurprisingly, the Golden Emperor had already left. It's not just the Jelly Queen who has this feeling. There are other pirates who haven't passed out. Withdraw. Slippery Man, Obsidian King, Burst Bear, and Slippery Man also retreated at the first time, and they never thought of fighting the Warring States of Buddha. It's not that they grow other people's ambition and destroy their own prestige, it is really too big a gap. The Warring States period was able to suppress them all with their overlord color alone. Except for the Jelly Queen and Lone Wolf Spender who could maintain 7 or 8 points of combat effectiveness, they could only exert 1 or 2 layers of strength. How can you resist? When are you going to run away now? Leave it all to me. The Warring States period was flooded with golden Buddha light, and he slapped his palms one after another in the direction where the crowd was fleeing. In an instant, several golden shock waves were powerful, and everything was destroyed wherever they went, making them pale and had to turn back to resist. Damn Sengoku. Don't force us. Leopard King Tissa bleeds from his 7 orifices, and was blasted into the ruins by the shock wave, and the entire skeleton seemed to fall apart. It's just a matter of serenity, otherwise why would you turn around and run? Call out. The golden light filled the air, and the photon condensed into a body. Borsalino stretched out his index finger and shot a laser, which shot through Leopard King Tishal's left chest in the blink of an eye, and then a huge explosion lifted the ground, billowing smoke and firelight. The entire area. Leopard King Tissa was thrown out by the explosion and fell to the ground, unable to get up for an hour and a half. Rumbling. One finger made Leopard King Tishal lose the chance to escape, and Borsalino looked in other directions and shot several lasers one after another. The smoke of the explosions began to rise, and burst. Bertrusia, Maker Kakat and others were in a desperate situation, and it was too slim to escape. You can't escape. The Warring States period was closely watching the two big fish, Queen Jellian and Lone Wolf Spender. Since the Golden Emperor was lucky enough to escape, these people must not be spared. Warring States, you deceive people too much. The Jelly Queen, who had been retreating all the time, was finally angry at the aggressiveness of the Warring States period. She is not a wild pirate, she has a backstage. Others are afraid, but she is not afraid. X. Chapter 91 _ The mind of this man is unfathomable. Chapter 91 _ The mind of this man is unfathomable. New world, 10,000 meters high in the sky. High mountains and flowing water, castles in the sky, the base camp of the flying pirates. Blue. Blur. Urgent phone bugs rang through a building. A charming woman with perfect makeup, long green and red wavy hair, and a large pink spider on her smooth and white collarbone. At least 37D put down the documents she was working on and answered the phone. Insect. This is Black Widow Eliza. A slightly lazy voice came out of those scarlet lips. Lord Eliza, we were killed by the Warring States on the island of Post. There was a panicked voice from the phone bug, and he hung up before he could even finish speaking. With the busy tone from the phone bug, Black Widow's indolent expression gradually became condensed. Getting up and leaving the office, Black Widow walked through a corridor with a phone bug, and eventually came to a swimming pool at the back of the building. Black Widow Eliza, the captain of the 8th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, with the ability of the Animal System and Spider Fruit, with a reward of 1.362 billion, is the main person in charge of the intelligence agency of the Flying Sky Pirates. Because of the delicate makeup, it is very beautiful and beautiful. But those who are familiar know that under that delicate makeup is actually a very ugly face, which is an absolute taboo for Black Widow. Admiral, Annie and the others are in trouble. Black Widow Dia walked into the swimming pool and stopped at a sun umbrella. The Golden Lion was lying on a lounger in big pants, enjoying the afternoon sunbathing, breathing evenly and bubbling on the tip of his nose, as if he had fallen asleep. The golden mane of the lion's head, hanging on the ground, thought it was a golden carpet. The sleeping bubble burst, and the sleeping golden lion slowly opened his eyes. What's the trouble? The cigar lit and clicked, and the golden lion exhaled a ring of smoke. Annie and the others were captured by the Warring States of Buddha, and they should be still on Post Island now. Black Widow is simple and straightforward. Warring States? Jai ha ha. The golden lion was slightly taken aback, then grinned and laughed. Yes. Are you sending someone? Black Widow nodded. No need, I'll go by myself. The golden lion bit the cigar, waved his left hand lightly, and added the orange and yellow clothes scattered beside him, then soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky with a sonic boom. Black Widow looked at the black dot that disappeared in the sky, her expression was a little helpless. If it wasn't for the Warring States period, it is estimated that the Admiral would not go there in person. After all, if the Admiral is interested, or is qualified to take action in person, the Navy can count them with one palm. At this moment in Post Island, the battle is basically over. Jelly Queen Nan, Lone Wolf Spender, Leopard King T-Shell, and Obsidian King were all suppressed by Sengoku or Borsalino, and now they are handcuffed by Halo and have become prisoners. In addition to these main members, there are hundreds of other pirates. The bounty is almost always above 30 million. Of course, there are also many pirates who have successfully escaped, all of which are lucky. Such as Zebra Killer, Swordsman Cruz. The main reason is that there were too few sailors in the Warring States period. As for the dragon, he did not let the Warring States discover it, but retreated early. The nearest naval branch has now been notified that several warships need to be dispatched to take away these pirates, and it is estimated that they will end up in prison. General Sengoku, it will take 3 hours for the nearest warship to arrive. On a flat ground, the Warring States period was a little serious in the court of justice. Although many pirates were caught this time, the most important target was to escape. For Sengoku, there is no difference between a mission and a failure. Especially when the Golden Emperor awakened the Overlord, he awakened under his oppression. Got it? Warring States nodded, then looked at the Jelly Queen who was glaring at him, frowned and turned to look at the sky with a heavy expression. As the Crane guessed, the Golden Lion was also eyeing the Golden Emperor. This time, the 9th Fleet Captain Jelly Queen Anne and the 15th Fleet Captain Lone Wolf Spender were dispatched. Obviously, it was a must for the Golden Emperor. Perhaps the news here has already gotten out. If the situation were bad, the Golden Lion might have come from the New World in person. As the old saying goes, the people who know you best are often your opponents. If you catch the Jelly Queen here yourself, the Golden Lion will definitely be unable to hold back. The battle is far from over. No wind belt. Primitive small island. A huge shadow fell to the ground, causing a huge roar and splashing a large cloud of smoke. It is the goddess who escaped from Post. Stay here for now. Chaos waved and asked the goddess of God to put down Crocodile and Stussy, and then looked at Stussy calmly. Then, along the right arm of the goddess, it entered the chest of the goddess, and the gold automatically retreated to both sides. After Chaos entered the body, the gold returned to normal. Chaos must get some sleep. It has not fallen yet, it is still strong. The physical injury is second, mainly because the mental side consumes too much. Too tired. It must be recovered through sleep, and the sight, hearing and color that was on all day also stopped directly. Inside the goddess of God, there is a bedroom that is not too big or not small. There is only a golden bed. Chaos fell on it and fell asleep. The speed is astonishing. As for why he was sleeping inside the goddess of God, it was naturally to guard against Crocodile and Stussy. Mainly Stussy. That last glance was not a warning. It's the same as taking Crocodile at the beginning. With the eyes of the goddess closed, it completely turned into a human-shaped golden mountain, and Crocodile and Stussy stared blankly on the ground. Crocodile is okay, already familiar with it. I'll go get something to eat. Crocodile coughed slightly, left a sentence and left. It's just that the last look is a bit wrong, as if he was deliberately giving Stussy a chance, and it's hard to understand. Stussy was also a little uncertain at the moment, looking at the goddess of the gods with cold eyes closed, wondering whether to do something. The Golden Emperor must have been injured, and seriously. Now is the best time to get out. But Stussy was not 100% sure, on the contrary, she felt that this was a pit. It is very likely that the Golden Emperor is testing her. If it was a trap, she would finish the game as soon as she started. After thinking for a minute, Stussy gave up. I don't even plan to go to the sea to wash off the gold powder in my body, mainly because I'm not sure. Who knows if the Golden Emperor is pretending? Although he has only been in contact with him for a while, Stuffy doesn't think that man is an idiot. Despite being arrogant, it seems that some cards are played out of common sense. For example, this time, the retreat has already been prepared before it even started. The scheming of such a person is unfathomable. Don't be afraid of 10,000, but just in case, let's just wait and see what happens. Stuffy exhaled, not intending to change his previous thoughts. Seeing and hearing the color quickly swept away, Stuffy found a creek and began to clean up her makeup. It's uncomfortable to be covered in dirt now, but she likes to be clean. It's just that because of the consecutive battles, her clothes are a bit tattered, leaving a large area of skin exposed to the outside, and her capital is still very strong. Also thanks to Chaos for making her a golden armor. When he returned to his original position after finishing, Crocodile had already raised the bonfire and was roasting a brown bear that had been peeled. There is no way to have this craft is forced out by someone. When Stuffy came back, there was obviously a hint of surprise in Crocodile's eyes. He thought the woman had escaped. X. Chapter 92 _ The Big Crash That Day. Chapter 92 _ The Big Crash That Day. Post Island, at this time, the warring states and his party have waited for 3 warships. All caught pirates are now being transported. Come on, go ahead. Get in line and be honest. A team of sailors pushed slippery delis, etc. They are the pirates who are the focus of attention, and the handcuffs are all made of haileshi. Now a few people are reluctant to even stand. Fortunately, the purity of these seafloor stones is not very high, otherwise it is impossible to stand up. Damn, I'll get my revenge one day. You bastard Navy, have the ability to arrest me above board. Damn, if it wasn't for me being controlled by the Golden Emperor, you would never have caught me. Many pirates shouted, and many pirates regretted and even cried. How high-spirited the island was at the beginning, and how bitter it is now. If there is another chance, they will still go to the island, and the purpose is still to seize the Golden Emperor. Sengoku, your navy will pay the price. Jelly Queen Anne's face is frosty at this moment. She is not the most angry at the Warring States period, but the Golden Emperor. This time she was careless. Next time, she must make that man experience today's humiliation, otherwise the hatred in her heart will not be relieved. Warring States, you'd better let us go, otherwise our Admiral will not let it go. The lone wolf spender also had a proud look on his face. He was clearly a loser with a disgraced face, but he was confident with his chin up, as if he was giving the Warring States a chance. Go away. There's a lot of nonsense. There was a navy behind him, and his face was full of disdain. Even if the Golden Lion came in person, the Warring States General would not be able to easily take advantage of the Golden Lion here. You will surely regret it. It's not you who has the final say if you don't regret it later. Now you're a prisoner. Just as the sailors and Spender were scolding and threatening each other, the originally clear sky suddenly began to darken clouds, and even the calm sea level began to be choppy. A gust of wind was howling. No matter how you look at it, it's not normal. That guy, he really came. Lightning flashes on the horizon, and a domineering aura that is invincible and invincible in the world, like a 10th level typhoon, swept in mighty and unscrupulous. Warring States folded his hands on his shoulders, the justice coat fluttered in the wind behind him, and his face was full of solemnity. The sonic boom in the sky stopped abruptly, and a figure appeared out of thin air above everyone's head. BFFT. BFFT. There was silence, and with the appearance of this man, whether it was a sea soldier or a pirate, all of them began to cut wheat, their eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Flying Squirrel, Borsalino and the others sullenly supported them with gritted teeth. The other party's aura had not been released, but even so, they felt that a mountain was pressing on their shoulders, so heavy that it was difficult for them to breathe. Golden Lion, the Leopard King, Slippery Man, Maker, and Blast Bear all stared blankly at the man in the air with a cigar in his mouth and a breath of suffocation all over his body. This man they had only seen in the news was too far away for them. Just standing there made them stiff and unable to move. The aura of not being angry and arrogant is too depressing and terrifying. Compared to the trembling of these people, Jelly Queen and Lone Wolf Spender were excited. Ski. The Warring States took a step forward and stopped in front of all the Navy, with a calm expression blocking the Golden Lion's aura. Jai ha ha, the Warring States period. Long time no see. The Golden Lion was dressed in an orange and yellow kimono and danced wildly with the Golden Lion's mane. With two long knives slung around his waist, he stood on the ground with a cigar in one hand. "What the hell are you doing here?" Sengoku snorted slightly. "My subordinate, your navy is not qualified to arrest. I want the Golden Emperor." The Golden Lion grinned wildly. Even in the face of the famous Naval Admiral Buddha's Warring States, his speech was still domineering. Warring States did not speak, he knew the domineering of this man. But useless for him. Eyes stared, and the will of the sky turned upside down in an instant, just like a round of sun releasing the light of justice. Righteousness is awe-inspiring and unmatched. This is the overlord of the Warring States period. Upright with firm belief and the righteous spirit of reigning in the world. There is no fear in the face of any evil spirit. Warring States, your overlord is still not growing, and you can't grow in the Navy at all. The Golden Lion took a sip of a cigar and stepped forward abruptly, a slightly different domineering aura running rampant across the world. Boom. In an instant, the two destructive storms collided like the sky and the earth, and the atmosphere in the middle continued to roar. Crack. The sky was already covered by black clouds, and the terrifying black and red thunders roared, the supreme will of the king, forming a storm that could not be held down, and then rushed into the sky and stirred the boundless clouds. The entire sky was separated at an unknown time, and a huge vort in the middle was slowly turning around the black clouds and thunder. The surrounding sea rolled, the boundless waves slapped, and the entire post island began to shake. The photonization of Borsalino appeared very far away, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. But the Flying Squirrel, the Blasting Bear, and others were directly blown away by the momentum of the collision. And in the 10,000 meters of land centered on the Golden Lion in the Warring States period, no one could still stand. The madam is terrible. Is this the Overlord color collision? Slippery Man, Burst Bear Trucia, and the others had their teeth chattering, fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. At this moment, they looked at the apocalyptic scene in the center of the dense black and red thunderbolt, and their whole heart seemed to be pinched. Almost suffocated them. This kind of powerhouse, just a collision of momentum can make them collapse to the ground. The gap can no longer be described as a gap. However, this is just the beginning. Boom. The Golden Lion and the Warring States step at the same time, and you can see that the middle area where the two are looking at each other has begun to collapse, as if squeezed by an invisible force. And even the air is constantly bursting and roaring. Every time the two took a step, the power of the Overlord increased by 1 point. As the two sides got closer, the sky seemed to collapse, the whole surging sea solidified, and the world was even more still. In the end, the two stood facing each other, staring at each other coldly. Click. Automata thick black and red thunder slashed down, illuminating the entire dark world one after another. Almost at the same time, The dazzling golden Buddha light was like the rising sun, and the Warring States period turned into a great Buddha who was not angry and mighty. The huge golden palm wraps around the armed color and leans back. Whisper. The golden lion pulled out the Sekiraten long sword from his waist, wrapped around the flowing domineering, and laughed wildly with a cigar in his mouth. Ski. Warring States. At this moment, the two of them collided with each other as if they were carrying the world. The two halves of the sky began to slant and collide, and the entire post island was severely damaged. The long knife in the center collided with the Buddha's palm, leaving it a finger-wide vacuum in the middle, and the surrounding atmosphere shattered and spread dense black and red thunder. An abyss began to tear, dividing the entire island of Post in two. As an invisible shockwave radiated out of the mountains and the sea, everything disappeared wherever it went, and finally a 100-meter tsunami was set off and the seabed around Post Island was exposed. The fight is not over. The golden Buddha raised his left hand, and the golden lion pulled out the second weapon withered wood. This collision is also a shattering. With the rise of hills with a radius of 100,000 meters, the final formation of the Grand Canyon completely changed the landform. X. Chapter 93 Attracting hatred is definitely a Rambo pill. Chapter 93 Attracting hatred is definitely a Rambo pill. The Marshal, the Golden Lion and the Sengoku General clashed on the island of Post. Malinfando, a communications major general, pushed aside the Marshal's office, and looked solemnly at the empty report that was dealing with government affairs. What? Sora put down the quill, his resolute face full of awe. It just came from Post Island that the Sengoku Admiral arrested Jelly Queen Nan, the captain of the 9th Fleet of the Air Pirates, and Lone Wolf Spender, the captain of the 15th Fleet, and were attacked by the Golden Lion when they were about to leave. Only the Golden Lion? Sora asked calmly. The current news is that only the Golden Lion is alone, and the captains of the other fleets of the Flying Sky Pirates did not appear. The communications major shook his head. If it's just the Golden Lion, then it's fine to leave it to the Warring States period. Sora is clearly aware of the strength of the Warring States. Unless the Golden Lion leads the captains of the other fleets of the Flying Sky Pirates, one person alone will not be able to take much advantage. After all, the Warring States is not a vegetarian. Such a one-on-top battle is not surprising. But if there is one party with all the subordinates, then the interest will be different. If the Golden Lion leads all the fleet captains under it, Nikon will definitely not be able to sit still. At least not as calm as it is now. After all, one-on-one battles where the difference in strength is not too great is impossible to separate life and death, unless it is the kind of inseparable, and one must die. Most are los. This kind of powerhouse at the top of the pyramid is ruthless and wants to be dragged and buried together. Even if the other party survives in the end, it must be seriously injured and dying or lacking arms and legs. Certainly not pleasing. Yes. The communications major nodded and left. But after thinking about it, he picked up the phone and dialed. Blue. Here is the Crane. Crane, who was guarding the base in the Chambord Islands, picked up the phone and connected. I am empty. The Warring States period and the Golden Lion clashed on the island of Post. You go and see, if you have a chance, catch the Golden Lion. Kong doesn't talk about martial arts. If there is a chance to solve the Golden Lion, he will be happy. It's a pity that Garp and Zephyr are in the New World, and he can't easily leave Marinvando, so after thinking about it, only Crane has this qualification. I'll be leaving right now. The Crane in the office looked solemn, and he acted resolutely without any hesitation. At the same time, many other forces have also received news that the Golden Lion and the Warring States are fighting in Post, and the more time they know, the more forces they know. This kind of battle of the top powerhouses is always changing the weather by landslides and fissures, and it is impossible to attract attention. What's more, there are many people on Post Island who have escaped without fainting. But everyone is destined to be late. 3 days later, a news report spread to the sea. The Post Island incident caused by the Golden Emperor has ended perfectly. Pirates such as Slippery Delis, Burst Bear Trucia, and Obsidian King Mojita are just a passing mention. The most famous ones are the Golden Emperor, Jelly Queen, Warring States period, and Golden Lion. For example, the Golden Emperor defeated Jelly Queen Lan, the captain of the 9th Fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, with a bounty of 1.26 billion yuan, and fought against the Admiral Sengoku, and also awakened the Overlord. In the end, he successfully escaped from the Buddha's warring states. These news once made the reputation of the Golden Emperor usher in another climber and the sea. But it is more famous for the battle between the Golden Lion and the Warring States period. It is said that the entire Post Island has been torn apart, and the reason why it has not sunk is because another powerful person has appeared. And this man is Lonely Red Baroric Redfield. With the appearance of the solitary Red, the battle between the Golden Lion and the Warring States came to an end. The Warring States period did not use all the fighting power due to scruples, which made the Golden Lion feel boring, so he said hello and left with the Jelly Queen. And Lonely Red is just passing by. I just didn't expect that whether it was the Golden Lion or the Warring States period, the reaction was a little bigger. He didn't want to do anything either. So as soon as the Golden Lion left, he also left. The final battle was just that. It is worth mentioning that Slippery Man, Burst Bear, Maker and others also escaped the disaster, avoiding the opportunity to spend the second half of their lives in the Advanced City. The most important thing is to thank the Golden Lion. If it wasn't for the Golden Lion, they would definitely be finished. The Post Island incident came to an end. But Chaos, the culprit, didn't know anything. Not to mention being in the windless belt, even 3 days have passed and he still hasn't woken up. Clap clap. It was pitch black as ink, and on this uninhabited primitive island, a bonfire burned, dispelling the darkness as much as possible. Crocodile sat by the bonfire, nibbling the fleshy legs of an unknown animal without any image, and the action looked extremely rude. Stuffy is different, with her white and slender legs close together, her demeanor is very elegant, and she is very ladylike even when she is eating. This shows that she has a good education and is a proper wild goddess. Not far away, with the help of firelight, I can see that the goddess of God is still closing her eyes and maintaining the appearance of 3 days ago. In the past 3 days, Crocodile and Stuchy have not communicated much. And everyone is not very familiar with them, just like strangers. However, after 3 days of observation by Stuffy, she found that Crocodile's spirit was also a little abnormal. Just like that man, he was very arrogant inside and out. It was a kind of arrogance in his bones. He often looked like a domineering old man, and she almost lost her temper several times. It's really not pleasing to the eye. And the anger rises inexplicably. Anyway, it was very angry, very uncomfortable. Attracting hatred is definitely the Rambo pill. Cough. Stussy coughed slightly, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere, and turned to look at Crocodile in a whisper. Are you also controlled by him? 3 days later, Stuffy couldn't help but want to inquire about something. Crocodile, who was gnawing like a pig, raised his head and looked at Stuchy without speaking, but his eyes were a little weird. This made Stuchy's heart a little blocked. In the future, we will be companions after all, so let's get to know them. Stuffy reached out and tucked the hair from his forehead to his ears, as if inadvertently asking, "You mean gold dust in the body?" This time Crocodile spoke, but he was chewing food in his mouth, which made the words a little unclear, but Stuffy still heard it clearly. "Yes. That disappoints you, I don't have it in my body." Crocodile shrugged a little. wondering if it was an illusion, but Stuffy felt that the guy was gloating. So she stopped talking. It can't communicate. The days are dead, what else is there to talk about? All of a sudden, the enthusiasm was quenched by the cold water. I wish this guy a lifetime of loneliness. Stuffy cursed in her heart, and although her interest had cooled, crocodiles had come. It just made Stuffy more and more angry. Why didn't you run away these 3 days? That guy obviously doesn't trust you, otherwise why would he leave gold dust in your body? He should be seriously injured now. As long as you kill him, he will be free. If you don't seize such a good opportunity now, there will be no chance in the future. Crocodile looked serious, as if he was doing Stuffy good. X. Chapter 94 Aura changes, Team Purpose Culture. Chapter 94 Aura changes, Team Purpose Culture. Then why don't you run away? Stuffy rolled his eyes in his heart. This guy looks like a man, and he doesn't have a good heart. I don't have any gold dust in my body, why should I run away? Crocodile looked disdainful, and looked at the dark distance with great confidence. When I defeat him one day, I will treat him as his boss and make him his younger brother. Crocodile wouldn't tell Stuffy that he actually wanted to kill that guy in the first place, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. Later, I slowly discovered that the arrogance and high profile were so high profile. According to that guy, it was pretending. A literary point of view is to experience the true meaning of life and make life glow with the second spring. All right. Crocodile admits he's hooked on thrills and heartbeats. That guy was right. He had honey confidence, arrogance, and cruel self in his bones. If he didn't inspire it, he wouldn't be his true self. It was dubious at first, but slowly Crocodile discovered that the guy understood him. Know him better than himself. So I don't know when it started. He changed from killing that man to defeating that man and making that man his younger brother. Gotta let that guy try his own suffocation. So that's Crocodile's dream right now, to beat that guy and be his boss. In the face of Crocodile's majestic and high-spirited look, Stuffy smiled politely, but he had a different vision in his heart. Stupid man, there is no hope in this life. She has already heard that these two are the same raccoon dog, and she will only look out of place if she stays here. Lao Sha, go get some food. A voice sounded behind the two of them without warning, startling both Crocodile and Stuffy. Boss, you are awake. Crocodile almost made a move, turned around and was slightly relieved when he saw that it was Chaos. He didn't find anything. Like a ghost. The most important thing is that Chaos is very sloppy now, and his body is full of dirt and smells bad. Although there was blood and dirt on his face, he looked much better. Prepare a few more heads. Chaos nodded first, then rubbed his stomach. After 3 days of sleep, he was starving and needed to make up for it. No problem. Crocodile turned into flying sand and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Boss. Stuffy still had that polite and reserved smile, but her heart beat a little faster. She didn't know if the conversation with Crocodile just now had been heard by the man. Yeah? Chaos just glanced at Stuffy lightly, and then stepped on the moon and flew into the air. He needed to clean up his appearance, and now this appearance did not show his noble and handsome at all. Can't bear it. Watching Chaos disappear into the night, Stuffy was thoughtful. This man made her feel a little different. I can't say specifically, in short, there are some heart palpitations, as well as a touch of domineering and coercion. If the previous domineering was flashy, or even deliberately pretended, just like getting rich, or even full of low taste and vulgarity, then now it is the nobility that is engraved in the bones and truly exudes. Overbearing. Like the difference between commoners and emperors. The awakening of the overlord color made Chaos undergo earth-shaking changes, especially the aura. But Stuffy still had an illusion. Even though the man looked indifferent, he somehow felt more arrogant than ever. And this kind of arrogance has a connotation, which is completely different from the previous exaggeration. Almost 10 minutes later, Crocodile dragged 5 villa-sized beasts, and he peeled and cramped to clean up early. This speed has to be praised. Clanking. There was a very rhythmic sound of golden leather in the dark night. Chaos was naked, showing his strong 8-pack abs, wearing golden armor and boots, and walking out in a golden goose feather coat. The black vertical hair has been dried, and the bloodstains on his face have been cleaned up. The strong and handsome facial features are like knife carvings, and the aura is high and masculine is diffused. How long have I slept? Walking between Crocodile and Stussy, a golden tributary flew out of the night, and quickly turned into the golden throne Chaos and sat on it. 3 days. Stussy spoke back while Crocodile was grilling. Very good. Chaos tilted his head to look at Stussy, his black eyes full of satisfaction. Stussy looked at each other and moved away. This man is really testing her, and he must have guessed some of his thoughts. Since we are a team in the future, you must be clear about the team's purpose and culture. Lao Sha, tell us the only beauty in the team, what the team's purpose and culture are. Chaos waved his hand lightly, and 2 golden warriors landed in the dark, taking the place of Crocodile and starting to turn the barbecue. Boss, do you really want to say it? Crocodile, although used to it, was still a little embarrassed at the moment. How did I explain it to you in an eloquent way? You can tell Stuffy what you say. Okay. Crocodile took a deep breath and his expression became serious. Walking to the bonfire, Crocodile looked at Stuffy with burning eyes, which made Stuffy feel a little bit in her heart. She didn't know what the 2 men were going to do. In addition, there are only 3 of them, and everyone has a little juju in their hearts. Maybe they will break up one day, or even stabbed in the back, but there is still a purpose and culture. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. It's a bit of a pursuit. The purpose and culture of our team is very simple. First of all, we must understand a little bit about what people live for. Wealth, fame, power, spouse, or dreams. These teams are never limited, because our purpose is to do whatever we want, to be free and unfettered to live in this world. Unleash your nature, do whatever you want, eat whatever you want, it's all up to your liking. What I pursue is the ultimate arrogance, crazy to die and realize the true meaning of life. Not only don't be afraid of trouble, but also specialize in making trouble. If you can't beat a small one, you will be called a big one. If you can't beat a big one, you will be called a boss. If you can't beat the boss, then everyone will go together. If you can't beat the big one, then run. As long as life is still there, I am not afraid that there will be no chance to make a comeback. Destiny must be on our side. Even if you're not here, try to get to our side. Just to be domineering. Just be arrogant. Just to be loud. Just be arrogant. Do you understand? Crocodile didn't change his face, like a cold repeater, conveying the purpose culture that Chaos had instilled in him to Stuffy. It is estimated that the future will be communicated to the 4th and 5th future partners who join the team. It sounds vulgar, but inexplicably has the feeling of being in the middle of the second blood. Stuffy opened her red lips slightly, and looked at Crocodile by surprise, her expression a little dull. Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a sense of shame in his heart. But he is very calm, as long as he is not embarrassed. It is others who are embarrassed. It's true that Stussy is a little embarrassed now. These words are not only rude, but also very second. At her age, she may feel a little childish. Even an embarrassing group. What to do? She doesn't want to integrate into it anymore. X. Chapter 95 _ blind chicken cakes are messed up. Chapter 95 Blind chicken cakes are messed up. Time flies, and 10 days have passed. The windless zone, a new primitive island, where the four seasons are reversed and the roars burst forth. On this island, some extinct beasts can be seen everywhere, such as saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, dinosaurs and more. Clap. Boom. In the primeval mountain range in the center of the island, the sky, which was originally a clear sky, began to roll up with black clouds, with a range of almost 100 meters. One after another, slender black and red thunders slashed down, and the gust of wind splashed and radiated a huge shock wave. That arrogant and domineering will, unscrupulous as like a devil entering a village. No grass grows wherever he goes. Big beasts or small grasshoppers are indiscriminately stunned, and one after another is endless. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Crocodile and Stuffy looked at the crackling black and red thunderbolt in the center from a distance. Their faces were haggard, with dark circles under their eyes. Exhaustion and despair could not be dissipated in his eyes. The spirit is even more decadent to the extreme. 10 days, 10 full days. Do you know how they lived? Since Chaos woke up 10 days ago, after eating and digesting the food to replenish his body's energy, he once returned to a state of vitality. Then he kept showing off the Overlord color. In Chaos's view, the Overlord is a powerful weapon, but because he has just awakened, he can't control it freely. How can this be done? That must be grasped at the first time. Therefore, Crocodile and Stuffy are sparring, and one person can't increase the pressure on Chaos, so that to go together. The first 3 days were on and off, and every now and then, a tyrannical color could be stimulated. But the nightmare was just beginning. Because he slept for 3 full days, Chaos's mental state was excellent, and the more he showed off, the more excited he became, while the sparring Crocodile and Stuffy were miserable. 24 hours a day is either a fight or a fight. On the 8th day, Chaos had initially mastered the Overlord's color and could release it on his own. Crocodile and Stuffy felt they could finally rest. But that was wishful thinking. After being able to release Bawangs independently, Chaos was like a pile driver who didn't know how tired he was, firing map cannons on the entire island, and Bawangs kept releasing it without stopping. West to east, east to north, north to south, south to west. It stares where it flies, it's like a bomber. Good guy. The dark cloud with lightning flashes above his head never dissipated, causing the whole island to panic. I can think of some animals who have been stunned more than 30 times in the past few days, and moved as soon as they woke up, but in the end they still met the human who stared and attacked invisibly. Expression? The whole island has not been quiet in these 10 days, and every day is thunderous and gusty wind whistling. All the beasts were tortured and lost their expectations for life. Mental decadence and dark circles abound, whether meat-eating or vegetarian. They are similar to Crocodile and Stuffy. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter radiated in all directions. In the sight of Crocodile and Stuffy, Chaos was like a big devil, chasing a large group of beasts with open arms. The black and red clouds with lightning flashes of 100 meters above his head, illuminating the surrounding sky and darkness, have been following Chaos's head. Everywhere he went was messy, leaving all kinds of comatose animals all over the place. This kind of scene is indeed very visual, subversive, and impactful at the beginning. After all, the special effects are too powerful. But Crocodile and Stuffy are really tired of watching, and their only dream now is to sleep peacefully. The wild laughter gradually faded away, but it appeared in the north in less than 5 minutes, appeared in the south in the past 5 minutes, and passed by them again. Every time the will attacked, they subconsciously tightened their bodies and suffered a heavy blow to their spirits. Even if they knew there was no danger, they couldn't hold back their physical instincts. How do you say it makes them rest? It's not the way to go on like this. Stuffy felt that her skin had lost its luster in the past. If it goes on like this, the skin will become very dry, and if it is not good, there will be physical problems, which will cause it to become haggard and ugly. This is a nightmare for her. She must rest. Can't delay any longer. Dry skin, wrinkles, and aging are the enemies of a woman's life. The kind of revenge. I know. Crocodile couldn't even open his eyes, looking at the maniacally laughing figure whizzing past not far away. He thought it was a big rat. It was so energetic. A few minutes later, when Chaos flew from the other end of the island to this end, Crocodile and Stuffy were strong enough to finally make a move. Boss, can you put away your overlord? Don't let it go, we haven't slept for 10 days. Crocodile's voice was hoarse, and if you listened carefully, you could detect choking. He was really scared. Boss, I can't take it anymore, my skin is dry. Don't you know that a woman's biggest enemy is the loss of luster and tenderness? Stuffy admired this man. Overlord's color is a sign of the qualifications of a king, and it is a tall and high-level vocabulary that represents domineering, king, self-respect, and rulership, but after these few days, she feels that the Overlord's color is nothing more than that. It's really that Chaos's blind chicken and cakes made her suffer from aesthetic fatigue. Originally very serious and with super shocking ability, Nen was made sparse and sparse. You are too useless. Chaos was still a little unfinished, but he still put away the Overlord color. You guys rest. I'll go to other islands to practice. Now Chaos is like getting a new toy, and that enthusiasm is definitely leveraged. And he has to find ways to transform the special effect into a more genius. It seems that special effects such as black clouds, black and red thunder, hurricane, and sky splitting are all scenes that only appear when the Overlord collides, but now that Chaos is released alone, it can also cause dark clouds, black and red to appear in a certain range. Thunder and gusts of wind. It's not clear what the reason is. In short, Chaos wanted this picture to appear in his heart, and then it appeared. Maybe every Overlord can actually do it, but the sense of vanity and show-off is not as strong as that of Chaos. After all, Overlord has always been synonymous with seriousness and domineering. It seems that Chaos has already planned how to use the Overlord color before he wakes up. It's purely just pretending to increase the appearance. So what he has to do now is to make these fancy special effects more shocking, visual and impactful. It's a matter of face, don't be sloppy. In short, the other abilities of Overlord are not mentioned, the special effects must be gimmicky. It's just that Chaos's current Overlord color is too weak, and there is still a long way to go. Call out. Watching Chaos disappear, Stuffy and Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jumped down the mountain back to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain and fell asleep. And when Chaos left this island, he had already noticed the nearest island in all weather. He directly opened the Overlord color on the sea, reached the new island unscrupulously, and started a new round of blind chickens and bombardment. By the way, looking for some gold on the island, the goddess of God needs to improve her height. X. Chapter 96_ I feel like I'm doing it again. Chapter 96_ I feel like I'm doing it again. Clap clap. When night falls, the starry sky is like a piece of yarn, with large and small stars dotted with diamonds, like a river of diamonds across the sky. The bonfire burns away the night. In this brightly lit flat, a luxurious golden dining table was placed, and the golden plates on it were filled with the bodies of unknown beasts. The rising heat exuded the most primitive fragrance. Chaos, Stuffy, and Crocodile sat on the golden chairs, all elegantly like well-educated nobles, holding delicate golden knives and forks and enjoying their dinner. After a day and a night of rest, Stussy and Crocodile had driven away their exhaustion and returned to full energy. Get out of here tomorrow. After cutting off a piece of tenderloin, Chaos put it into his mouth with the golden fork, chewed it, and looked at Crocodile and then Stussy. Now Chaos felt he could do it again. You can go out and wave. The Overlord's color can already be actively stimulated, and more people need to know that his Golden Emperor is a man with the qualifications of a king. Loki is not his style. Boss, are we going directly to the New World? Crocodile put down the golden knife and fork, and was a little ready to move. If he hadn't met this man, he should have reached the New World in the second half of the Great Route by now. Where is the place where the strong fight for hegemony? First go to the Chambord Islands to be repaired, then go to the New World. Chaos actually wanted to go to Fishman Island, but it was a little dangerous. If there is any accident, he will make Tiantian not call the Earth to be dead, and he may say goodbye to this world before he starts to enter the New World. So after thinking about it, he still intends to fly directly over the Red Earth continent, and go to Mermaid Island or wait until later. Boss, I have to remind you, because of the reason you snatched the gold in the sky, it may be the warring states of Buddha or Lieutenant General Crane guarding the Chambord Islands now. If our whereabouts are discovered, it is very likely that we will be arrested. Live. Stussy sliced the tenderloin slowly, and every movement was full of pleasure. Originally, during the golden period of every year, the Admiral stationed in the Chambord Islands was at most a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. But since Chaos snatched the gold in the sky, the Chambord Islands may now be guarded by the Warring States period and the Crane. And the Chambord Islands are too close to the Marine headquarters, Marine Vader Dao. Lao Sha, tell the only beauty in our team about our purpose culture. Stop, I can already memorize the purpose culture. You are the boss, you have the final say. Without waiting for Crocodile to speak, Stussy stretched out his slender hand to stop him. He was afraid. What's wrong with me? I would remind this man. No, I'm not the kind of boss who is arrogant and unreasonable and doesn't listen to opinions. The starting point of your reminder is good, and this needs praise. However, although you are reciting the purpose culture, you still do not understand the connotation of it. As the only beauty in our team, you have not yet integrated into it, and you need to work harder. Chaos, like a MLM boss, looked at Stussy very seriously. It didn't mean to blame, on the contrary, it was unusually gentle. This makes Stussy very uncomfortable. This man, she is really unpredictable. Brain circuits are very different from normal people. I see. Stussy went on to eat dinner. Take your time, don't be in a hurry, speak up if you have any ideas in the future, and have freedom of speech in this team. Stussy nodded with a polite smile. What about Lao Sha, do you have any ideas? Chaos turned to Crocodile again. No comment. Very well, then set off for the Chambord Islands early in the morning. Chaos snapped his fingers and continued to enjoy dinner. The Chambord Islands, not much has changed. Since the Golden Emperor looted the gold in the sky, the highest commander of the Navy stationed in the Chambord Islands was the Crane, followed by the Warring States period, but after the Post-Island incident, the Warring States period returned to Marinfando. So now it's the Crane stationed there. The main reason is that the gold in the sky has not yet been offered, and the Crane may have to stay for 2 or 3 months. Naturally, with the Cranes in the Chambord Islands, the pirates who are on the island or the pirates who have just landed on the island are relatively low-key. Except for the illegal zone. Because a lot of forces or pirates who fled last time were all on the island now. There are even real bigwigs staying in some areas. No. 45 Mangrove area is a prosperous area such as tourist areas, specialty shops, and shopping malls. There are many Aboriginal people of the Chambord Islands living here, and the streets extend in all directions, and the people coming and going are very bustling and lively. There are also many pirates who come here to buy supplies, and this is a paradise for women. It's just that the rate of return on the street now is 100%. You can see many ordinary people or pirates, all stunned and even unbelievable looking at the swaggering figure on the street. Hey! I read that right? Then that's the Golden Emperor? There's nothing wrong with such extravagant clothes and arrogant steps, only the Golden Emperor. It's exactly the same as the reward. Next to the King of the Desert, who is this woman? On both sides of the street, everyone stopped, and their expressions were constantly changing. There is greed, there is fear, there is also fear and worship. Clang. Facing all the attention, Chaos took the lead, wearing a golden goose feather coat, wearing gold pants with garish patterns engraved on his lower body, walking on golden marten shoes. His upper body showing his 8-pack abs, walking around. All the sound of golden leather. The black vertical hair and long golden earrings fluttered with the steps. It can be said to be majestic and arrogant. Crocodile on the left did not say anything. On the right, Stuffy walked the catwalk, showing the waist of the water snake and the butt of the murder weapon incisively and vividly. Compared with the arrogant and high-profile steps of Chaos, it looked very elegant and pleasing to the eye. It's just that the pretty face is so helpless now. The man in front didn't know how to keep a low profile at all. BFFT. Puff puff. Wherever the three went, civilians and pirates on both sides of the street all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. That arrogant overlord color is constantly spewing. It's just kept within a range, and there are no special effects such as thunder and lightning. Crocodile and Stuffy were sullen. The dark circles under their eyes in those days were not white, and they were more or less accustomed to Chaos's overlord color. Just. Is it really good to let the bully look like this? Stuffy twitched, never seeing such a strange man with the qualifications of a king. Clang. The sound of Jinji's footsteps sounded very rhythmically, and it was very shocking to match the person who fell into a coma. What happened? What's the matter? Why did everyone fall where the Golden Emperor passed? Some people who were far away from Chaos were all terrified at this moment. Wherever the Golden Emperor passed, everyone fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Either way it's horrific. They can't understand. Or is it that the Golden Emperor used some vicious means, intending to start a massacre here, and the people who fell to the ground are actually dead? It's not impossible, after all, the Golden Emperor has a criminal record. Thousands of people were killed by the Golden Emperor in the past. It is in the mangrove area of No. 8. Now the land is very fertile, and many grave grasses are extremely lush, and there are still traces. X. Chapter 97 _lose meaning. Chapter 97 _lose meaning. Leave now. Don't get too close. I heard that the Golden Emperor has the Overlord color. Those people are probably stunned by the Overlord color. What? This is the Overlord's color. Only one person in a million can have the qualification of a king? There is still some eyesight in the crowd. The aura of the Golden Emperor is too domineering and arrogant, far exceeding the aura of ordinary people. Only. Isn't it a bit overkill for the Golden Emperor to have such a big fanfare and to unleash the Overlord's color on these weak pirates and commoners? You know that this is the Overlord color. The qualifications of the king. Compared with these people's panic and fleeing, Chaos was a little more relaxed. He just likes to see everyone in awe, admiration, and envy of him, and that look of disbelief and horror greatly satisfies his vanity. After these people retreated, the three of Chaos were in an open state of 50 meters, which made Chaos a little lack of interest. After all, B needs to be set off by dragons. This trick has all run away, so we can't force it. B that loses its connotation is not fragrant. The Overlord's color was put away, and the three of them walked for another 100 meters, and finally stopped in a shopping mall. All three now need to buy something, such as clothing, cigars. Especially Stussy. As the three entered the shopping mall, the news that the Golden Emperor appeared in the mangrove area of No. 45 spread rapidly across the island like a frying pan. What did you say? In the Navy station, in the office of the Supreme Commander, the Crane suddenly raised his head. The three lieutenants, Major Generals Anka, Domia, and Canis, who were also working in the office, also looked at the colonel, who came to report in astonishment. It has been determined that the Golden Emperor is located in the No. 45 mangrove area. The colonel's face was a little dignified. After all, it was only 10 days after the Post-Island incident, and the culprit was the Golden Emperor. But now this guy has swaggeringly appeared in the Chambord archipelago. With the current situation, no normal person would do this. But the Golden Emperor did not play cards according to common sense. According to the news that came back, the Golden Emperor didn't mean to be Loki at all, but was unusually high profile, fearing that others would not know that he was in the Chambord archipelago. Sure enough, he is a man who is arrogant and arrogant. Mr. Lieutenant General, are we going to be dispatched? The three of Anka looked at Crane, who frowned and thought. Since you're here, you don't have to go. Crane was very decisive, stood up and grabbed the justice coat on the back of the chair. Dia walked out of the office and stepped into the sky, disappearing out of sight in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Anka, Domia, and Canis also stepped into the sky one after another. Marin Vando. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku was sitting on the sofa, Sora sitting behind the desk talking something. Just now, Mario called and said that there will be a large auction in the Chambord Islands in the past 2 days. The Tianlong people will go to the Chambord Islands to participate, and the Navy needs to send troops to escort and protect them. In fact, this is not a big deal. After all, the Tianlong people have not visited the Chambord Islands once or twice before. Now that the Crane is stationed in the Chambord Islands, there is no need to send anyone out. Marshal, the Golden Emperor has appeared in the Chambord Islands. At this moment, a Major General pushed in the door, gave a military salute to Kong and Sengoku, and opened his mouth. In addition, we also got news that the Whitebeard Pirates have left the New World. What did you say? The appearance of the Golden Emperor did not make Sora and Sengoku pay too much attention, but the next report from the Major General made them uneasy. That guy in Newgate left the New World? When did that happen? Has their purpose been investigated? The warring states looked dignified. The size of the Golden Emperor and Whitebeard was incomparable, and the Navy was paying attention to every move of the body like Whitebeard. No. The Major General shook his head. They had already consumed a lot of manpower and material resources just to confirm that the Whitebeard Pirates had left the New World. No matter what the Newgate guy's purpose is, the Chambord Islands are a must. Marshal Kong, I must go to the Chambord Islands, and by the way, completely capture the Golden Emperor. And protect the Tianlong people. Be careful, I'll let Zephyr withdraw from the New World. Sora nodded in agreement, and decided to transfer Zephyr back when necessary. It's all mixed up. The key is that the Tianlong people went to the Chambord Islands at this time. Yes. Warring states looked heavy and left the office with big strides. Newgate, what is your purpose? New World, 10,000 meters high. The floating islands of the air pirates. Admiral, the latest news is that the Golden Emperor has reappeared in the Chambord Islands, and at the same time that man Edward Newgate has also left the New World for the Great Truth. The plump buttocks swayed from side to side, and Black Widow Eliza, the head of intelligence for the air pirates, stepped into the banquet hall with high heels. Well? The Golden Lion, who was smoking a cigar and drinking spirits, sat on the throne and raised his head. Admiral, I was careless last time, this time I will definitely catch the Golden Emperor. The Jelly Queen Anne in the next song is very sensitive to the 3 words, Golden Emperor. It has gnashing of teeth, so to speak. The shame of Post Island, she must get it back. And me. Lone Wolf Spender, the unfortunate child, also volunteered, his face full of anger. Shut up. The Golden Lion squinted slightly, and a storm swept the entire hall. All the captains of the fleet were quiet, and the Jelly Queen and the Lone Wolf Spender also sat down obediently. The failure to capture the Golden Emperor last time obviously made the Admiral unhappy. Coming back without being punished is already a burning incense. Why did that guy in Newgate go to the Great Route? Did you find out? The Golden Lion first paid attention not to the Golden Emperor, but to Newgate. No, but according to my guess, it is very likely that it is also for the Golden Emperor. Black Widow fluttered her long green and wavy hair, causing Darbobar's murder weapon to beat. Newgate is not after money. Black Widow's guess Golden Lion disagrees. He knows this guy who is both enemy and friend very well. The pursuits of the 2 sides can be said to be completely different. He is keen to dominate the world and rule the world. And that guy's dream turned out to be relatives and family, which is a pity. By the way, the Navy has also moved. Buddha's warring states should go to the Chambord Islands. In addition, Lonely Red appeared in the Chambord Islands 5 days ago, but I don't know if they have left now. Besides, several sons and daughters sent by the old woman from Wang Yuo, and the helmsman of the exploding pirates have not left the Chambord Islands. The forces or people mentioned by the Black Widow were all empty last time, and their purpose was to capture the Golden Emperor. It's just that the Post Island incident ended a little too quickly, and it was over by the time they arrived. So these people had to go back to the Chambord Islands, the only way to the New World. Some pirate ships had already been plated, and they were going to go to the New World through Fishman Island. But I didn't expect the Golden Emperor to appear again so soon. Jai ha ha ha, how can I be missing my Golden Lion in such a lively atmosphere? The Golden Lion, who didn't plan to take the shot himself, was instantly excited when he heard about Newgate, Lone Gajong, and Warring States. It happened that the last time I played against the Warring States period was not enough. Admiral, won't you be ready to shoot yourself again? Black Widow felt that the Golden Lion did not need to go out in person, but only needed to send 1 or 2 top 10 fleet captains. I haven't seen those guys in a long time. The Golden Lion's eyes are burning, and he usually only sees 1 person, but now he can see 2 or 3 at the same time. How can such a good opportunity be missed? Paster, Groot, Annie, Jessica, Spender. The 5 of you come with me. The Golden Lions looked at the 4th Fleet Captain Strongman Paster, the 5th Charming Idol Groot, the 9th Jelly Queen Anne, the 11th Fleet Captain Zhangfei Jessica, and the unlucky child 15 the Lone Wolf Spender. Yes. The captains of the fleet who were named all responded. X. Chapter 98 _ Do you want to invite me to start a business with you? Chapter 98 _ Do you want to invite me to start a business with you? Chambord Islands. In the mall, women's clothing area. Colorful, all kinds of large and small sizes, the dazzling array contains all sexy, pure, revealing, sexy and other clothing. Here is a man's paradise, but also a woman's paradise. Crocodile was combing his head, smoking a cigar one after another, and stood at the door with a strange expression on his face. Whoa! With more than 50 gold coins in the sky, he entered the gate and disappeared into the store. Of course, all of them have the head of Chaos printed on them. After a while, Chaos and Stuthy came out with big and small bags. Thank you, boss. Stutchy is in a good mood. Nothing can't be solved by one shopping. If one is not enough, then twice. There are also people who pay for it. For the first time, she felt that it was not bad to join the team. Buy whatever you want, our team is not bad for money. Chaos also had a cigar in his mouth, and he still had the same arrogant expression and pace that he did not recognize his Psi relatives. As for accompanying Stuffy into the underwear store to buy those colorful things, he did not feel embarrassed at all. Unlike Crocodile, who is obviously angry in his heart, but he refuses to enter the store. The layout is still too small. Why are you taking so long? Seeing Chaos and Stuffy come out, Crocodile complained a little. He was very embarrassed to stand here. Buy everything that should be bought, then find a place to solve lunch. As soon as Chaos's words fell, there was a cracking sound in the sky, a golden figure smashed to the ground, and walked in front of him to take the large and small bags in the hands of Chaos and Stuffy. The Golden Warrior was actually used to carry a bag. Welcome Lord Golden Emperor to come again next time. The shopkeeper and a few waiters behind him were grinning to the bottom of their ears, and there was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, they were very enthusiastic. No way, the Golden Emperor is too generous. At the beginning, when the Golden Emperor entered the door, it almost scared them to pee, but now I can't wait to integrate the Golden Emperor into my body. The love cannot be suppressed. I am very satisfied with the service this time. Looking at the shopkeeper and a few waiters who came out to see him off, the smile on his face was like treating his own father, and he was reluctant to part with it inside and out, which made Chaos very useful and felt very comfortable. Snapped. Chaos exhaled smoke rings from his nostrils, and after snapping his fingers, more than 10 gold coins fell from the sky again, and the gold was so bright and beautiful under the sunlight. Here's a tip, if you have a chance to come back again next time. The gold coins with the head portraits fell into the hands of the shopkeeper and a few waiters as if alive, without the slightest impurities. Many thanks, Lord Golden Emperor. Please walk slowly. Several people were so excited that this was pure gold without impurities, and it was very heavy. At a glance, you can see that the density is different from ordinary gold. As for the picture above, that's Dad. The Golden Emperor has come out. Exactly luxury. As expected of the richest man in the sea. Look at the Golden Warrior, such a large piece is worth more than 2 or 3 billion Baileys. That's pure gold without impurities. Overtly and secretly, many pirates or thugs were drooling, really wanting to swallow Chaos alive. At this moment, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air on the street, and finally condensed and formed, forcing Chaos to stop. As if he knew that this man would appear, Chaos held a cigar with one hand and slightly outlined the corner of his mouth. Crocodile was subconsciously vigilant, while Stuffy was very elegantly carrying a pink fashion bag, a white sun hat on his head, and a white short dress, as white and flawless as Snow Lotus. Have a drink. The cloak was lifted by the wind, revealing the ferocious face without eyebrows, but there is no red square tattoo, commonly known as the slipper print. It is the dragon. In Post Island, the two of them exchanged a few words in the air, and it was the first time that this kind of face was. No problem. Chaos was happy to talk to this man, the last time was too rushed. I believe this man has already started his own business struggle. Immediately, the four found a coffee shop on the street. The owner of the shop turned pale at first, and was frightened to receive it in person. However, when they saw more than 10 golden coins falling from the sky, the expression of despair that looked like a dead family suddenly appeared. I was overjoyed. Golden Emperor, what do you think of the world government? The dragon's face is serious, he looks unsmiling, and with that fierce face without eyebrows, even an adult will have to tremble his legs. The last time Chaos left Post Island, he did not catch up immediately. Instead, he chose to wait in the Chambord Islands. He guessed that the Golden Emperor would definitely appear in the Chambord Islands again. At least in his opinion, the Golden Emperor is an extremely high-profile guy who likes to cause trouble. From the side, he has a strong vanity, likes to be famous, etc. If the other party goes to the New World, they will definitely come back to the Chambord Islands. Sure enough, he guessed right. This man has come to the Chambord Islands. And he didn't hide or keep a low profile at all. As soon as he appeared, he wished the whole world knew that he was in the Chambord Islands. This is completely different from his low-key style. Chaos did not reply immediately, but took a sip of the coffee in front of him, while Crocodile and Stuffy next to him drank their coffee in silence. Crocodile did not know the man, but Stuffy did. So the expression reflected in the coffee cup is a little heavy. "Do you want to invite me to start a business with you?" Chaos's eyes were full of playfulness, and he knew what this man was thinking when he was talking in the air on Post Island. It's just that compared to before, the dragon has obviously changed some attitudes now. Maybe because of the Overlord color. Long's expression was a little stunned, but he understood the meaning of starting a business. It's just why the other party is so sure. I don't know if it's an illusion, he feels that his thoughts have been seen through. You should want to create an organization and then overthrow the unequal rule of the world government and the Tianlong people, and liberate and free countless civilians living in dire straits. I should be your first goal now. Chaos looked at the dragon, and the other party's vicious face was obviously tense. However, the dragon was very calm, and the slightly aggravated breathing returned to a steady state. It's just that I'm surprised, this guy really knows what he's thinking. You don't have to tell me any big truths either, I'm not interested in those, so I'll refuse any invitations you haven't said yet. Long just said a word, and the back road was blocked by Chaos. Ruthless. Cruel. To tell the truth, the dragon is very aggrieved, and the other is jealous. Want to be strong? The dragon began to think. As long as you control this man, his venture capital will be there. Excuse me. Long's face was a little unsightly. After thinking about it, he still didn't intend to do it. The main thing was that he had no absolute certainty. He couldn't take this man down in the first time. The Chambord archipelago is close to Marin Vandu and the Holy Land Mariota. In addition, there are many hidden powerhouses in the Chambord Islands. You may be making a wedding dress for someone else. You have to pick a suitable time and place to start. If you don't do it, it's foolproof, otherwise it's not worth it to offend a tyrannical powerhouse. The point is that the man still knows what he's thinking. This is the most troublesome. X. Chapter 99 _ My vanity is stronger. Chapter 99 _ My vanity is stronger. The dragon's reaction surprised Chaos a little. After all, in his opinion, to be able to build a revolutionary army with one hand, the force is even stronger than the single four emperors, and become the #1 force that the world government wants to eliminate. Long must be a heroic, ruthless and decisive hero. Only this kind of person can build a huge force, which can be said to be the only force in the pirate world that can compete with the world government on the surface. The biggest possibility is that after he refuses, this guy will suddenly violently force him to control him. Empathy, if it is, he will definitely do it. Because of the development of a power, money is the most important thing. Controlling him is equivalent to controlling money, and establishing power will be faster and more convenient. Few ambitious men can resist this temptation and shortcut. Chaos is ready to fight. But the man gave up. This not only did not reassure Chaos, but even more vigilant. He didn't believe the dragon would let him go, unless it wasn't the right time to do it now. Chaos's mind turned quickly, and after analyzing the current environment and situation, he probably understood. This guy is forbearing enough, no wonder the future is so good. Also very dangerous. However, Chaos pondered, although he wanted to be the most arrogant man in the world, he couldn't be the enemy of the world. At least not yet. Although he is already very strong, he is still a lot worse than a real strong man. It is necessary to find a meat ticket that has been broken for a long time. This man is a very good choice. Anyway, we use each other. For example, right now, there may be many ghosts and snakes in the Chambord Islands, and he needs to prepare for retreat in advance. Wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Chaos waved to stop the dragon. Long's buttocks dropped from the chair again, with questioning in his eyes. Although I can't start a business with you, we can cooperate. All you want is money, and I'm not short of money. Chaos remarks made Long's heart skip a beat. You want to overthrow the world government, which is not in conflict with me. No matter what business you build in the future, I can be your partner behind the scenes. I can provide you with funds to a certain extent, and will not interfere and participate in the forces you manage. If I have any trouble, I need you or yours. Power, you know it. How about this mutual benefit for everyone? After Chaos finished speaking, he continued to sip his coffee. There was no joy on Long's face, instead he was thinking. Chaos also gave the dragon time to think. Looking at the street outside with Lang's legs crossed, many people are watching him secretly. It seems that this cooperation is a bit of a loss for him, but money is just a number to him, it belongs to the weeds on the roadside, there is really nothing to feel bad about. It is so arrogant. Yes. Long did not think for too long and was very decisive. After all, he is a man who does great things. Then happy cooperation. Chaos put down the coffee cup and looked at Long with his aunt smiling, a look that contained love. Happy cooperation. The dragon also smiled, only looking horrified. After all, that face is so vicious. You can see that he is not a good person. Slipper prints will appear in the future, which will be even more terrifying. Stuffy is very ladylike drinking coffee. Her face is light and cloudy, but her heart has long been ups and downs. These are two extremely cunning and insidious men, and they are also very hypocritical and ruthless. Although everyone was smiling on the surface, they couldn't stop making bad ideas in their hearts. And this guy, Monkey D. Dragon, actually wants to establish a force to overthrow the world government. The key is that the Golden Emperor still uses funds to support it, and I don't know what it will be like in the future. But intuition told Stuchy that the world government might be in trouble. You stay in the Chambord Islands for the past 2 days, my troubles will come soon, and you need to do your best. When the matter here is over, I will first provide you with gold worth 10 billion Baileys, which I believe will be enough for your early development. Chaos took a sharp puff of his cigar, but he didn't sign any agreement with the dragon. That thing was useless at all. And he believed that the dragon would not do anything wrong, even if it did, it would be in the future. At that time, even if the dragon does not have moth, he will have moth. Why are you staying here? Long still asked this question. Although he had already guessed some of the characters of the Golden Emperor, he still wanted to hear what he had to say. No reason, it's just that I have a strong vanity, I like to be a high-profile person, and what I pursue is excitement and heartbeat, the kind that is on the verge of death. Let me experience the true meaning of life. Chaos didn't he have anything to hide, and he said his purpose generously. The dragon is silent. He admitted that he could not understand the man. This is so neurotic. Sure enough, everyone's hobbies are different, but the Golden Emperor's is somewhat unique and arrogant. Saying that he has a strong vanity, of course, does not blink an eye. But it just shows that this man is very dangerous. By the way, I have given you the code name I will be in your forces in the future. Is it very thoughtful? Just call me Emperor. Chaos seemed to remember something. and spit out a smoke ring and looked at the stunned dragon. The corners of Stuthy's mouth twitched. What a broken name. In addition, are you thinking too much, and now the opponent's power is not even a hair, maybe it will collapse before it is established, so you have thought about it before starting the code name? It's embarrassing, okay? Seriously, Stuthy felt a little humiliated. However, Crocodile did not respond, and even had a similar odor. The dragon's face was also a little stiff, and he nodded after recovering. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chaos and the dragon looked in the same direction at the same time, and a figure flew from there, and finally fell from the air. Standing on the street, watching the few people of Chaos who were drinking coffee leisurely, the justice coat fluttered behind them. The heroic and valiant air diffuses a faintly powerful aura. The trouble comes so fast. Chaos flicked the ash and looked at the heroic crane, feeling a lot of pressure. In addition, this breath is very similar to the breath that broke into him and Borsalino last time, and as expected, it was the crane that time. He dare not underestimate this woman. Dragon. The crane just glanced at Chaos, and then all eyes were on the dragon, and there was a trace of anger and puzzlement on his face. Don't mind if I leave for a while. When Long saw his face, there was something wrong, and he seemed to be a little guilty, but it just disappeared in a flash. Chaos glanced back and forth between the dragon and the crane, shrugging his shoulders casually. Long, stop for me. Crane tried to stop it, but the dragon had disappeared into the chair, and only the cup of coffee was still steaming. Isn't this the famous Vice Admiral Crane? Please give me some advice when we meet for the first time. Chaos didn't mean to get up, he snorted with his legs crossed, and looked at the crane with contempt. One Piece is such a magical world. Especially a creature like a woman. Some of them are still in their 70s and 80s, while others are white-haired and wrinkled. Among them, he and Xiachi are the most striking contrasts. It's just that the crane's aging is not so obvious now. X. Chapter 100 _ The gorgeous platoons that shocked the audience. 100,000 days reward for innocent little fat people. Chapter 100 _ The gorgeous platoons that shocked the audience. 100,000 days reward for innocent little fat people. Golden Emperor. Crane withdrew his gaze from the direction where the dragon disappeared, looked at Chaos with a calm expression, and did not see any signs of shouting and killing. The three adjutants behind Anchor, Domia, and Canis also landed on the ground. I believe that other marines in the base will arrive soon. Now Crane has completely determined the behavior and character of the Golden Emperor. With such a swaggering and high-profile appearance, the vanity far exceeds that of ordinary people. But there are thick and thin, not the kind of idiot without a brain. I am afraid that the retreat is now ready. This is a tough man to deal with. The Navy doesn't need such a big battle. The Admiral was only dispatched last time, and this time he was replaced by the famous Lieutenant General Crane. He really looks down on me, and I feel a little embarrassed. Chaos stood up from his chair, looking like he was going to do something. Who is his Golden Emperor? As long as you can't do it, you can do it to death. Spitting up 5 liters of blood is commonplace. The old rule, first use the Overlord color to support the scene. Everything is easy to say, and the appearance should not be too hasty. With the eyes widened, the arrogant Overlord color spread unscrupulously and rudely to the audience. The originally clear sky began to roll with black clouds, and gusts of wind began to appear. Puff puff. The entire coffee shop, whether it was a waiter, a customer, or other ordinary people on the street, all fainted and fell to the ground, filling in the background for Chaos' appearance. Crocodile pressed the table with one hand, Stuthy pressed the skirt and sun hat with the other, and looked helplessly at the man walking outside. The Overlord's color is obviously a symbol of the king's qualifications and status, but this man has used it to become a bad street. Let it go, Let it go, let it go. No money. She said it 10 times. Humph. Facing chaos' surging overturned overlord color, the justice coat behind Crane floated, and he snorted coldly. Such a weak overlord can only confuse ordinary people. It is not that she has never seen someone stronger than this, and she cannot make her a little bit disturbed. Crane also began to mention his own aura, which is the unique aura of a high-ranking and strong person. The strong and domineering collided with the will of chaos. For a while, the wind swept the entire street, and the originally dark sky became even more turbulent. Clap car car. The black and red thunder continued to fall, and Chaos's overlord color was firmly blocked, and he couldn't go any further. It can be seen how powerful the Crane is, and the overlord is only a kind of aura and aura. Although only 1 in a million may awaken, but in the new world, there are as many characters as the Crucian carp crossing the river. Whether it's the overlord's color or the momentum, it's just shocking. As expected of the strongest woman in the Navy. Golden Emperor is overbearing. It turned out to be true. This old woman really isn't easy to mess with. There are signs of being suppressed by the overlord of the Golden Emperor. The overlord color is not the only one. It can only deal with those little shrimps with weak will. As long as they are really strong, they will not be affected by the overlord color at all. Many pirates in the dark looked at the collision of Chaos and the Crane, and the black clouds in the sky were filled with thunder, which looked very visual. It's just that it's far from the last collision between the Golden Lion and the Warring States period. Not on the same level at all. Your overlord's still very immature. If you want to suppress me with overlord sex, it can only be said to be wishful thinking. Crane looked valiantly and looked at Chaos coldly. So did the 3 domers in the back, because the Crane blocked everything in front. The two are in an invisible collision, because momentum, vigor, and will are things that can't be seen or touched, but they can be felt. Haha. Being young now doesn't mean being young in the future. Others don't know how to cultivate overlord, but Chaos does. The overlord's not like the armed sea and the knowledge set art can be cultivated independently. Only when one becomes stronger, the overlord's soul will grow, which is closely related to the experience. In fact, it is similar to those in high positions. As the status gets higher and higher, their own momentum becomes stronger and stronger. Overlord color is the same. And Chaos mastered the method is to fight, is to die. Fighting against the sky, against the earth, against all the strong, as long as you pass through the sea of corpses and blood, and push all obstacles along the way, the overlord will naturally become stronger in the end. After all, it is necessary to make the experience richer and more exciting. Raised to the back, the overlord color not only shocks and cleans up the soldiers, but also has substantial physical damage, and even suppresses the enemy's combat effectiveness. Maybe there are other functions. But for Chaos, none of these matters. What he wants is the fancy special effects of overlord. As long as the special effects of the scene are more bluffing and gorgeous, he can practice it to the death. Whoa! Clang clang clang. The sound of metal collision sounded in the sky with thunder and lightning. The golden goose feather coat fluttered behind Chaos, and the exposed 8 pacabs were full of lines, and then a gorgeous scene appeared. As Chaos walked towards the Crane, the golden arm guards, chest guards, goggles, and combat boots automatically flew down from the sky, and began to assemble as if alive, and finally merged into a delicate and noble golden armor. With the dark and dark background special effects brought by the overlord color, Chaos's wise and martial, heroic, and domineering temperament was once elevated to the extreme. Black vertical hair and black eyes also began to be rendered golden. And while walking, there was the sound of the golden leather colliding with the armor, and the white steam that started to rise, which could not stop people subconsciously holding their breath and stopping their heartbeat. Gorgeous. Handsome. The supreme and noble are like emperors, and the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers, arrogantly looking at everything, and giving up on me is even more vividly displayed. Coupled with the white steam generated by the return of life, the emperor has a mysterious and ethereal appearance. Whether it was the person who was peeping in the dark, or Crane, Stussy, and Crocodile, they were all stunned. Everyone was shocked by the garish walking scene of chaos. Men and women, young and old, are now deeply attracted. Let us not talk about the connotation first, just this appearance, that lethality is taken all by young and old. Men want to be like this, and women want to be like that. Stussy had an illusion that this man was really handsome. This was the first time she saw chaos like this. Not to mention Crocodile, there is a voice in his heart that has been shouting angrily, and he has to become such a person. Chaos stood 5 meters away from the crane, and the the release of seeing and hearing gave him a panoramic view. Everyone stunned let him know that this appearance was a great success. He enjoyed the feeling. It's just a show. Crane is still a crane, but it returned to normal after a brief absence of attention. It was the first time she had seen such a fancy platoon in her life, and it was understandable that she was a little caught off guard. As for the 3 adjutants, Major General Anchor, Domir, and Canis behind him, their emotions were obviously not in the state. If it wasn't for the crane to speak, the souls of the 3 would not be able to return to their place. Whether it's just a show, try it and you will know. The corners of Chaos's mouth were outlined, and he looked evil and bad. Not only did he not destroy that temperament, it looked nondescript, but it was like a chemical agent that burned more and more hot. I have to say that people rely on clothes and Buddhas rely on gold clothes. Gorgeous appearance can really affect a man's appearance and temperament. P.S. Extremely deep buckle, innocent little fat man, 100,000 starting coin rewards, I love you. The kind of love that melts into the body. I owe you 10 more updates, make up for it. There are also 10 more updates of Mengtsu, sweeping the world, as in. A total of 20 more, on the shelves to make up. Good chicken jelly. Love you. Please allow me to be presumptuous, crazy, and perverted. Please continue to love me. X.